They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we float to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
Good morning or good evening from wherever you are watching in the world, and welcome back to day 2 of the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major, coming to you live from Los Angeles. Get up and get loud. It's game day wherever you are. I could not be more excited to welcome you to the town I've been living in for the last 5 years. It's a wonderful place to host some esports. I'm Wavepunk. I got Gibbs. I got Bates. I got Dazarin. And we're vibing. I'm not going to lie to you, chat. We've just sat here feeling good about SSG since last night. It's been the same. Bates, what's up?
The vibes have been immaculate ever since yesterday, man. Let me tell you, Gibbs, I feel so sorry for you. You still have nobody here to help you out.
We pick it up right when we left off.
You still got DeMar, you still got me on the desk, so you got a long day ahead of you.
Hi.
I hope you're ready for it.
NA 3-0 in Europe. It's only day 1. We got plenty more to play. No one has even advanced yet. No one is done with their groups. We'll see what happens.
It's actually day 2, and NA is still undefeated against Europe. Just wanted to
no games have been played yet. No games. We got 11 games today, or 10 games.
So many great ways to watch Rocket League here. You can watch on Twitch, you can watch on YouTube, or you can catch it on Rocket League Live. The Hype Chamber is live on its own island. Make sure you're searching Rocket League Live. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look at Rocket League Live online, and you'll find it is one of the coolest ways here, Dazarin, to watch esports in 2022.
Oh, yeah. You know, the world's always coming out with new ways to watch broadcasts, and Rocket League Live is going to be an incredible experience. Please make sure to check it out. We've looked at it. It's awesome.
It's pretty fun. It's a really cool experience. Definitely make sure you're checking that stuff out. But day 1 was all about NA, baby. We came over to Los Angeles, and the home field advantage played out well, Bates. The highlights were something special.
It's just pure. It was a pure show. EU started off strong early. Queso was just flashing all over Detonator, but after that, it was just NA rolling and bowling over them. I mean, we only saw one of those games, NA versus EU, on the mainstream, but he could have had a couple L's on the B stream too, Gibbs.
Absolutely. Europe didn't look that good, but we got to talk about the land buff. That is a real thing. Whoever screams louder is going to win these games. We saw it yesterday. Calm was popping off. He was yelling at everybody. It didn't matter who was on the other side of the field. FaZe or Queso. He's yelling at everyone. V1 on top of Group A. Huge performance there, and NA just kept getting better throughout the day.
Happy to show you the groups here, show you how things went after day 1 of action. Lots of gameplay happened. Nobody eliminated just yet. You do see Sandrock down there with the DMP. They were not able to get here to participate, so we were missing a team down there in Group D. But for everybody else, they're still in contention. There's still a chance.
And NA is still on top right now. Okay, no. I know exactly what you're about to do. You're going to talk about my general. Listen, they always start slow. We know that. Okay, you're never going to beat the general. They always got an excuse.
But be careful, because if Energy goes to the lower bracket, they might play Queso round 1. That's the #1 EU seed. You don't want that for Energy.
Oh,
so
maybe I do. I need him to take out Queso immediately. We can't let Queso get warmed up on the land environment, okay?
I'm hungry for some cheese. Let's take a look at the best match that happened yesterday, though. If you missed SSG versus Dignitas.
I don't know how you did.
Oh, baby, you missed a banger. Go back and watch it. It looked like it was over in the first half there, Bates, but they came back.
Oh, let me tell you, I hyped this up all day. I said this could be the match of the day, and boy, did it deliver. That little break in between in Game 3 really gave SSG the little momentum, the little spark that they needed to recover and win it. Look at that young man! Arsenal, it's all day, every day for him, and after that, it was just all SSG all the way. Arsenal, once again, he was a 1v3 position, but you got to give it to baby Dan.
Oh, Daniel was nervous. He was nervous early on, but they picked it up by the end. Dignitas, maybe a few less beach days. Maybe just a few less and a little bit more practice. Because Space Station comes out on top, controlling Group D so far.
That was insane. You want to talk about the land buff? I think it showed up the most sincerely in that match, with Arsenal and Reddles feeding off each other's energy, being in the same room, being able to deliver that energy to the negative of Dignitas directly into their faces. You could see it affecting them just a little bit on camera.
Right. Yeah, and you know, the craziest thing is, we got to point to Gibbs here, too, because, you know, Gibbs, #1 Dignitas fanboy. I'm just saying, you got to talk to them about something, because they've been chilling and living lavishly, but it's game time right now.
And that's what it's all about. We have to talk about good vibes on Dignitas. You have to have good vibes while you're losing as well. They were quiet. They were quiet from Game 3 on. They got to find a way to bounce back.
I mean, it's just been North America, baby.
All day.
All day. Every day. From beginning to end, it's all about... Wait. What? Oh, there's a video I'm supposed to... I wasn't aware about this. Okay, let's watch what this is.
Beep boop beep beep boop boop beep. Ring ring. Ring ring. Ring ring. Ring.
Hello?
Hello, mate. You alright?
Oh, Stumpy. How's it going, man?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Yeah, not bad. How you doing? You alright?
Yeah, just sweating in some ranked games. I can't lie. You know, got the jacket on just to go faster. I feel like it makes my car go faster. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it does, to be fair. I mean, you've got it's a lovely UK summer at the moment. What was it? It was 11 degrees yesterday. Absolutely beautiful. You've been watching the RLCS by any chance?
Yeah, I have. It's been entertaining, to be honest. I've been enjoying it. It's good to see everybody back together again.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but have you heard what the First Touch guys are saying? It's just, it's awful. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I did catch that, actually. I thought that was a bit out of order. You know, we give them the limelight for one day. We take a step back so that they can have the mic uncontested. And instead of being thankful, they just talk a whole pile of trash about EU. It's... I shouldn't be surprised, but I will be honest. I was disappointed, you know.
It's absolutely rubbish, pal. I think we need to set the record straight. I reckon we need to head over there and we need to have it out with the desk.
Yeah, I think we should do that. You know, we've only missed one day. I'll call Heathrow, and I think they can have the jet ready tomorrow morning if you want to meet me there.
Yeah, beautiful. Terminal 5?
Yeah, Terminal 5, same as last time. I'll see you there, mate.
All right, see you there. I'll see you in LA. Bye-bye.
Well.
No.
The cavalry has arrived, boys.
You thought that we would be waiting, that we would stand on the sidelines while you've got all of this North American pride. They're acting like they've won. It's day one. Day one is glorified scrim. That's all it is.
Let's go.
North America thinking they're the big dogs, thinking that they're the ones that are going to be winning this entire event. Oh, because you took down one of our teams. Two of our teams. That's all it is. There is nothing that you can do to stop me and Johnny from being here today.
No!
There is nothing you can do, Dazrin.
It's here.
No, I'm out.
What do you mean?
No.
Where are you going?
Toodles.
we got Johnny, we got Stumpy in the house. Bates, we're a little outnumbered now. Well, I guess it's even here.
They're even in the odds, but it won't be enough.
Look, production knew they were coming. They're putting their names up here on the screen, folks. Welcome to the desk. We got Stumpy, we got Johnny. Johnny boy,
Bates, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. I hope that was a quick flight. How'd you get over here so fast?
It's Johnny's private jet.
Time zones, you know. Time zones. We came from the future.
Johnny's jet is so good. It's the concave, right? Yeah.
It's like the mock jet or whatever it was. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Thank you. It's good to be here. It really is. I mean, we obviously didn't think we were going to be here. Now we're here. So, heard, it didn't go too well on day one for some teams.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if they give a fair
North America was
representation.
great, right?
Oh, no, North America was fine. And you think that you had all of the best plays. I don't think so. I don't think so by any means, in fact. I think we need to roll the EU highlights.
It won't be much.
There's so much.
No, Stumpy put this together.
That was a great highlight package.
Oh,
That was a great highlight
I
package.
told you it wouldn't be much.
Oh, wait.
Stumpy.
no, there is more. I promise you there's more.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, you made this morning, right?
Yeah, I made this.
This
This
is a
is
kickoff.
my edit.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good kickoff.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's everything.
I like
That
the first one better.
That
Yeah.
can't be everything, man.
That's
There's
everything.
no way that was it. That was
Johnny,
it all.
that's everything.
No.
That's all EU did well.
What?
I'm telling you, that kickoff, that kickoff was our piece. Okay?
My goodness.
I don't want T-Bates to be happy right now, but he
But
is.
unfortunately, I am.
Unfortunately, you are.
What a day. Okay. Well, we got some European representation on the desk. That's all that really matters here, folks. I'm excited for today. This is going to be a wild run. Let's walk through the 7-Eleven top plays from yesterday. Let's see if any European plays show up there that maybe Stumpy missed.
That kickoff better be in there.
Chat, you can vote with numbers 1 through 7 on which play you like best. We're going to start off with play number 1 here for our top 7 plays delivered by 7-Eleven. Number 1 going to be Beast Mode. This man popped off, Bates. I was excited.
Did he ever? Did he ever? He proved that he's arguably one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. Stumpy and Johnny, I know you're on that long jet flight. I don't know how good the Wi-Fi was. Hopefully you saw that play right there.
It was not great.
Off the backboard.
Okay, so that's another miss that then he had to recover for. Okay, so probably should have scored it first time from that angle. I think Jorius could have scored that, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's Beast Mode again.
Okay.
It's probably an accident. Probably didn't even mean that.
He was just rotating.
But look at the wall dismount. Look at that.
He was
He was just
rotating,
leaving. He scored by mistake.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Oh, what about this one? Was this a mistake?
Yeah.
Was that a mistake, Johnny?
That
I
was-
stopped left, bin, top bins.
Listen,
That looks like a mistake.
once is
doesn't
a
it?
fluke, twice is a coincidence, 3 times a pattern. Beast Mode here, 3 times in the final
Does
top
North
5.
America have another player out of interest apart from Beast Mode? Or is it just him now?
Don't worry.
I'll tell you, Team Secret looking good. Look at that pass.
Yeah,
to
don't
Sam.
underestimate Team Secret.
That was beautiful. Here's number 6. Hey, look
Here
at that.
we go.
Here we go,
That's
Stumpy.
what we want. And he doesn't miss. Look
Top
at that.
play.
Immediately
Top
It hits the
bins.
post. It hits
Where's
the
this
post.
on your
What are you
highlight
talking
package?
Huh?
Where's this in your highlight package? I didn't see
The
it.
kickoff was better.
about? Number 7. Oh, hey, how did we get this far to this without talking about Arsenal? Look at that. Ooh.
Crossbar.
Hey, he hit Monkey Hood hit push.
You got SK, one of the best ones players in the game. Appjack ain't gonna hand up in time either.
That was brilliant. Chat, use numbers 1 through 7 to vote on which play you liked best. Remember, we had Beast Mode, then we had First Killer, then we had Beast Mode, then we had Beast Mode, then we had Secret, then we had Monkey Moon, then we had Arsenal. Which do you guys have a favorite play? Was there one that stood out to you? Bates? Arsenal, the number 7 one?
Arsenal's number 7 because they needed that. Because they had the break, they took the lead. Dignitas came back, took the lead from them, and then Arsenal said, "Nah, we're not done yet. I'm gonna take the lead back over SK and Appjack." That's my best play.
Stakes there was definitely strong. I liked Beast Mode versus FaZe, that first clip from the top corner. No one expected. Calm went in to try and help the shot out, but it didn't actually need the help there. That one was brilliant. Do you have a favorite?
No, honestly, I think I would agree because the not just the goal itself, but I think the time that it happened does make that
and
the best
the pop-off afterwards. Like,
pop-off,
everything with
agree.
SSG has
Yeah,
been
Arsenal,
amazing.
yeah.
so
Let's
far.
see what chat thought. I think actually I'm supposed to tell you. It's a verbal thing here. It is number 7. It's Arsenal.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That
Good
one's
choice,
on me.
good choice.
Take a look at the play here again. It's
So
Arsenal. Brilliant stuff. And if you point out the stakes here, Bates, I think is a really important piece of context.
Right, exactly, because they were down 2-0 right here. If they don't score right here, Dignitas can easily score 4-3. Series is over. They need this goal right here. That really gave them that momentum. I believe this is the play where Arsenal went and screamed in the highlight package earlier. So that really put SSG over the line.
He let loose. He just went.
Brilliant plays there from them. Keep the votes coming on which ones are. Just tell us, let us know on Twitter and stuff which plays you enjoy most. T-Bates, we have a section here called Confessions, and I believe I'm just supposed to let a video roll. Let's take a look at the clip.
Oh, there we go. You want to know a secret? I really don't care about the NA versus EU debate. I just say that to generate conversation. My interest in that, on a scale of 1 to 10, is about a -50. I'm really not interested in the slightest. And I've really accepted a long time ago that BDS are the best team in the world.
What? What is this? Well, this is you just said that for the camera. You just said that for content, didn't you?
I don't know where the content begins and ends with you. Is that
Is that the content, or is this the content? What is the content with
What
T-Bates?
is the bluff? What?
That's for you to find out. I don't know. It's a T-Bates confession. Obviously, it's the truth, right?
How can you be never wrong if you contradict yourself? Which T-Bates is right? Which
This
one
is like
wrong?
a Jekyll Hyde situation.
Yeah.
Where like one of them is like hella into NA, and the other one's like, no, BDS are the best though, actually. It depends on what time of day you catch him at.
Well, I've got to be honest, I wasn't expecting that.
It's whichever one is the truth at the time. That's who he is. It's like, oh yeah, because he actually is never wrong.
That's right.
Oh, okay. You make reality.
That's smart.
That's right. Exactly. I got all that.
We've been bamboozled, folks. This has been pretty crazy stuff there. What a confession there.
Or
from
was it a
Bates.
lie, though? That's the question.
What is the lie? I don't know.
Was it a lie, though? That's what. I don't know. Y'all got to figure that out.
Well, let's show you the truth here. Let's show you what we have, what we do know about yesterday. Here's the stuff that happened yesterday. This is the group. I want to just like, what were the, especially from you, Johnny and Stumpy, like what biggest surprises from yesterday? Just looking at this list, things that you didn't expect to see.
I mean, for me, it is, and I don't want to talk down on them whatsoever, V1 being top of their group now after beating Queso. I had Queso top in that group 3-0. I thought they were going to do it. But V1, what I could watch of them after being on the flight, they blew me away. They looked like a team that can win this tournament. And the fact that they beat Queso 3-1, was it?
Yeah.
In the end?
Yeah.
Yes.
It didn't even go to 5. That is phenomenal. They were so much fun to watch. They've got that land boy potential of Com jumping up, shouting at the opposition that is just deadly.
I think that's the second biggest surprise of the day, though, and I agree with V1 to come with that schedule. You're playing FaZe and Queso to be 2-0. That's, I mean, not even the V1 fans, 100% of them are saying that they're definitely going to do this.
Hardest schedule of the day.
Everyone can acknowledge that is the toughest schedule of the day. It could have, on another day maybe it goes a different way. We'll have to wait and find out. But I think the biggest surprise is Furia over NRG, and they've kind of snuck that one in there because there was so much yelling with V1, so much Dignitas versus SSG. Was such a marquee matchup that Furia beating NRG kind of just slid through the cracks. And now we look at that group, Furia could win this. They couldn't just make it out top 2. They could actually win this group. They've got to beat Endpoint and Renegades or have a 3-way tie. But that to me has to be the biggest surprise of the day.
I think it's crazy you guys to point out, V1 on the top of Group A, though. Like, we did a prediction up here, the full NA desk. Half of us predicted Queso, the other half predicted FaZe. Nobody gave V1 a nod, despite the fact that V1 has won their group 2 out of the 3 times this split. V1 definitely strong in groups here. We didn't talk about Group C, though. Down there, it's fascinating. In Group C, you've got BDS and G2 at 2-0. You got Secret and Evil Geniuses at 0-2, which means one thing very clearly here. When Evil Geniuses play Team Secret, the loser goes home. They're done for the day. And G2 versus BDS, the winner will have the #1 seed. We'll get into the upper bracket. So let's make some. I want some predictions. I would love to hear your predictions on how that Group C goes. But if you have another prediction you want to make, just something off the cuff that isn't related to a team, I'm happy to hear that as well. Stumpy, we'll start with you.
Start with T-Bates. I'm trying to think of mine.
I'm sorry.
Any prediction at all? Any prediction?
I am brain fried.
Wait. Okay, so I want to hear which side of T-Bates we get here. BDS versus G2.
Oh, there's only one side. That's
Tyler Bates.
No, there's not, Johnny. We've established in the Tyler Bates cinematic universe that there are 2 versions of him.
No,
and one
is a setup. It's a setup.
One is confident that BDS is going to win.
No. one is confident that G2 was going to win. And let me tell you why, because did you see that boy Tommy yesterday? It was like, ooh, them boys are styling. You saw JNF in charge of Chicago, and like I always tried to tell, I told Johnny, G2 might be going all the way. Actually, it will be going all the way. It's not a might, it will happen. And this is where it starts right here. You got to be able to take out BDS, which means you got to play it, you got to ball out. And I mean, hey, I picked a team that nobody expected yesterday. What happened? What happened?
I don't know anymore.
Which one?
I don't know anymore.
Wait, who did you predict that no one else predicted yesterday?
Well, 3 people predicted on the desk. We picked SSG, and then the whole entire world, it felt like 95% of the world disagreed with us.
No, actually, I did go SSG on that one. I did go
He did.
SSG. I've got evidence. Check the YouTube
You want to know
channel.
something funny about that, too? Because we had extra on the desk, and he walked away, and he asked me before we did the predictions, Bates, who you going to pick? And I said, SSG. And he said, why?
He did.
And then he walked away.
It was the most earnest, like, why? Why would you
Like he expected so much better of me. I mean, hey, you just got to know, when Bates gives the prediction, just follow his lead.
I mean, okay. So I think so we see T-Bates going for G2. Are the rest of us saying BDS here?
I think it's by T-Bates' own logic, it's BDS. Because BDS are the best team in the world. By the way, I've chatted to Extra a little bit earlier, and like we were saying about who the best teams are, and I said, yeah, BDS are the best team in the competition. They're the 4 major winners, and he goes, no. I'm like. No, Extra,
he only thinks
it.
Worlds is what matters for him, and for BDS, the major, that's just a step on the way. We've won all the majors they've played, 3 in RLCS Season X, now 1 in this season. They have not lost a major, so
which is a terrifying mentality for the team that the era is named after now. So, but when it comes to G2, or when it comes to Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret, who do we think is going home?
Oh, that's tough, actually.
That is tough.
Team Secret were actually so impressive. I got to watch some of the games there versus G2, and they looked really good. I knew they were going to be tough, but that impressed me that they were able to go that close with G2, who are clearly playing well.
Yeah, they played a really solid day yesterday. Both of these teams, it's going to be really sad to see one of them go home, but it's tough for me. Actually, I believe I had Secret beating EG in my bracket, and then EG not even coming out. But the way EG looked, EG played the longest overtime ever at a LAN match yesterday, and they really went neck and neck with BDS all the way. It just takes, I just feel like they're lacking that moment, that player that really is going to define them and give them the extra little hump.
And EG won that, right? Like, EG won that overtime.
Oh, overtime, they did.
Yeah, they won.
They did.
Well, then lost the series just a moment later. It's a heartbreaker here. If you had to put a name down, Secret
if I have
for
to
EG.
put a name down for staying into the winner,
Yes.
I'd say EG. Just because I think I'd be annoyed if they didn't, considering how every team has said how they perform in scrims, how they're doing, how we want them to do after doing so well in Europe to get here. My heart, and I'm going with it, says EG.
EG? Are we going EG or Secret?
I'm going EG. They played well yesterday.
Yeah, I've got to go EG as well.
Come on, Secret, you can do this. You can make it happen. We'll represent both sides
really
here for a second, but
they can do it.
They absolutely can. They absolutely can. It's not. I'm just more interested to get you to say it there, folks. All right. So we've been talking about some of the fun stuff that's going to be happening on the pitch. Do they possibly do it in new vehicles soon? Let's check this out. Oh, baby. That one looks spicy. We got a few Lambos in, but this one's new.
That's so sick. That drift he does into the hype chamber is kind of impressive. That must have taken an expert driver to pull it out.
A little bit there for sure. Yeah. The Lamborghini is an official sponsor of the Winter Major. The Lamborghini Countach LPI 800-4 is a visionary car of the moment thanks to its revolutionary design and rule-breaking technology. Developed to celebrate the Countach's 50th anniversary, the legendary super sports car is coming to Rocket League. The Lamborghini Countach LPI 800-4 bundle will be available March 30th to April 5th. I'm excited to get one.
It looks awesome. It's such a nice design as well. It's got like that like kind of older style Lambo look, but then it's got the gorgeous like hype chamber around it with the lights. And
if you know the Countach, I feel like for a lot of people it's maybe hard to keep like Lambos apart from each other, but the Countach was that 80s, like the pinnacle of the 80s supercar there from Lambo. The ones you picture like Dr. Disrespect and stuff, I think has one. It's exactly that car. This is like in that same image celebrating that car 50 years later. So really excited. March 30th. Make sure you're checking that one out there, folks. It's coming out very, very soon here. I'm excited. Let's get into the match today. We got some crazy stuff coming up. Let's take a look at the schedule. This is the matches we have coming down the pipe. We've got BDS taking on G2 at the end of the day. A decider match of who is going to be in first out of that group. Queso going to take on FaZe Clan as well. Hopefully FaZe is rested up. But we got to start off the day with Dignitas looking for the rebound against KC Pioneers. The Pioneers got a bye yesterday. They didn't get to play yesterday, but here they will be on the main stage taking on Dignitas, Johnny.
This is a big opportunity. Dignitas looking shaky. I think Appjack in particular, a little bit more of a shaky performance from him, like the one we saw at the Fall Major when they were eliminated by Semper. Jack looked a bit dodgy. So this is an opportunity for Pioneers. These are, I think, the youngest team at the event. They've got absolutely nothing to lose because they cannot be eliminated today.
Right.
They will be going playoffs no matter what. So they just have to give it everything here, full aggression, and just make sure to keep those vibes positive. That seems to be the winning strategy.
Yeah, I think it's a chance as well, like you said, for Dignitas to prove themselves, where Jack yesterday, from what I could kind of catch, it was a bit, he fell flat quite often, where he was taking shots and you're thinking, Jack would score that. You look at him online, Jack does score that. I don't know what the issue is. I don't know if it's just because land setup, all that stuff, it really can get to players. He was also playing against a popping off SSG and just being screamed at, which I don't think anybody could concentrate on buttering bread, let alone playing Rocket League at that point. That's unbelievable. So I think playing against a team that aren't theoretically going to be shouting at them is going to be really big.
What if they do, though? What if they bring out the volume? Do you think Pioneers have got that?
You know, it's clearly working right now. And this is the crazy part is the KC Pioneers are still the greatest unknown factor of this LAN. Let's meet them for the first time.
Being in the major, obviously it's the first time for me and my teammates at LAN, so just a really good feeling to be here with the best players in the world. We hope we can get some upsets and hopefully just learn a lot and use it as a good learning experience for all of us.
Well, it's interesting because it's a lot more of that mechanical pop-off where Banana Head is going to set up Scrub nicely, speaking of mechanical pop-offs.
Other teams probably should be a bit scared of us because we can bump, and OC is brought up from a very fast region of idiots, so they won't know how to play against us. Being the youngest team here doesn't feel like crazy because I've obviously seen younger people walking around, but it's still like cool to know that, you know, I've watched some of these players since I was like 13 or something, and now I'm here with them, and hopefully I can actually show them I can play the game.
It's the goals most of the time, honestly, it feels like. So.
Oh, super lucky! What a dunk!
Hopefully it's time for the veterans to step aside for us, but who knows, they've got heaps of experience and they might be putting us back in their place, or they might be stepping off. Alright, this is Banana Head, and I play Scrub and Super Lucky from Pioneers. Peace out.
Did you say a super fast region of idiots?
That is the best summation of OCE I've ever heard in my life.
That's amazing. Banana Head, what a personality. That's a lot of personality for someone who we're seeing at the LAN for the first time.
Youngest team as well.
Yeah.
Man, he's putting some of the veterans to shame. We need to take interview lessons off this guy.
Facts.
But this is such an opportunity for Pioneers. They have got a Dignitas as their opening match, and Dignitas coming off a loss. It couldn't have gone any better for them. This group is perfect for the Pioneers. It's the best chance that they're going to get. Not only to, well, obviously they're making out the group, but they can go for a tiebreaker versus SSG for winning the group later on today if they can upset Dig here.
Right, and it'll be tell me what a story would be if Scrub beats Scrub Killer.
Yeah, he's going up against the killer.
It's
right?
so David versus Goliath in every way.
It's David versus David Killer. Like, it's slightly worse than Goliath there. But
oh no.
The Pioneers here getting ready. Again, first time playing on the stage. How does the LAN environment affect them? That is the big question mark we have around this team. On the other side of the spectrum, though, or the room, I guess. I'm going to call the room a spectrum here. Didn't mean that to sound any way here. We got the Scrub Killer himself, who we have seen play on this stage, and they left me with some question marks.
There were, so it was a bag full of question marks, and you reach your hand in and you find various players missing a net or a save or something like that, where I think when you look at Dig, you have to then consider how they see themselves in this tournament. Do they see themselves as the one that's going to win? Are they up there with #1? Or are they thinking, we got top 8 before, that's good, but maybe that's where we should be residing? Because we look at all these players, Bates, and I mean, in Europe, these are
the top dogs.
No, in my opinion, I've always said it going into this split. And when FaZe picked up Typical, I found that to be the most talented team mechanically in NA. Dignitas, I still believe that. I believe that since the beginning of the season. And I think they just have to come in a little more composed, have a little more fun with it. I think they put a lot of pressure upon themselves in order to be this top 4 team. When in reality, you just gotta ball out and it'll come to fruition.
It's an interesting one. They've got Jack in the middle there. And,
I know.
You know, it's no secret. It's obvious that Jack is the one who's been struggling with LANs in the Fall Major and now as well in the Winter Major. I wonder if it's maybe time to throw Scrub in the middle. He's the one with experience. I've always wondered, why do they not just have Scrub in the middle? He's the oldest. He's got the experience. Jack is their leader and he's their strategist. But you know, he's a much more calm guy.
But for hype and for I don't know, Scrub's impenetrable mental there. We'll see. Maybe they make an adjustment in the future, but it will be Jack in the middle for now. Let's take a look at the Verizon fan vote. Chat, get your votes out of who you want to take this down. Hashtag KCP, hashtag DIG for your support. I don't know which way to go on this because I was very torn on Dignitas versus
that's
SSG.
just crazy. I'm usually with you, but this is a no-brainer.
This is a no-brainer?
This
Where
is
are
a
you going?
no-brainer. Dignitas. All day, every day. They better show up Scrub. I better see the hype. You got to gas up Jack, and Jack will perform this series.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think that's something worth mentioning is Scrub in the middle maybe is a great idea for them. But for right now, they don't have that. They need Jack to step up, and I think he absolutely has to. He's a competitor at heart. He has been competing, as we said, countless times throughout his life. He is a sportsman. He knows his situation. Dignitas for me, Jack has to step up.
That's right.
I think you got to go Dignitas wave. I think you got to because.
Did you guys not see the upsets yesterday?
Well, they look vulnerable, but I don't think they look that vulnerable. It's still Dignitas. There's still, I think, a mechanical difference between these teams, and OCE historically has struggled against Europe. I think Renegades over Endpoint was the first time that there was ever a win. I don't think it's happening again.
Come on, Wave.
At the risk of
Wave. Come on, Wave.
At the risk of cursing them, I will go Dignitas.
There
we go. Dignitas there. Oh my goodness, I might regret that. We'll see what happens here. It's been a wild first day and a half at this point. We haven't even gotten to the beginning of day 2. What did the chat think? Let's take a look at the Verizon fan vote here. 74% favoring Dignitas. Makes sense there. We are ready, though, to start off the matches for day 2 of the Winter Major, coming to you live from Los Angeles. All these players looking to make it to YouTube Theater to play in front of a crowd for the first time in 2 years. On the blue side, we've got the KC Pioneers playing their first match of the day. On the orange, we'll have Dignitas. Let's head to the Verizon Skybox. We've got Mr. Subi and Isaac App.
And the Pioneers making their LAN debut, going up against Dignitas. Still searching for their first win of the week. Can they do it? It looks heavily favored in their side, but the odds were in their favor yesterday, and they didn't perform.
Ooh, it's because they had one player on the other side, Subi, and that man was Arsenal. That dude, I believe SSG had 22 demos in that series alone against Dignitas. They're not going to have to deal with a problem like that unless somebody can step up from the Pioneers. Who is it going to be? You've got Banana Head, a lot of stats behind him, coming in as the offensive powerhouse for Pioneers. Somebody's got to make that move forward, Subi.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be all eyes on Scrub, especially going up against Scrub Killa. And already,
classic.
Pioneers getting right to work on offense. A shot on target, and Super Lucky puts the first one on the board for Pioneers.
Super Lucky, I was wanting to step up from any player, and it's Banana Head with the pass off the backboard. This is why he was the #1 in assists on his team, being the backbone, setting up his teammate. And that's how you start out a game.
Sure, I'm impressed with that transition right there, breaking right out of defense immediately into offense and turning that opportunity into a goal. And Super Lucky has a flip, gets it over Jack, and bang, bang play for Pioneers.
The Pioneers, they're ready 20 seconds in, and we've got 2 goals. Scrub Killa cheating on the kickoff, can't get a touch, left apparently Jack in a 1v1 scenario, and Super Lucky, 2 for 2, baby.
And it might be a little too early to sound the alarms for Dignitas.
Oh man, but that's a tough start. I mean, think about yesterday, how devastating it was. All you want to do is get back on the stage, redeem yourself. In the first 20 seconds, you're already down by 2 goals.
I mean, they got to get to work, and they need to get to work now. It is going to do wonders for their emotions if they can get a goal in the next minute, minute and a half, and you basically just take that deficit out of your head as Jack misses that ball through the corner, and Banana Head trying to get this ball forward. Leaves it for Scrub, and Scrub going to pop that one all the way downfield. Beats Jorius for that ball, and Super Lucky very smartly waits for that challenge by Jorius. Respects the Transition play, just like that, it's going to happen, and Dignitas put themselves up.
And there it is, the composure that was lacking yesterday in the final 3 games. This is how they started out, with passing midfield. Apparently Jack finding Jorius down on the left side, a quick 1-2 pass. You've got a wide open net on the right side, and it's a simple play from Dig, but a very, very much needed one.
Yeah, and I really thought that was the right call there from Super Lucky, waiting for that initial touch, coming down with the ground pinch, but it didn't matter. Put yourselves in a 2v1 against Jorius and Abjack. Good luck as Abjack looking for the clear. Doesn't use that flip, passes that ball forward, but just out of arm's reach from Scrubkilla. And Banana Head trying to get this ball out. Can't do it. The infield passes are live and wake for Dignitas, but not finding their mark on that one.
That seems to be the main play and strategy for Dignitas. Quick passes down on the opposite sides of the pitch. Passes working out. Maybe something else from Super Lucky. He's 2 for 2, looking good in the first game, but Jorius, he's got space. The 1v1 player doesn't connect on the 50-50. And Dignitas, I want to reiterate, and before I do that, we've got Scrubkilla to tie things up.
Right over Scrub as well. Scrubkilla goes up and deletes Scrub from the play. Doesn't really matter after that, as Dignitas tied the game up. It didn't take too long either, just a minute later.
And what a pass from Jorius to get that pinch off the sidewall. Normally players in that situation will go for the shot to try and put it on the net, but instead that one just bounced right off the ceiling. Very creative stuff from Dignitas, and they're still mounting that offense.
Yeah, expect to see that early and often from Dignitas.
Yep.
Definitely team passing plays. This Scrub can't catch up to that one. It's just a nice hard shot from Abjack.
At this point, it looks like Dig, the speed, overwhelming for everyone on Pioneers. Banana Head, he's going up for the shot, doesn't even connect. Maybe wanted a bump because he knew he was going to be too late. Can't get that. And we've just got a nice follow-up from apparently Jack. Dignitas, a quick turnaround after an abysmal start.
Uh-oh, and Banana Head misses that one.
Another one?
Nice challenge there from Scrub. Didn't give the time and space on that play to allow for a 1v1 scenario to develop, and Scrubkilla up in the sky, goes over one and under the other, but Super Lucky able to deny on that goal line.
And after those first 20 seconds, Subi, Pioneers struggling to get out of their half. I mean, we've seen clears go forward, but if you got fakes coming out from Scrubkilla, it's going to be hard to keep the pressure.
Yeah, we know that they can bring the offense, and so far we haven't seen them bring the defense, and that's where they're going to need to find success, and that was a great demo, but apparently Jack smartly puts it into the side as Scrub can't quite keep up to that one, and Super Lucky going to put the pressure on, and Banana Head smartly challenges that ball. 1v1 scenario, Super Lucky up, and Jorius gets up as well to put that ball up off the crossbar, but still not out of harm's way.
Here we go, Super Lucky.
Pioneers puts that one up, and no way! The save comes out from apparently Jack, and Dignitas still holding on.
Jack, what a touch to keep them alive. Pioneers, they've got this ball stuck in the offensive half. And you're asking, what is it going to take to break down the defense? In the first 20 seconds, it seemed to be so easy and simple for the Pioneers, but Dignitas, a complete 180 on that back line.
I mean, they had to hold that down for a while, and I think the most surprising part of that, Turtle, was the fact that they were able to maintain boost throughout that entire onslaught that Pioneers was bringing forward.
Right.
Scrub coming forward, gets it past it inside post, and good. Pioneers tie it up in game one.
Scrub, such a smart play. Look at the awareness. Not only do we have the 50-50 from Super Lucky, but then the first touch from Scrub to get around all the players on Dignitas. I love the awareness on that, knowing he has space and going for a solo play. I think that's the second attempt now from a dribble out of the Pioneers. Super Lucky, he's been going for flicks, and now Scrub gets a piece of it. And Banana Head, the one player we haven't been bringing up, starts to show his true colors.
And he goes up and just flexes on Scrubkilla on the goal line. And Pioneers, 5 seconds later, put themselves up 1 in the series.
Man, the challenge game, the 1v1 department, Pioneers up against Dignitas. What is happening? It's a roller coaster of emotions. You think Dig, they've buried themselves out of it, and now Pioneers are back in the game, up 1 goal, 1 minute and 8 seconds left, all off of 1v1 plays.
And I'll tell you, Turtle, for this being a game 1 and LAN debut for all of these rookies, you could have fooled me. I still don't believe that these guys are rookies.
Yeah.
They are playing like veterans out there as Scrubkilla gets the ball on top of the box, and Super Locky pushes this back down the field into the corner. He has Banana Head available behind him, and he is going to clean that one up as Scrub going to just patiently wait for Abjack's clear, and good patience. Goes over one, has the double tap, and goes far post, but narrowly avoids the shot as that ball can't find its mark.
Scrub, 38 boost. He got bumped off the backboard, almost recovered in time. But the crossbar, the MVP for Dig so far.
And final 20 seconds coming up here. Dignitas have the ball in the right half of play, but the ball gets all the way down to Dignitas's half. And they're going to have to march the full length of the field if they want to tie this one up. As Jorias pops it up. Here comes Abjack, going to leave it for Scrubkilla. Scrubkilla gets beaten out by Scrub, and Jorias puts it back over to Abjack. And Abjack can't do much with that. Ball goes all the way back down to Dignitas' half, and Jorias smartly puts it up to Scrubkilla. Scrubkilla up, and Abjack looking for a double tap, can't quite find it. And the shot comes on, Demo's there, but Scrub puts it into the ground, and Pioneers take game number 1.
Oh, what on earth has happened to Dignitas? They started off horribly, and you think it's just first game jitters, maybe nerves. They pick it back up, start dominating on the field, and then it gets reversed again for the Pioneers. And it's from solo plays. The last thing you'd expect, you've got Dignitas, Jorias, apparently Jack, Scrubkilla, notable 1v1 players who are losing in the 50-50 departments and not able to challenge on those 1v1 flicks.
As we take a look at the Mobile 1 high-performance replays, a lot of speed present on the field, and Banana Head with that 50. Wow. All of them getting hype, fist bumps all around. And I'll tell you, I think the major difference in that game there was the demos. We saw almost none, and I think it was none from Dignitas, and super heavy in favor of the Pioneers.
Well, it's super weird to see Dignitas not going for demos, not getting aggressive, and I think T-Bait said it himself. You need to loosen up on the field, and demos, that strategy only comes out when you're feeling comfortable. So if you're not seeing any demos, that's how you know Dignitas, they aren't happy on the stage. They can't find their rhythm, and you know, speaking about demos for Dignitas coming in here in the winter split, they demoed the most as a team on average. So to see them not even get 1 or 2, that's bizarre.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed with the Pioneers representing OCE so well in that game number 1 and coming out. And you heard Banana Head talking about it. The speed is something that makes them different, and they were playing mighty speedy in game number 1 as game 2 underway, and already Dignitas off to a better start as the ball immediately in the Pioneers' half, and more importantly, haven't let them score just yet.
But they still got to win on that challenge game. Going for the midfield pass to Abjack. He connects on it, but it's saved, and then Banana Head, gets the follow-up. The defense, I'm so impressed with the Pioneers. They're able to win these challenges and get in front of star strikers like Jorias and deny him.
On Scrub, losing a lot of boost there as Scrubkilla puts it over to the side, and Pioneers looking to get to work here in game number 2. First offensive surge we've seen from them. Flip reset over 1, a dunk on the goal line, but apparently Jack getting the better of the 50-50 in that situation as Banana Head goes up, gets the double, and Scrubkilla denies, and Pioneers. I was not expecting to see the mechanics play this well against one of the best European teams. We've seen it in OCE. Yes, they look so good, but normally that play doesn't transition over to other regions. Right now, it definitely is. The ball on the goal line, Banana Head turns it away, and Scrubkilla in between 2 to put Dignitas up 1.
And Subi, you were talking about mechanics for Pioneers, but there's some mechanics from Jorias on the side of Dignitas. Gets the flip reset and a better 50-50 to force it into the midfield. This is the Dignitas that we know and love and have come to appreciate. But will it last? How consistent can they stay on defense?
Yeah, I think Dignitas really just need to settle down. Obviously, yesterday, very demoralizing to get reverse swept, especially against a team like SSG, who is just barking in your ear all game long. And Dignitas realize the implications if they drop this series to the Pioneers. It would just be disaster to put themselves so far down in that lower bracket. Oh my goodness! Oh, he gets the demo, pushes the ball through, and we were talking about mechanics.
Oh my
How about this?
The midair snipe taking him out. If you can't get the follow-up on the ball, it's an even better play just to take out the goalkeeper.
Oh, I love to see it. Demos everywhere. Doesn't matter where you are. If you're on Dignitas, you're not safe. Even the coach needs to look out back there. They are just looking to remove everyone from this pitch.
And I'm wondering, Subi, did the Pioneers watch that Space Station Gaming series against Dignitas and know that the momentum started with those demos? Arsenal, Reynolds, Daniel, getting so aggressive. 22 demos in total in that series for SSG, and now Pioneers are starting to get a piece of it themselves.
Well, one thing that I know for sure, and I think you can attest to it, is you get demoed once, okay, no problem, part of the game, but
is that in?
That's just in. All the way downfield, great clear. He recognizes where the defense is, sees Appjack rotating late, and Jorius went for side boost and can't catch up.
And I'm looking at the communication for Dignitas. If we are aware of every player is, Jorius was going in for a midfield pass that Appjack didn't go for until far too late. That made Jorius rotate all the way back to the midfield boost. Couldn't get possession, and now he's missing a shot off the kickoff. What is happening for Dignitas?
That's just a poor attempt right there. You have to have those. Those opportunities aren't going to present themselves. Nice dump off pass, and they make it up. Dignitas tie it back.
Even if the defense starts to get sloppy, as long as that offense can keep putting in shots and keep securing some goals, you've got a chance. And they have been stuck in this half the entire game. We talked a lot about Pioneers. Dignitas are holding so much pressure.
But Pioneers doing such a great job of taking advantage of every single opportunity that they're given.
Right.
And they realize, hey, we might not be on offense a ton in this series, so we've got to make it count. As Scrub puts this ball down, doesn't get a challenge on Appjack, and Appjack rotating through, looking for bodies, doesn't find any, as Banana Head given so much space, and that one is questionable. Dignitas really spreading the field there, and maybe they're just confident in their abilities to really run the field.
Oh my goodness, off the crossbar again.
The crossbar is his bane of existence right now.
And for Dignitas, they're getting comfortable. The Pioneers, well, it's worked in game one, being a bit more passive, being able to hold it down on defense. You're giving more time for Dignitas to get comfortable, get warmed up, find their rhythm on offense, which is the last thing you want to do. Don't give them any space. Here's Jorius off the sidewall. He's going to pinch to the back for Scrub Killer, and we'll see if they can start a counterattack.
Oh, I love the team passing plays we're seeing from Dignitas, but again, accuracy being slightly an issue. That one far post, and Jorius cleans up for Dignitas.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. You're giving Dignitas all this possession, so many shots, back to back to back, and eventually one is going to fall in. Dignitas, they are getting in that rhythm. While it's sloppy, they're finding it.
It doesn't matter if you miss a few, as long as you keep that ball in the offensive half, and eventually you're able to clean up those rebounds as Jory is up off the ceiling. That one a little too far forward. Super Lucky trying to challenge that ball. Does get a piece. Scrub Killer coming in. Banana Head turns this ball away and slowing things down. Smart play from him. Dribbles around Jorius, and good 50-50 to keep things alive, but they just cannot get any offense started right now. And look at that pass to the top of the box. No one home for Dig.
And with this defensive playstyle, Subi, the Pioneers, they need to focus and put all their energy into the counterattacks. That's where the bread and butter is. That's how they can take down this Dignitas roster.
I agree.
You think back to that early shot from their own half that just went into a wide open net. But I don't know how often that's going to happen if Dignitas are getting more and more comfortable. Here's Scrub. What's the counterattack going to look like? It's just given right to apparently Jack, who's then getting a demo from Jorius, and they're keeping the pressure on. Scrub Killer getting aggressive as the third man, and Pioneers finally get that breakout.
Yeah, that was a dangerous play there. As Banana Head turned away by Jorius. Where's the follow-up? Super Lucky waiting. Didn't have a ton of boost, has to rotate back towards defense. Banana Head trying to just pre-flip into that ball, gets a piece of it,
10
and
seconds.
less than 10 seconds to go. Scrub that ball centered perfectly, and Super Lucky gonna have time and space to come off of the wall, off of the ceiling, and Scrub Killer smartly goes up, sends the ball back down, and Dignitas tie this series back up.
And very routine plays from them, getting more involved on offense, finding some demos on the rotations back. We saw them get aggressive. And just again, I want to reiterate, that's a sign that they're getting comfortable. That's what you want. If you're a Dignitas fan, the more comfortable they can get on the defensive line, the better. And for Dignitas, they were struggling so much yesterday against Space Station Gaming. And for Pioneers, I don't think this is the right strategy. You're giving too much space to Dig. They are going to find a way to break it down, and they're just getting more minutes on offense, which is not what you want to give.
Yeah, and taking another look at the Mobile One high-performance replays. You saw that ball rattle off the post, and we've seen a few of those so far where the ball just so close to going in for Dig. And I agree with you, Turtle. The more times you give them opportunities to shoot, the smaller and smaller those windows get, and they're just going to start sniping the upper 90. They're going to be hitting their mark time and time again. But right now, Dignitas trying to rally back and take this series, and how interesting would it be if Pioneers do end up taking this series? But this is where it all starts. Game 3, so important.
Pioneers, this is their first series of the tournament. Dignitas, they lost yesterday against Space Station Gaming. If they want to have a chance at that #1 seed to get an extra life in the playoff bracket, they have to win this series. So important to have that extra life, Subi. Oh, the 50.
And Scrub Killa with the nice save positions himself so smartly on the goal line, directly center line, so that way if that shot goes nice and hard to the close post, he's able to get there as Jorius gets 2 demos. Goal is open, and apparently Jack just hammers it home.
And there's no doubt in my mind as to why there was some hesitation here from the defender. You can see Banana Head rotating back. He didn't want to go up right away. He would have owned goal it if he crashed the net. 2 players taken out. His teammates nowhere to be found. Dignitas start out on the right foot.
Wasting no time in game number 3. Want to put themselves on match point, but still plenty of time here, and they've got to hold Pioneers at bay, and most importantly, not get ahead of themselves, because that's where we've seen Pioneers find success, is the long clears and finding Dignitas at a man disadvantage as Abjack gets in the way of that. Scrub trying to fake out Scrub Killa, and Banana Head completely misses on the ball. I'm not sure if he was faking or was trying to get that soft touch to put it towards the post.
I think he might have been going for a backboard read, something to go off of that post even, instead of that third man. An important play from Pioneers, and they are still winning a lot of challenges, Subi. 50-50 game still has been strong from Pioneers, but I've noticed they don't have the same level of support following them up from the teammates. Somebody needs to get that follow-up and continue on with the offense. It's very flat from the Pioneers.
I agree. I think their second man needs to be just a little closer on the offensive push, because like you were saying earlier, Dignitas just given so much time and space, and they almost immediately stifle their own offensive push by playing so spread out. But Scrub gonna slow things down, go up in the air, challenge Scrub Killa. That ball's close, but a little too far off.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. He went up a solo play, won the 50-50, but nowhere to be found was a second man in rotation to follow it up.
Yeah, eventually, almost own goal there from Jorius.
What is going on?
Got to flick this one, and if you don't know what you're doing, certainly your opponents don't either. As Dignitas trying to get the offense going yet again. That shot's on target, and Super Locky turns it away. And yeah, Turtle, I'd really like to see Pioneers eventually just say, okay, we're in this, yes, first land. We don't want to make any big mistakes, but you've got to start going all in at some point. And I think they could find some success because, like you said, they are winning those challenges up early. Super Locky goes up, can't find the double, and Banana Head there for the cleanup, but again, the offense just kind of stalls.
But that's the foundation we wanted. Really early challenge from Banana Head. And while the shot was not accurate, the positioning was spot on. Here comes another challenge win from Super Locky off the backboard. Jorius is there. He's going to take his time. A slow first touch. Wins the 50-50. A huge one for Dig, and that's going to relieve pressure.
Tons of pressure and allow them to reboost up. All 3 members have a lot in the tank to work with on this offensive surge as Jorius sees apparently Jack. Apparently Jack kind of fakes out Scrub, gets by 1, and uses that nice little flip into the corner. Is Scrub searching for demos? It opens up, but look at that. Scrub Killa spawning the perfect time, perfect place to hold down the back line for Dig.
And here he is again on offense. Almost got the double tap. Could have followed it up. Didn't get the connection, and we're down the other way.
A nice pinch in the corner from Jorius. Going to push things up as still Pioneers. Not a lot of offense present here in game number 3. Great 50-50 there from Scrub Killa. Can't quite get that double tap. You saw the great defense from Banana Head, but it left the goal line wide open, and Dignitas starting to pick apart the Pioneers.
Yeah, and look at these consecutive touches there from Abjack, forcing a 50-50. Banana Head had to go for a clear off the right side, and the speed from Jorius to win out on the challenge left the net wide open on that bottom left spot. They have found the rhythm. They're getting comfortable. spent so many minutes on offense, and they know exactly how they want to fight against that defensive Pioneers.
Yeah, Jory is just coming in from who knows where to get the challenge on that one. Gets it over 2, but Scrubkill a little misplaced on that one. Scrub gonna pass it over to Banana Head, the 50-50. Oh my goodness, how does that go in?
Stubby, I don't want to call it luck. I don't know what else this is. I believe it bounced off Abject. Whether he saved his flip, I think Banana Head. You madman.
Oh, Scrub giving a little extra push as well on that, and we'll call that one the banana split as Pioneers.
You did not just go there. Not the banana split, Super.
With a cherry on top, baby, but still looking to tie this game up. Less than a minute to go, Scrubkilla.
I think he saved his flip too, Banana Head. The timing on that.
You know, we might get to see that one.
Unbelievable.
On the top plays
Hopefully.
tomorrow, and we'll get to break it down some more as Pioneers, 40 seconds remaining, starting to pepper the net. That is a great save and clear as Super Lucky comes off the side wall. Can't quite find the flip reset there. Banana Head gets the demo. Shots up off the crossbar, but Jorias turns that one away in less than 30 seconds to go. Pioneers heating up, but a big clear downfield from Scrubkilla.
Oh, that was huge. Needed to relieve all that pressure. They were getting demoed. So much aggression from Pioneers. And with 20 seconds left, they're only within 1. They're heating up, and things are going their way, but not if you're losing challenges in your own end.
Less than 10 seconds to go. That clear downfield, but Abjack gonna push it up, and Scrubkilla deletes Scrub from the pitch as Banana Head has to keep this ball up. Abjack gladly gonna hit that one down, but Super Lucky waiting there, gonna pop it up, and Scrubkilla up, puts it to the side wall. Abjack gets 50 to midfield as Jory is so fast, beating out the last player for Pioneers, and this ball Scrub keeps it alive.
Scrubkilla
gives Pioneers a chance, but Dignitas hold on in game 3 and put themselves on series point.
After what happened yesterday, Scrubkilla, I don't think you should be pushing your luck right now. That was so scary to keep that one up in the final moments with all that pressure. But I guess not. He's calm, cool, collected. That's why he's the Scrubkilla, okay? There's one Scrub. That's why he's the Scrubkilla. But all in all, Dignitas, they've gotten their footing. They found it. That's really all it is. With all the time they spend in the offensive half, they're getting demos, which we talked about earlier, which they've been doing all winter split long in their own region. So to see them find that play style, lock in, and really do some damage.
That was insane. That goal from Banana Head. I don't know. We're going to have to break that one down later because it was impressive. But Dignitas, so close to getting their first series win here in the Winter Major. They can taste it. They know it's on the horizon. But I'll tell you, I really think they find so much success when Scrubkilla is willing to play that third man and just let Abjack and Jorias just go forward, take the leashes off, and do their thing.
Right. And it's hard and difficult for a player like Scrubkilla to sit back and watch because obviously we know he's got the 1v1 skills. He's got so many mechanics. When you look at Scrubkilla, he's going to be doing damage in every side of the field, in every part of it. So it doesn't matter where he is, he can do literally anything. So for him to sit back, that's a tough pill to swallow.
I mean, it must feel so good having that many skills in your bag of tricks to just say, you know what?
It's also a double-edged sword, though.
It is, because it gives you the confidence saying, I can do it all, and okay, if we're not succeeding, let me try and do it, and you can put yourself out of position. But thankfully right now, seems like they're all on the same page. Seems like communication not being an issue for Dignitas. We haven't seen any double commits. We haven't seen any misplays. We have seen a few missed positions which have led to goals that Dignitas absolutely needs to clean up. But right now it's working for them, and that's what's most important.
And Pioneers, I have faith in them coming into this next game because of what that last minute or two looked like for them. The beginning, very flat, couldn't get anything on offense. They were struggling to win the 50-50s, transitions not working out, but they started to pick things up with the speed, being much smarter and creative whenever they move on offense. They were getting demos on the third man, oftentimes taking the midfield boost, I noticed as well. We need to see more of that. You can't start out so slow because it's been Dignitas in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it's always a good sign if you see Scrubkilla smiling, feeling relaxed, feeling comfortable. Oh, he is absolutely ready.
Maybe they're roasting him about keeping the ball up in the last few seconds.
I mean, I would.
Yeah. How could you not? This has been scary, man. These players, destined for greatness if they're comfortable right now on this stage. All the pressure on the line, especially for Pioneers as we get into game number 4. Dignitas on match point.
Pioneers with their backs pressed up against the wall need to get 2 wins in a row rather to take the series as Banana Head going to push this ball forward, and Scrubkilla gets denied by Super Lucky, and that's an open net.
Open.
And Banana Head going to strike first for Pioneers.
And this is what I was asking for at Pioneers. Keep up with that speed at the beginning. A double commit from Abjack and Scrubkilla. Jory is left alone in that third man rotation. Slower as usual and can't get the follow-up. That's a similar play to what we saw earlier, Subi.
Yeah, I feel like that one's my fault. The moment I brought up no double commits, they go out and do it. It's Scrubkilla, 50-50 neutral for both teams as Super Lucky coming in to clean things up, and Banana Head lets that one sky high, and Scrub gonna put it back into the corner. Gets deleted by Scrubkilla, living up to his name. And Dignitas looking to find success here, get their first series win, and find a victory finally against Team Queso. Regional 1, 2, 3. There we go. Ties up the game, and we'll get back to that point later.
And you can see the speed from Jorius. Wasn't that third man spot. Scrubkilla making Scrub work for it. The 1v1 in the air between the two Scrubs. And Jorius is here to punish.
Yeah, it's really confusing on my notepad when I have Scrub on both sides of it scoring goals. Just doing everything for both teams. But Dignitas allowed an easy goal early on here in game number 4. Not gonna allow that lead to grow and grow.
But they've been bouncing back really quickly. Oh, what a pass across and Super Lucky. He answers.
So beautiful infield pass here from Scrub, recognizing the goal line was a line.
Oh my.
And Super Lucky just going over both defenders. Pioneers looking so strong when they do eventually get on offense.
And the positioning from Super Lucky is aggressive. Exactly what Pioneers needed earlier on. Make sure you're backing up that strong, aggressive player, supporting him with your positioning. Super Lucky, he was right in front of the net, and another shot off the sidewall. Would have been great to see it back-to-back for the Pioneers as we look to maybe get into Game 5.
Yeah, Scrub, nice challenge there in midair, and like we were talking about before, Turtle, Dignitas finding a lot of success. No way. Yes, no way. He goes far post and then somehow hits it back towards the center of the net.
These diagonal passes for Dignitas. He's staying on the side. He wins the challenge and still recovers to get the follow-up. That was nasty from Abjack.
Dignitas looking in true form now, but they just keep allowing the easy ones to go in just like that. Off of the kickoff, Pioneers get it back.
How are you going to cast or curse him? Off the kickoff, a super easy goal indeed. Banana Head, all the space given to him. Scrubkilla, he went for the boost, couldn't get it back in time. The rotation slightly slow, and now we've got Pioneers back in the lead.
Very interesting. I know when I'm watching high-level teams play, there's always someone cheating up, but I am a fan of when you're cheating up, you're still... Oh, you almost got that one in. I'm a fan of that second player not rushing past the ball immediately, but just being there just in case there's that neutral 50 is. Super Lucky forced into a save there, and Scrubkilla cleaning things up, gets the demo on the goal line and cleans it up himself. Again, Dignitas tie us up in game 4.
And we found ourselves in a little bit of a pattern. Pioneers, they bounce back, get the lead. Dignitas can easily recover too with a demo of their own. They had to work for it a little bit more than I'd say Pioneers on that previous goal, but nonetheless, we're tied up.
Yeah, it seems like Dignitas starting to score with ease here in game number 4 and allowing the easy ones in as Scrub looking for Scrubkilla. Banana Head gets that ball popped up as Jory is forced into an awkward save, and that ball not finding its mark, and Scrubkilla saving the goal line there as Pioneers rushing back on defense. And Super Lucky just slides that ball.
Joyce is up,
and he's off the ceiling, gets the flip, gets the shot, and puts it upper 90 and in.
Jorius, how are you gonna do this to them? They've got a defense they need to take care of, man. You can't be hitting this shot off the ceiling.
You could see him setting it up. You could see the mechanics start to flaunt, and he puts that ball perfectly in its home. And Dignitas up 1, but still somehow 7 goals later, we still have a whole half of Rocket League to play.
What is this game? It's a shootout. It's a sloppy shootout, and I'm all here for it.
Absolutely. Let's get the clips going. I am ready. As Banana Head going up, looking for a double of himself, and can't quite get there as the crossbar denies, and Scrub put into an awkward situation, 2v1, waiting for his teammates to get back, and they do so indeed as Banana Head double commits on that play, and Scrubkilla slowing things down. Abjack looking for a double, and oh my goodness, Dignitas on fire.
They're in free play. They're in free play, Subi. They're given so much space, winning one challenge, the first touch over Banana Head, and then Abjack, routine play to follow it up. 2 goals now. They've got security, and if it goes along the same pattern, they might give away a kickoff goal, but at least they have that extra one.
I mean, they had the opportunity there.
Yeah,
if Scrub hits that on target, I think that's a goal. But either way, Dignitas giving themselves a very nice buffer here in game number 4. Now all they have to do is hold on for 2+ minutes as Jorius puts this ball into the corner. Going to go up off the ceiling yet again and carry the ball all the way downfield. And again, Turtle, I'm just going to agree with you on the fact that Pioneers are giving Dignitas so much time and space, and I don't understand why.
It's weird because sometimes they'll immediately swap that playstyle and get super aggressive. Maybe they're in comms, hyping each other up. They need more energy because they have the potential. It's all there, but it's so inconsistent. Here's Jorius off the backboard. Oh my goodness, he's trying to get as many clips as he can. And for Dignitas, the key here is to not get over extensive with your rotation. Make sure you don't get too hungry for those clips. You don't want to over rotate. And when you're hitting shots like that from Jorius off the ceiling, Abjack's getting double taps. There's so much space in the midfield for him to also get a pass in the midfield. Lost the 50-50 against Scrub, but Scrub Killa is in the backfield. Under a minute left. Just hold on for Dignitas, and you've got a chance at that #1 seed.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of help from the Pioneers, who they are playing right now, as they would have to take down SSG. Going to be a tough task. But I'll tell you, the Pioneers, I think, have exceeded my expectations for sure.
Absolutely.
I thought they were going to come out and Scrub Killa coming out, getting a goal here in game number 4. But with that being said, Pioneers have looked very, very fast today, and at times they have just looked unstoppable.
They've got the pieces that they need. It's just how do you assemble them on offense and where do you position each other? I think it's all connecting at times, like we talked about, consistency. How often can you stay aggressive, support your teammates against a team like Dignitas? And they were giving them chances, a couple of kickoff goals. The defense didn't start out too great. Game 1 in favor of Pioneers. But ultimately, Dignitas will recover, bounce back after a rough day 1 and day 2. They're here to stay. And like we talked about, give them a chance at #1 seed.
And for Dignitas fans around the world, just a big sigh of relief saying, okay, our team made it to the major, and now they have shown up to the major. Dignitas getting their first series win over the KC Pioneers.
They have arrived, and now the momentum can start. Abjack, happy as ever to get a LAN win and to find success on the main stage. It's got to feel good, and smiles all across the board. Obviously a heartbreaking defeat, but this is their first game on the stage, the first time that we're seeing them all tournament long, so it's only up from here for the Pioneers.
Well, and with how heavily favored Dignitas was to win, I don't think it looked like that at all on the pitch, as you see fist bumps all around. Abjack going over to greet the Pioneers, and mutual respect between both 100%. Teams. And I'm very excited to see this Pioneers team play against SSG.
I mean, I'm sure that Abjack is giving them fist bumps and just praying that they're going to do something against SSG, cause some damage, because that's what they need to get that #1 seed and have a chance to force a tiebreaker. Abjack, we're going to take another look at all the double taps, all the free play shots, the clips that they were hitting. We did see some great plays from Banana Head too. Super Locky was a beast on offense. Scrub trying to fight against Scrub Killa. It was definitely a match that we love to watch.
That was so fun. And I mean, Mobile One High Performance Replay might have well been called the Dignitas High Performance Replay. It was just their free play, their time to style, their time to shine. And again, it just has to feel so good to finally get that win and just say, okay, we're good. We might not make the upper bracket, but at least we know we'll be there this weekend, hopefully.
Yeah. 100%. And Dignitas, the fans at home, I know there's so many people supporting Dig. That's what you want to see. Even if it's shaky at the start, give them time, give them more experience on land, more experience here at the major, and slowly you can expect that momentum to start building at a snowball.
Yeah, and it wouldn't feel right if we didn't have Abjack and Johnny Boy on the mic. Ooh. Let's hear what they have to say after that match.
Thank you. I am indeed joined by Jack, and it's good to see you, man, first of all. It's good to see you guys winning as well. But you didn't start off all that great. They got the game 1 against you. Did you expect them to come out with this level of performance?
I mean, I know every team here is good. You know, it's the major, and we didn't scrim these guys coming into it because they're in our group, obviously. But we've heard good things about them. They're fast, they're organised. So I definitely expected them to bring a high level. They definitely showed a lot better performance in game 1 than I thought they would because it's their first match. But yeah, they deserved the win in that one.
And yesterday, you obviously didn't get the result you wanted against Space Station. You started great, so unlike today, but then they came back. So what have you guys been talking about? What have you been thinking to try and make sure that doesn't happen again? And yeah, how are you going to improve as the rest of the event goes on?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we could improve on from that first match. Obviously, we started off good, and they came back, which credit to them. There was things that we could have done better. We thought that we could bring more energy, which we tried to do today, and that definitely helped bring the mood up and keep the level of play high. And there's other stuff, obviously, which I'm not going to go into. But yeah, there's a lot of things we worked on last night, and it showed today.
And you mentioned that energy. Do you think that affected you guys? It obviously helped them when they were getting hyped up and they were definitely starting to pop off because of that. But did you guys get affected by that, listening to them screaming at the other side of the stage?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely played the mental game better. You know, it got in our heads a little bit. You know, everyone could say that it didn't. They're not affected by it. But there's obviously some subconscious thoughts there that are like, oh, they're getting momentum, they're getting hyped. So yeah, definitely. I mean, they played it well.
Well, you've made it through this group, or this game, so you need them to beat SSG in order to have a chance of getting that top spot in the group. Do you think they've got what it takes? Do you think they can take that in Space Station?
Like I said, Pioneers are great. I think Space Station also playing really well, so I think it'll be a close match. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully they can get the win.
Well, you're not going to have to wait long because we're going to come back right after the break with that exact match, so don't go anywhere.
Blueberry short stack?
Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
But if I'm
Welcome back. Match 1 of the RLCS Winter Major for day 2 is completed. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Stumpy, T-Bates, and Roll Diz. Diz, that match was we thought after game 1, I think we were like, was Dignitas really in trouble? But then they set things straight.
I was terrified, and it wasn't for me. It was for you, Stumpy. I was terrified.
It was horrifying to watch this.
See me? I was never worried, man. Listen, Dignitas start off a little bit slow, but then ahead of them boys, I gotta give them their props. Look at Super Latchy right there, just a beautiful demo, air dribble bump right there. But Dignitas, I mean, game 4 alone showed you how much more skilled they are than KC.
It was worrying, though, at times where you look at Dignitas go for a shot, and you think, I said it literally on the pre-show, like yesterday we saw Jack going for shots, and you'd think, okay, you score these. Joris has firstly no right to score that.
Exactly.
That's ridiculous. But then they ended up, getting back into the pace of things.
That's right.
Then they brought it in.
Right.
It was a long wind-up, though. That does worry me. I don't want them to go in cold into, the following days and just lose quickly.
That would be not poggers, as the children say. I'm very excited to see KC Pioneers, though, as we continue through the schedule. They will be playing here in our next match. Let's take a look at the groups there. As that D group that we are currently working through now, sitting with Space Station at 2-0, Dignitas at 2-1, and the Pioneers at 1-1, which leaves only one match left to be played there. Space Station taking on KC Pioneers to finish things off, possibly create some tiebreaker scenarios. I think, Stumpy, you have the details here.
Yeah, so if SSG win this matchup, then it's like, fair enough, SSG,
Cool.
They're top of the group, happy days, no tiebreaker happens. If, though, Pioneers end up beating SSG, it all comes down to a 3-way tiebreak, and then it falls to game differential. If KCP, they end up winning 3-2, they become the 3rd seed, and Dignitas face off versus SSG for 1st in that group. A very, very good spot to be in for the bracket. However, if KCP wins 3-1 or 3-0, it is then KCP versus Dignitas for that coveted 1st spot. So this all happens if KCP manage to beat SSG.
All right, well, then hopefully that doesn't happen for SSG's sake, because I don't even know how that just happened. You just talked about a whole bunch of match scenarios that I didn't understand.
Here's the thing for Space Station. For any of that to happen, for them to not get that top spot, they do have to lose this match. There's no way. If they win, does not matter the score line, they will be the #1 seed coming out of the group. If they were to get swept or lose one game or only win one game, then things start to get worse for them here. But a lot of work through there. Let's talk about KCP. Let's see the players again. They didn't even have to move very far. I don't think they didn't even switch seats. They get to stay comfortable here. Right. I mean, Roll is when you're playing in a lane environment like this, you're not playing on your home setup. Like, how important is it to get comfortable on the stage?
It's everything. You see players take off their shoes, their stinky feet all over underneath the desk. They stinking up the play arena, but hey, you have to get as comfortable as possible to play at your absolute finest. And honestly, this KCP roster, they showed up last match. They surprised a lot of heads. They were turning a lot of heads, and I'm excited to see if they can bounce back with a warm-up game against a cold coming in SSG.
Base, was there a player that stood out to you in the match against Dignitas?
I think they all played pretty solid. I guess I'm just gonna always go back to my boy Banana Head. First off, he stood out the moment he had his little pre-day media day, and he was always talking about how the old heads about to move out the way because he's here now. And also, over almost a year to this date, I was clowning him. They had a good performance at OCE regional at some point back then. And I said Banana Head won't be here, and he's here now, so I always look at Banana Head.
Well, let's take a look at the other side. Banana Head, a player to watch for KC Pioneers, but Space Station taking to the stage for the first time today, a team that thrives in this environment.
We have not seen another team get up and get loud because it is game day. Like, that is exactly what they have done. And if anybody was watching yesterday, you need to look a little bit further than Daniel for that noise. But that man is everything on the pitch. He's much more demure when he's playing in person. Yesterday when they won, Chrome just beat him up. Like, he was like slapping him all over there, smashing him into walls. But then it came down to Arsenal, where he was absolutely everything on and off the pitch. I was so impressed with him, where he was standing up, he let loose, he was screaming, he was talking trash across the screens. These guys are facing each other. He was shouting as much as he could. And if you are KCP in that situation and you have that amount of just a torrent of sheer, not abuse, but just
action coming towards you, you have to stand firm.
Oh, no, and I believe KC will stand firm. You know why? Because they have really no expectations coming in. They're punching up anyways. Dignitas, on the other hand, you hear the people screaming at you, you're feeling like, oh, no, now he's getting loud, he's getting proud. That might mess up your gameplay a little bit. But KC, man, they're playing with cash money, man. It's all day, every day for them. They're just here to play upset. So they might even be laughing at Arsenal and Red Devils when they get hyped.
Well, let's get the Verizon fan vote going. Let us know at home who you think is going to take this match down. Use hashtag KCP for KC Pioneers or hashtag SSG for Space Station. We'll go down the line here. I think it's a given that we all know that Space Station is the favorite in this environment. Roll Diz. The question for me is, do we see a different Daniel than we saw yesterday? Do we see the Daniel we've seen online as you make your prediction? Thoughts about that?
You know, I'm going to make my prediction quick, easy. SSG, and we will see a different Daniel. We will see the man that everybody has been expecting at this major. He just needed a little day to warm up.
Okay. Is the one warm-up day enough, Bates?
Yeah, it's more than enough. They have less pressure in this matchup. They probably expect to go in and win. They're the better team. They know that. It's going to be clean sweep right here, 3-0.
Now.
Uh-oh.
Now.
Please.
I can't. Don't look me in the eyes and just go, please, come on. No. Although SSG are the better team on paper, I was so impressed with how Pioneers did versus Dig. I do think, though, Dig are a weaker team than SSG, especially considering yesterday with that reverse sweep. But we have to have a bit of magic. This is the major. We need something here to continue the flames from yesterday. I have Pioneers beating SSG. I think that when it comes down to it, they're going to start throwing as much trash talk back over at SSG. And maybe they can't deal with it.
Yeah, you're done. You're done already. I need everybody to tweet at me, Wave, and DeMar yesterday. Tweet at this man. He's already bringing the EU bites. How?
That's no problem.
How do you make this pick? There's no way. Stop
They're an RLCS team. How is that EU bias?
No, because you're expecting SSG to lose, and that's so that Dignitas actually has a chance to get in first in the group. I don't understand what you're doing over there, Stumpy. Don't think you got pull a fast one on me. Put back on the plane.
Classic NA education saying that OCE is in EU.
At the risk of creating a meme that will haunt me for the rest of my career, I'm also predicting Space Station to win this. We'll see what happens if this screenshot gets treated after the Dignitas one from yesterday. The players are ready. How do the chat feel about this matchup? Do they have any more confidence? No, much less confidence after that match they saw. 83% for Space Station there. Let's get into match number 2. Does the magic carry over? We know Arsenal and Red Devils are feeding off the environment, but how does Daniel feel? And how do KCP feel after getting one match under their feet? KCP in the blue, Space Station in the orange. The Verizon Skybox has stacks and achieves.
It's very simple for Space Station Gaming. Win, and they advance directly to the YouTube Theater on Saturday. They skip tiebreaker day. They skip the lower bracket. They go uppers. But if they lose, all of a sudden, Pandora's box opens and we go into tiebreaker mode.
And there is a world where Pioneers could be #1 in the groups. They could enter into a potential tiebreaker with Dignitas if they win 3-1 or better. And to be fair, I think you do have to give Stumpy at least a little bit of credit. They did look exceptional against Dignitas just now, even if it ultimately resulted in a loss. But Space Station, if Daniel is locked in after yesterday's shaky performance, I think it's going to be a lot to ask from Pioneers here.
And listen, if Space Station scores, you'll hear it. Trust me, we'll hear it. Even through the headsets. Banana Head going to clear this one away. Arsenal, the emotional leader of an incredible comeback victory for SSG yesterday, but it's Scrub who gets things going, and he's been a huge part of the Pioneers' success so far.
Starting off well here. Great approach from Banana Head in the corner, surprising Daniel by getting through Reynolds, and then Banana Head realizing there was some hesitation coming out of the net from him, threw a little juke as he headed up the wall, delayed the touch out, and that really twisted him up on the goal line. So, and again, strong opener from Pioneers. They came to play.
Scrub leading the team in demolitions, the stat that has kind of been the main talking point of this whole season. 9 demolitions, he had 5 against Scrub Killa. Take that for what it's worth. Banana Head against Arsenal. Super Lucky's there, and Super Lucky makes it 2-0.
Putting the pressure on Space Station early. Scrub able to, again, just absolutely confuse Space Station's goal line defense, and a way to come through and drop the hammer on him, Super Lucky.
This is exactly how the Dignitas series started. 2 goals out of the Pioneers. Then Dignitas came back and scored 3 unanswered. Space Station got to get it figured out sooner rather than later. I disagree with the points that Bates had on the desk about Space Station having less pressure on them. If they lose, their path to #1 becomes a lot muddier.
Yeah.
Almost impossible in one case.
But certainly not gone by any stretch of the imagination. If this one does go 5, Space Station would be in that tiebreaker game with Dignitas. So we shall see how this one winds out, as currently Space Station really struggling to get a foothold on the offensive side of things right now. Gotta love the midfield presence from Pioneers early on.
Oh, Demolition. Scrub couldn't get the shot off ahead of Arsenal. And now Daniel will take this away, but he got bumped by Banana Head. And it's going to be Reynolds. Stuffed by Scrub. And again, struggling to get out of the zone is SSG. Daniel's got a full tank of boost. And then the demolition from behind by Scrub. Leading in the physicality department. Off the backboard. There's Arsenal. Drop one right onto Super Lucky. Follow up now from Daniel. Look at his center, and that's going to go far too strong. Does go over to Arsenal, but Super Lucky is right there. So to a Scrub. Here comes the Pioneers again.
And Space Station should be looking to get opportunities to shoot in Arsenal's hands, see if he's still got that pixel-perfect placement that he had yesterday. He's incredibly lethal when given opportunities on target. And that's a great demo from Arsenal as well, trying to open up some space for Space Station to get through that midfield line. They definitely tend to hold the demo-heavy category over the Pioneers in terms of demos per game. And hopefully that can at least give them a little bit of breathing room. But so far, it's been locked tight for Pioneers in the midfield. It's been difficult to find any space to operate on. Forced into the long clears and just seeing if they can hang on to the ball.
Well, that man right there who just had the ball very briefly, Scrub, has been the X factor for the Pioneers. Statistically, not all that impressive throughout the winter split, but he stepped up in a huge way here at the LAN, as the great ones usually do, and Scrub trying to make a name for himself. This is left for Daniel. He pushed that one high and wide, and he and Space Station Gaming are going to want that one back. They may get another look. Arsenal off the crossbar, and Banana Head sends it away.
Nice couple of approaches for Space Station. The misdirection was good as well. Pioneers really thinking hard about how Space Station was going to put that one on target. Unfortunately for them, Daniel wide off the post, and the second one off the bar. So Space Station starting to get the offense rolling here, but could be perhaps too little too late. Not a lot of time on the clock left.
Scrub all day to play. This ball goes underneath one, but Reynolds will boom it downfield. He's got Arsenal lining up a double, and he just about nailed it, but off to the side. Reynolds going up to the sky as well, but he was way, way late, and Scrub can clear this away. Space Station Gaming, their accuracy not on point at all. Super Lucky just got to this before the demo, and Daniel is going to be contested by Banana Head. Now Reynolds got a chance here. He's going to have to take this himself. Heat-seeking missile there. Arsenal double demo, and that's going to do it. Daniel gets him on the board.
That is just brilliant from Space Station. Reynolds thinking, oh, I'll pass, but then Arsenal says, no, I'm going to go get the demo, and Reynolds says, okay, I'll pass it off the wall, and I'll go get the demo after that, and they really stitched that one together patchwork style, but that was a pretty looking way to get it done.
And full confidence, you can see on the left-hand side, full confidence in the comms out of Pioneers. They understand this is where Space Station can generate some momentum. They are dead set on stopping that. Reynolds up to the ceiling, doesn't have it. Now Daniel gonna need some help, and there is none coming. So SSG needs to reset for 1 or 2 more trips down the field. Arsenal indirect for himself off the ceiling. Super Lucky and Banana Head are double committed. And this is still just awkward in the corner. Somebody's got to take charge, and the pass is sent away by Banana Head. No time left on the clock as Daniel just got hung up on the corner. Super Lucky trying to stuff this down, but Reynolds keeps it alive. Still got some hope to his left, but that one win there by Scrub will end it. And the Pioneers take game 1 achieved.
Nice opening again. Out the gates fast. 2 goals incredibly quickly, and Space Station kind of left scratching their heads for a while there, but that last minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, really started to find their footing. So You have to be concerned for Pioneers going into Game 2 if Space Station able to come out there and start the next game like they ended the first one. So you have to like the approach from Pioneers early on, though. I mean, that challenge game in the midfield doing an excellent job really boxing in Space Station.
You know, this is a team in Pioneers that has to be far greater than the sum of its parts. You know, none of them are way up at the top of any particular stat category in Oceania, except a couple. I think maybe shooting and maybe shooting percentage. But they all right around the same in assists. They all work great as a team, and they've been together since December of 2020. Team chemistry is so critically important for a team like this in this environment because, look, all that chemistry can overcome the talent of Daniel and Arsenal and Reddles here with SSG.
That's certainly proven in Game 1. They had a great approach to the game. The only problem is they're going to have to start making some adaptations because, like we saw, Space Station's starting to get a little more physical, and that's really where Space Station thrives, creating chaos on the pitch, thriving and driving through the chaos, and that's where Pioneers really going to have to fight hard to come away with a win.
Scrub throughout the winter split, averaging just under a demolition a game. He has picked that up here at the Major. Reddles lets everybody go by. He'll get a shot off here, and Banana Head stuffed him.
I thought he was going to score after dropping that dribble.
Up in front now for Arsenal, trying to get the flip reset, still get the shot off again. And Pioneers letting SSG get very close to that blue goal. Now Reddles, nothing there, and Arsenal will jump up. Gotta imagine Pioneers gotta be a little more proactive if they're gonna fend off SSG in Game 2.
Definitely agree. You already know that you don't want to give space to Space Station because they will take it and they'll come and demo you, or if you just let them take pot shots like that, they may surprise you with their ability to place the ball impeccably.
Banana Head dumps this back into the corner. It feels so weird. We're at an international LAN, so much on the line. First event in 27 months with fans. And we're saying, yep, Banana Head gets a shot off on the Space Station Gaming goal. I love OCE, man.
You gotta love a sense of humor.
Here's Reddles. Just gonna leave that off, and Banana Head takes it away, so Daniel trying to get around Scrub. That bounces out high for Arsenal. Double on the way! Bang, bang!
Could you doubt it? Absolutely not. The trajectory of that bounce, you couldn't ask for anything better. The perfect follow-through on the backboard read. Arsenal tucking it in, top left corner. Yeah, you can have that one.
Daniel scored the lone tally for SSG in Game 1. Arsenal has them in front, their first lead of this series. Again, a series that if Space Station can win, they will go directly into the top 8 at the YouTube Theater on Saturday. Banana Head gonna have that drop back for Scrub. Daniel takes charge, trying to waste a little bit of time, give his teammates time to get boosted up and in position, and Arsenal will play it out towards Daniel. Super Lucky, keen on the play. Now Scrub, nobody else can follow up. Everybody's starting to turn around, and boy, that little hesitation, again, gives SSG all the window they need to get out of danger.
That's exactly right. I mean, Game 1, Pioneers were thriving on really being able to consistently keep the pressure on Space Station Gaming, and Space Station is adapting by really trying to stick that ball close, take it down onto the ground, force dribbles, put possession on themselves, and make Pioneers come and take the ball away rather than just, punching the ball up to the midfield and Pioneers winning a couple of challenges. And so far, I think Space Station's approach is really making Pioneers question how aggressive they can be.
Pioneers threatening to starve out SSG in their own zone. Got a boost steal, but they did not stop Arsenal from loading up. And he's waiting at the net as Reddles will clear this away. But Scrub intercepts, looking for that midfield boost. Did not get it. He's working with nothing in the tank, but did as much as he could. And now Daniel plays that directly out. Scrub is waiting for it and just could not get control.
Yeah, he was trying to keep it close, kind of pop it up softly and take it again on a tap as that one's Banana Head save. Scrub to support. Arsenal floater, and thankfully enough time to recover for the Pioneers in the net.
Pioneers leading 1-0 in the last matchup of Group D. Arsenal diving down onto one. Scrub stopped him. Daniel and Super Lucky meet in the air, but it'll be Reddles that comes away with it. Reddles flip reset. Nothing to do with it, so he just lets it come to the ground. Arsenal trailing in behind. He'll challenge Banana Head. That'll drop down in front, and Super Lucky and Scrub combine on the defensive effort. Look, Pioneers have been great defensively, coming off the heels of a series that kind of got out of hand and away from them against Dignitas. They have answered back brilliantly here as we go to the final minute.
Definitely tightening up on defense. The problems are stemming from creative offensive scoring chances for the Pioneers, however. Really not able to break down that space station defense, not able to create or find as many gaps.
Arsenal takes out Super Lucky on the far side, but nothing else comes of that. Banana Head couldn't get control here, so Super Lucky has to come in off the respawn. Called into action far sooner than he would have liked. 30 seconds left now. Daniel. Bank is open. No, it's off the crossbar. Nobody got up for that ball, and I think Scrub was just hoping against all hope that that ball was off target. Fortunately, it was, but you're not seeing Pioneers move very quickly out of their zone at all. They're the team that's down one, and they're just being stuck at their own back line. Plenty of boost as a team, and they finally do clear midfield with 5 seconds left. Scrub with Super Lucky in behind. He's got to try and chase this down, and barely does, but that's spiked down, and we're all tied up at one game.
Really getting gummed up in their own corner. That was incredibly tough for Pioneers to figure a way out of their own half. Space Station Gaming very comfortable and just sending one after the other into that corner and fighting for the ball in the corner. So pretty textbook game, I would say, for Space Station. Really not having to do anything too crazy. It was kind of just, okay, we're not going to increase pressure. We're not going to take a step back. We're really just going to keep driving through and seeing if Pioneers can find a way to break down our ability to bring the ball down and take it away from us. And Pioneers don't really have an answer to that at the moment, it would seem.
Sometimes the best defense can indeed be a suffocating offense, and that's what we saw at a Space Station. Sure, only 7 shots. It's not like they completely dominated, but the key number is that they held Pioneers to only 3 shots on target. And sure, sometimes the numbers lie a little bit, and there are some shots that were a little wide that counted. There weren't that many scoring opportunities for Pioneers. Yeah. They were just not comfortable at all on the orange half of the field.
That's really what you're looking for here in Game 3. If you are going to try and beat Space Station, you certainly don't want to get the ball stuck on your own corner. Again, big fan of trying to move the ball laterally in your own half for Space Station to spread themselves out and open up at least some lanes towards that midfield to at least get yourself unstuck from your own side and give yourselves a chance to at least go down the pitch and try and retain possession. But the next step after that is stopping Space Station's control. That's a great dish, and that is gonna be tapped home. Banana Head coming through right on time.
Yeah, it would have been a crying shame if they did not get this through. That's a brilliant pass out of Scrub that in the stats he won't get any credit for, but certainly well done. Pioneers get a lead early in Game 3. And that's the key for the Pioneers. Get in front early, not let SSG start that snowball rolling downhill. We saw kind of our first Arsenal roar of the day. Got to keep him in check because as he goes, so too does SSG.
And you got to like the start from Pioneers, as you were saying. 30 seconds and already doing a good job to at least push Space Station back into the orange half. And here's their first real test. How quickly can you break out of your own?
That shot on target over Super Lucky, but Banana Head had the save. Thrown in front again, and Scrub's got all day to play this ball. He did not have much going on in Game 2 at all. Trying to get himself involved in this series because he's going to need to. You know, you cannot have any weak links against a team of this caliber as this goes across, and Banana Head will chase it down on the near side.
Oh, I like that idea.
Unfortunately, nobody else could get to the ball, so, you know, great idea in theory. In practice, needed a little more coordination. Daniel has the flip reset, waited until the last moment, and Reynolds will finish off the play.
And again, here you see the Pioneers, look at them get stuck on their own goal line here, trying to figure out what Daniel is even doing with that approach. Is he going to try and drive it towards the backboard? Is he going to try and drive it into the top corner of the net? No, he's going to just take all the space you've given him down in front and dish it across the box where Reynolds is waiting for it. So many different looks to contend with. It's tough.
I mean, I think everybody identified he had the flip reset, and so often we'll see somebody will Wait, go for like a ground pinch? No. Very creative play, getting the pass off, and Reddles right there on the spot. Banana Head will clear this away right at Daniel, and well, he's the last guy that Pioneers want to see on the ball. And for SSG, so important for Daniel to get going after he struggled early in the series against Dignitas yesterday, and then he looked like Daniel again as we got near the end.
Certainly starting to settle in for sure. Missed clear though, and thankfully Reddles able to bail him out, coming back on rotation from the midfield as Pioneers starting to get kind of their first chance at regaining offensive control, as Daniel with a great mix-up there, delaying the timing. And again, this ball just stuck in this Pioneers corner, and that's been really the big problem for him. There's been no easy ways out of there, and Daniel got caught grabbing boost, but indeed, just in time, Arsenal rotating back.
This is not a matchup that Reddles and SSG were particularly worried about coming in. I mean, I think they kind of had the tunnel vision on Dignitas, like, all right, that's the big hurdle to overcome. Fortunately for them, they had that out of the way before this series, as Super Lucky bullies his way through. And I have to imagine SSG are getting far more than they bargained for out of Pioneers.
It's been a fight so far. They haven't really had to relinquish control of the game too often, but Pioneers are certainly making them work quite hard offensively to really break them down consistently, as Daniel trying to stick Super Lucky to the wall there. Unfortunately for Pioneers, still struggling to really keep possession, and it's that physical play as you see Reddles taking a big bite out of Super Lucky in the midfield, opening up that space for Space Station Gaming, and then that natural speed and mechanical ability coming through to not give them a second goal. Scrub is going to get deflected out into his own corner, and Space Station threatening.
Super Lucky has been bullied throughout this series. They have targeted him, it seems like. Banana Head, always able to make the most of an awkward situation on the pitch. Now it's Arsenal. Sky one up there for himself, and it's all the time in the world for Banana Head. There's nobody on the blue half of the field other than Arsenal way across the field. And now Daniel gonna have that drop down to the corner. Final minute. Overtime looming in a critical, tie-breaking third game here. Super Lucky lets this go. Now he'll have it. I think both teams playing far more conservatively than they have at any other point in this series, and that's got to favor Pioneers.
Not if you make mistouches like that. Super Lucky able to deflect it out into the corner. That's a good demo to really try and take the midfield presence away from Space Station. Unfortunately, they've kept control of the ball, and now they have time to get reset. Super Lucky with a little bit of space, but there they are. Space Station ramping up the pressure as regulation comes to a close.
Yeah, with everybody not moving around a whole lot, you'd have to imagine it's open season for a team like SSG to rack up demolition. 7 seconds left. Reddles in an awkward spot on the back wall, rolls this out. Surely overtime, right? As Scrub got this away, touchdown to the ground. Overtime, tied at 1 in games, tied at 1 in goals. Somebody's going on match point, and how critical could it be? You know, Dignitas, the biggest Pioneer fans right now.
Here's a big chance for Pioneers. You've kept this one within reach, and while you haven't had a lot of offense, all it takes is one good counterattack or perhaps a little outplay somewhere in the middle, and it might come right here. Daniel is trying to regain control on the walls. Banana Head doesn't have any help. Super Lucky's too close, and Space Station gonna get out of a jam right there.
That's super important for the Pioneers. If they drop this game, even if they win the series after that, they're still going to go third place down into the lower bracket. They would just be competing for a shot at Dignitas, getting into a tiebreaker to try and take number 1 from SSG. Reddles didn't get the shot off, so he tried to get the flip reset, tried to make the most out of it. And it's Daniel, beaten there by Banana Head. So now Reddles with Arsenal waiting at midfield for him. Reddles took it himself, could not score. Daniel follow-up, saved by Super Lucky. Another attempt, sent away by Scrub. And now here's Banana Head on a quick counterattack. Reddles trying to chase down Super Lucky, couldn't catch him. You come at the king, you best not miss. And he just narrowly avoided giving up the game-winning goal. SSG breathing a huge sigh of relief.
There's a scary pinch to deal with out of that top left corner. And Daniel back the other way. It's Banana Head already on the backboard to take that one away. That one's pinched towards the net, off target as Scrub. He's just going to clear the space and think that will favor Pioneers. Now they really approach Space Station with a lot of momentum behind them on the attack. It's just, can they win the challenges? And Daniel making sure to keep that ball high and away and find a solid double touch to put Pioneers on the back foot.
Banana Head just sweeping that away from the upper corner. What a win by Arsenal to keep that available. Now Reddles for Daniel. Banana Head got there first with a double touch. And another to send this downfield where Super Lucky was chasing, but he could not steal that corner boost, and that could be critical. Here comes SSG. Arsenal for the win denied by Banana Head. Now Daniel going to sky it up. Got around 1. Got around 2. 1 more for good measure, and that's going to be Reynolds putting SSG on match point.
You knew as soon as Daniel was through the second player here, Super Lucky so aggressive trying to take that one away, and Scrub wasn't positive on how he wanted to approach. Ended up taking kind of a passive line to go and challenge Daniel, and he paid for it. Now the only opportunity for Pioneers here. Got to come back and win 5, otherwise, actually, no, I don't believe it matters. They're locked in.
They don't matter now.
Yeah,
so Pioneers have been locked into the 3rd seed. Still play it out for pride, and if nothing else, of course, competitive integrity, right? You still
Certainly
have something to play for here for Dignitas, who are going to be hoping that Pioneers can turn things around. But man, oh man, you still, with that lengthy game going 7 minutes plus, still SSG drastically outshooting the Pioneers as we look at the Mobile One high performance replay, and we see Daniel doing all the work and Reddles getting all the credit.
Elation all around. Reddles happy to take that one away from him, as they should be, and Space Station can take a lot of comfort there. I think that's a good play to really show Daniel has indeed found his stride here at the Major. A lot of questions being asked yesterday of how he was going to perform, and he settled in nicely here on day 2 after a bit of a scrappy day 1 on defense, to be sure, but Space Station in general and Arsenal, he's grooving. Yeah, he was doing that yesterday too.
Yeah, here we go. Arsenal is ready to book his ticket to the YouTube theater. He can do it outright here with a win. Gets a little help from Daniel and Reddles, who have been phenomenal here in this series. On a day where, look, SSG has not been at its best, you credit the Pioneers for kind of mucking up the game a little bit, not letting SSG get out into open spaces like they usually prefer. Super Lucky dishes this to the corner, and Reddles will watch Arsenal run back and Daniel take charge.
A lot of space again for Space Station, pushing onto the blue half, and this one a very passive approach. Great takeaway from Scrub. Scary opportunity, but well handled. And Pioneers trying their best to again find some way to hold some type of consistent offensive pressure. And that's been the biggest problem for them in this series, the inability to take control away from Space Station.
Well, Super Lucky doing well to avoid the demolition attempt, but then Scrub taken out by Reddles. And now Banana Head has to take this away from Arsenal and take Arsenal away from the field. First minute gone by as Banana Head will bring this downfield again, and Daniel right there to meet him. Arsenal off the respawn, full tank of boost. He'll be waiting in case Daniel couldn't get that clear. Reddles coming down to the ground, and he just let that one go, so Scrub will take over. I don't know if SSG feels all that threatened when Scrub is on the ball, but when Super Lucky and Banana Head are there, boy, it almost seems like they're sitting up a little bit and they are going right after, making sure they don't give them nearly as much space.
Well, certainly, however Space Station are doing it, they do need to get a handle on their defensive rotation at the moment, as currently they're kind of forced to punt the ball back towards the midfield line, and of course, as I say, Pioneers kind of drop the ball. They don't have that on-ball command as Banana Head comes up empty, but nobody from Space Station is ready for it. They all needed to split off and grab some boost, and now they've really got boost in the tank to go and attack this Pioneers defense.
Oh, Daniel just got the shot through here. You can see one defender strafing across the line. It was Super Lucky at the last moment who could not catch up, and SSG are now less than 3 minutes away from the top 8.
Probably the worst possible outcome to that challenge for the Pioneers defense, popping straight up into the air after the defender dismounts the backboard, because you're not getting back up to that in time before Space Station gets there, and they jumped all over it. And again, nice early, well, not early, but first goal, and putting a lot of pressure on Pioneers to come out here and be aggressive and try and make something happen, and try they do, but locked down in the corner of the net.
I think SSG is playing with fire here. When they give Scrub as much time as they have. Eventually, he's going to burn them, or he's going to burn somebody. Scrub banks this out to Super Lucky off the challenge. Daniel's got to come in and grab that boost to make sure they don't get starved out. And Scrub going to turn around on this. They got Reddles deep in Pioneer territory, and he came back and got the bump. And look how far everybody else is away from the play. Just one bump, enough to disrupt the Pioneers. See if they can reset with Super Lucky leading the charge. Arsenal's got to get there and does. Now Super Lucky can't center. He missed on it. And Banana Head can't do much with that ball either.
That's the other issue for Pioneers. You can't afford to miss on your approaches because that's how you're going to create the pressure on Space Station. You have to make them feel like they need to respect your options. If you're not converting some of those, you're going to give them a lot of space and a lot of time to reset themselves. Arsenal really trying to, I think, just poke that one in the top left corner, hit it a little weak as this one's dished down to Daniel, cut down to the left side, it's off the bar, and that could have been insurance. Arsenal will come through and make sure to get the job done.
Arsenal might have just secured passage to the YouTube theater. Daniel will get credit for an assist. I'm sure he's smiling over there thinking, yeah, great pass, huh? Yeah, sure thing.
That's
2-0.
Okay. Oh, Pioneers, what do you do, what do you do, what do you do?
Hey, all hands on deck at this point. Doesn't matter how many more goals you give up if you can't score any of your own. Reddles couldn't get rid of this ball. Banana Head, missed on it again. And that has been the theme for Pioneers. They've started both series brilliantly.
Yeah.
And over time, they've just kind of fallen off. We've seen so many misses. There's Super Lucky getting one back with 1:01 to go, and life back in the lungs of Pioneers.
Kind of just trying to figure this one out. Oh, Reynolds just misses the backboard clear, and nobody from Space Station Gaming getting a piece of that ball. Daniel still had to rotate back the entire length of the pitch. And that's what happens. Space Station not infallible. Mistake out there lets Pioneers back into the game. Minutes, a lot of time to work with here.
Skied up now for Arsenal to just try and waste a lot of time, and waste time he has. Then got the bump on Banana Head as Scrub was trying to get this downfield. And you can see up in the top left corner, Pioneers trying to do a whole lot with not much boost. Banana Head just got a full canister, but Daniel will dump this right back in. And now Reddles around the corner, more time burning away as Pioneers try to scramble to get back into this series. 22 seconds and counting. Time the enemy of Pioneers as they try to keep Dignitas' hopes of top 8 alive, or at least direct top 8. Ooh. Arsenal to the ground, 10 seconds left. And this is just textbook. How do you close out a game? Right there, Arsenal, as SSG smother the Pioneers.
Pace is how you get it done. Daniel, go get him. Attitude up there out of the midfield. Just keep it jammed in here. Don't give Pioneers an opportunity to find the long clear, try and put together something in 0 seconds. Just put him down. And Arsenal, realizing his teammate had the defense beat, put him away.
So Pioneers will drop down into the lower bracket when we resume play tomorrow for them. But it's Space Station Gaming who's moving directly to the upper bracket. No play tomorrow. They go right to the YouTube theater on Saturday. And hey, at least 2 shots at a backflip out of Arsenal.
Solid and consistent series in general from Space Station Gaming.
And that young man stepped up big time too. Daniel had a monstrous series after, again, struggling yesterday against Dignitas.
Tough couple of losses here as well. You can see Pioneers need a little time to figure it out. They don't have to play tiebreakers tomorrow either, but one way or the other, definitely going to be a little disappointed here with the performance on day 2. Again, starting off so strong against both powerhouses, Dignitas and Space Station Gaming, and in either series, not able to really come together and try and put that one away in either instance. So handshakes all around, GG's, but you have to feel good about the consistency that Space Station had on display here. I mean, that's the exact type of game that they want to feel like they can play consistently, putting a lot of pressure on the defense, finding a lot of demos in a lot of key spots where they can release a lot of pressure off their team or put pressure on a defense. And Space Station executed that game plan brilliantly, I would say.
Yeah, the Mobile One high performance replay tells the story of SSG Look, the great teams find a way. Everybody else finds an excuse, and SSG found a way even when they weren't playing at their best. Again, because Pioneers did not let them play at their best. They did not afford them the time and space they needed to operate the way they usually do. They're used to having all that time and space against the other NA teams. Not so much here. It's a much different story. Pioneers came out with a lot of confidence, fell off at the end, and it is SSG that goes #1 in Group D.
And it's going to be interesting in Group D. Dignitas as well, a little sketchy there as well. So it'll be interesting to see, like you said, once we get to the YouTube theater, if all of these teams in Group D, since we don't have tiebreakers, what they do with their day off.
Right, well, we can maybe find out what Reddles is going to do with his day off. He's standing by with Subi Smash. Subi, take it away.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate that here with Reddles. And Reddles, massive win for you guys in that game, and especially for Daniel. Stepped it up huge compared to yesterday, and I think it all started with that flip reset, turned into a pass to you. I mean, what did you guys talk about last night to really calm him down?
I mean, it's just the first LAN jitters. I can't blame him for anything like that. Me and Arsenal played 4, 5, 6 LANs. We're 4 years older than him. He's coming in 15 years old, rookie, first split. We knew it was going to happen. For first tournament, exceeded our expectations.
Yeah.
Individual play, yeah, for sure.
And talking about the LANs, 829 days, the last time you were in a LAN environment. Tell me, what does it mean to be back here under the lights, having your opponents across the stage from you?
Everything. I mean, online Rocket League doesn't compare to anything like this. Being able to hang out with all the players, casters, and compete against them. The gameplay is a little worse because everyone's nervous, but it's so much fun.
No, it's fun to watch, and we love watching you guys pop off. We've missed that so much, seeing you guys scream. And I got to ask, is the desk going to be able to hold all your weight?
I don't know. I've been bulking a little bit since last time, so we'll hope. We'll hope they got pretty strong desks.
All right, if not, you can stand on my shoulders. But I also got to ask, top 6 officially clinched for you guys. You know you're in that upper bracket. What does that mean to all 3 of you boys?
The world. I mean, 5th seed NA coming in here. Everyone doubted us. Everyone doubted us. And we know what it takes. We had a rough Regional 3, not a great Regional 2. We know we're one of the best teams here. We just got to prove it.
Yeah, and after yesterday when you guys took that win over Dig, did it almost make you guys feel kind of like untouchable in a sense?
We expected it, to be honest. I think our teams are super evenly matched. It was just whoever played better on the day and who had the most ice, and that was us.
And I also I'm wondering, did this team surprise you? KCP coming out and just, I mean, they took a game off Dig, took game 1 off of you guys. Were you guys expecting that coming from OCE?
I have learned not to underestimate the minor regions. They get better and better every lane we have. Those guys, super young, super talented, they need more time, and they're going to be really good.
Well, got to say, I appreciate your time, and I got to know any shout-outs, anyone you want to holler at out in the crowds, out in the Twitter sphere, whatever it is.
Shout out to the family. Shout out to my girlfriend, Bella. Shout out to the team for working super hard, and shout out to the fans.
Well, we can't wait for the fans to be back in the building. We hope to see you there this weekend, and we hope that you'll stay through this quick break.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver. This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major, live from Los Angeles. And on the desk, of course, the first team to clinch. We brought in Arsenal from SSG. How's it going, bud?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling real good after that. Daniel is very confident, so I'm happy about that.
You bring the microphone up.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Talking to him, man. Talking to him.
I'm good.
Okay. Let's roll the replays. Let's roll the highlights of that match. You walk us through. How was it for you playing up against KCP?
It was a lot different than I expected. I feel like I didn't expect them to be that confident. Like they were challenging everything. They had pretty good defense. I swear, a couple of my shots I thought were gonna go in, but their defense was kind of clamped. So I was like, all right, whatever, But Daniel was like, I'm feeling good, so that's what I was worried about.
And that's what's scary, because Daniel was making plays like he does when he's online.
Exactly.
And now we're going to an upper bracket with a crowd. The nerves are gone for Daniel, so watch out.
The nerves are gone for Daniel, and I did say that going into this matchup. I said we were going to see Daniel, the Daniel that everyone expected. That's exactly what we were going to see. And I know Arsenal, he's over here. He got the energy, and I know Daniel's starting to feed off that energy a little bit, right?
Exactly, bro. Daniel sees me dancing, listening to Yeet, we vibing, and he's like, I love it. He loves the energy, bro. I love it, too.
They're going to need it. Now, listen, like everyone said, you're the first team to make it through. Now you get to sit and watch and look at everybody else. What's the biggest competition so far, you think?
Definitely V1. You know, BMO looking crazy, calm. It's going to chase me the whole time. I'm chasing back. It's going to be a good matchup. And we got LAN Tournament. We don't got to talk about that, man. That man's a legend.
That's crazy how we have no EU representation. You didn't say EU team.
I mean, do I even need to mention BDS? Like, they're the former champions. I feel like that's just known. I don't even got to say it. We know what BDS does on LAN. But, yeah.
But they're on the other side of the bracket, so you don't have to worry about them as long as they win their side. So you guys versus V1 is going to be insane. That's if V1 beats out Detonator, then it's going to be you guys playing.
Look at him. Like, are you serious,
I'm just
Gibbs?
saying they have to play the game, all right? I'm just saying they have to play the match, all right? I'm just putting some respect on Detonator's name, okay? So when that happens, and if V1 wins, then you guys are playing them for a guaranteed top 3 spot. How big is that?
Like Redo said, no one expected us to do as good as we did because our last regional placement was like, what, 9th through 12th?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like if we get top 3, first LAN with LAN Dan, I'm going to feel crazy. I'm not going to lie.
LAN Dan. I like that. LAN Dan. Okay, we'll see what happens here. Now, obviously, not everybody in NA has been kind of stepping up. You know, my general, they weren't looking too good yesterday. You think they can bounce back?
This is the classic NRG, bro. They're gonna like troll a little bit in groups, once they go to the lower bracket, they're just gonna eliminate the EU competition for us. They're doing us a favor, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
They help in the world spot. So they're gonna get to the lower bracket, poop on the EU teams, and then now bad NA teams in the freaking top. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
We good.
Man, so, man, he's getting so into it. Just picking the microphone. Just put it over
I'm-
here. Just put it right there. Right? What is it? I mean, I've already seen the energy from you, and especially from Reddles here, just being in person, just having the team across from you. How much more does it mean to you to get that in front of that crowd at YouTube Theater?
I mean, I swear to God, the crowd is a whole different story, bro. Like, those shots that I rolled in today, just hearing that support, that energy, I'm gonna go crazy, bro. I might backflip mid-series just cause.
Just cause we might get 2 backflips then out of you.
Hopefully I land both of them.
Yeah, we're gonna get some injuries. Yeah, we got.
I'm a little
First
worried.
aid, yeah.
I'm a little worried. It's either be a clip or a hospital.
That's
So, let's not get there. Well, how's the LA experience been? Have you guys gotten to do anything fun?
Not much. There's been a lot of Rocket League, a lot of pool time with the boys, Rocket League boys, and just like we got Froyo yesterday. Golly. Okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Froyo with the fruit. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that really helped me feel the vibes today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
for
for sure.
Froyo.
For sure. Well, anything you're wanting to do in Los Angeles before you head home?
Probably just win. I mean,
you know, why not?
All right, well,
Why not?
You know what I mean?
I walked right into that one.
did.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's. Man, Arsenal, it's been crazy having you on the desk here. Anything else you want to say here before we start to move on?
No, just like shout out all my people. Like shout out Dan, shout out Reddles, shout out Chrome for helping us. Shout out everybody. I love y'all.
Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us here. Good luck in the bracket as he will get to skip tomorrow. They are the first seed out of Group D. Let's take a look at the groups here. Group A and B and C yet to be decided, though. Group D, we do know who is moving forward there. They are done and dusted.
And
moving. Yes.
Real quick, there's no tiebreakers so far. I think a lot of people are pretty happy with that. Like, Group A is looking very likely. There won't be tiebreakers if E1 wins versus Detonator, so we'll see about that. Group C, there will not be a tiebreaker, but Group B, that's an interesting one. Because we saw some upsets yesterday, but there was only one game played so far.
Yeah, exactly. It's the group that we've seen it's the least developed so far. So we're actually going to move to Group B next. Endpoint going to be taking on Furia. Furia, one of the big stories coming out of day number 1, taking down the general NRG. NRG, the favorite. I picked them to win the group.
You don't got to be that loud.
I gotta enunciate and use my diaphragm, Dazarin.
Furia, 3.25 goals per game, leading this entire group. And again, that's against NRG. They dominated them. They dominated them. But Furia, they want a top 8 finish. It's been so long. Everyone keeps hyping them up every LAN, but they never get that top 8 finish. They can do it here versus Endpoint. 2 1-0 teams. It'll be huge for them to begin this group 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Roldis, I feel like getting through the NRG, huge statement there for Furia. I cannot understate enough how big that was for Furia there. But
you want to state it some more?
No,
it's pretty big.
I think I'm good now.
Okay.
But the next step here is Endpoint, a huge team here from Europe, and this is going to be quite the matchup they're going to have to battle through.
100%. You got to get by that boy Seiko, by that boy Metza, and I can't forget
Don't forget the wave.
You can't forget
That's
the wave.
I don't forget him.
That's the other wave.
I meet him at WaveCon all the time. It's great. Let's take a look over there. Endpoint taking the stage right now, and here is Metzanaris, the impenetrable. I was gonna say insufferable. He's what is the word I'm looking for there? He never stops smiling. He's always happy. Is the way I'm trying to describe Metzanaris. He's a wonderful character and a veteran of the scene.
Yes, and Endpoint on the other side on defense, only giving up 1.25 goals per game, leading in this group as well. So they're doing it on the other side of the field. So a little bit of battle of the offense versus the defense here.
That man right there, look at Wave. He's one of the most underappreciated players, I feel like, in the European region.
Oh, yeah.
I think so many people underlook what he brings to this team. All eyes on this kid right here. Seiko, the young machine, the mechanical young Frenchman. I think everybody always looks at what Seiko does, and he does have a fantastic supporting cast around him, Des.
Of course he does. I mean, anytime Seiko's not making an impact on the field, Relating Wave and Metza have always been there. I think we saw Endpoint yesterday. Metza had a quadruple tap off in a game 4.
Yeah,
we were like, whoa, this came out of nowhere. And of course, Relating Wave always able to slot the shots, but it's that thing about Seiko. Whenever you see Seiko pop the ball up unchallenged, you got to watch out.
We got to watch out. Endpoint, a very consistent team from Europe. But on the other side of the field, making waves, we met them in style in the Fall Major. They're here again after defeating NRG. It's Furia.
Esse Major é muito importante para a gente por conta da gente ser de uma região que não é tão respeitada. A nossa expectativa é, pelo menos, pegar um playoff. Eu acho que vai ser muito bom para a gente está trabalhando bastante para isso.
En el área rival, Cayo la recibe, esto va a ser gol, va a ser gol, va a ser gol, va a ser gol, victoria de Furia 4-2.
A gente vem se preparando bastante, né? Trabalhando muito. Eu acho que a gente é um dos times que mais treina na nossa região e eu acho que isso vai ser compensado sim. Eu acho que o diferencial da Fúria é saber misturar o jogo mecânico do jogo inteligente.
Ojo que tiene hambre para seguir buscando esta pelota. Ricardo ahora va a hacer un fake para que llegue para atrás el señor Cayo.
A vibe vai mais além do trabalho, né? A gente tem sim uma amizade muito da hora. Eu acho que isso ajuda muito no jogo, nossa amizade.
Furia va a ir al Major. Furia va a Los Ángeles. Siguiente representante de Sudamérica.
Aqui é Fúria e a gente veio para Los Angeles para fazer acontecer.
They came here to make it happen. Their expectation is to make the playoffs. That's their goal, Gibbs, here. But they have this is the big match that's in front of them right now.
This is huge because it's two 1-0 teams. And if you begin 2-0, not only that, you play back-to-back. So you win this series and you get that momentum going into the final one to try for a 3-0 group. And then you're going into the playoffs in the upper bracket. That's where everyone wants to be.
Exactly. Everyone wants to be there. And I think this team is exactly... They have the energy. They bring the energy. They bring the gameplay. I don't think there's some people that expect the Fury to be here and be in this spot to put them in #1 seed contention. But like I gotta bring it over here to the NRG boy because they embarrassed your roster yesterday.
Listen, and it was behind this man Yannick's on the screen right now. Like this roster has been together for a while. They've been, shown a lot of ups and downs. Again, we saw them at the Fall Major. Didn't necessarily have the best performance, and now again they're back with kind of like a redemption story here. They're looking for more. They're looking for the playoffs, and with the win against NRG, they're proving that hey, you need to put us in the conversation. You need to start talking about us. And it's going to be a tough matchup for Endpoint. I don't think Endpoint really know what they're getting into.
I think Furia, this might actually be the harder of the two matches, given the mentality of these two teams, Gibbs.
So I think so, because like after that big win versus NRG, where it's like, it's just first match, and now it's day 2, though, where Endpoint's coming in. They've been here before. They're used to this. Furia, they have been here before, but they usually fall short. And that has always been a big moment for them where they'll go into scrims. They are monsters in scrims and can do so well against everyone. But every time they're on the main stage, they fall short. But who knows? Maybe now it's finally time because they've only had, 2 or 3 majors in front of them or lands. And now maybe Furia. It's time for them to shine and get to that top 8 spot.
I think... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, these stats are mad important here because you got to think about it. Furia is a very offensive team.
Yeah, offense, defense.
Averaging 10 shots per game against Endpoint, who are one of the more defensive-minded teams here. It's really going to be a battle on, 1, how hard do Furia hit Endpoint? And then 2, how can Furia survive the Endpoint counterattack? I think that's going to be a really big point when we watch the series.
I agree with you 100%. I think Furia is the more aggressive team, and I think as soon as the game starts, they have to be on the attack. As soon as they have to catch Endpoint off guard in order to have the most success in the series.
I am concerned for Furia here, given how hungry I think the Endpoint roster is across the board. We talk about Metsunaris being a veteran player. He's one of the longest-standing, kind of top 3 performers who has yet to get a world championship under their belt and who has very few major wins. He has many grand final appearances, many semifinal appearances, very few wins. He's hungry for it in a way. I think the roster of NRG maybe has kind of forgotten that level of hunger. They've gotten gotten so many wins.
And we've seen Endpoint, like Regional 3, they played on dining room chairs, and they made it to the finals anyway. It doesn't matter where they're playing, they play well. And now they're in those comfortable chairs. I think they're ready for this.
And they're not even sitting in them, they're standing.
They are. They have to do their exercises first.
They do
a couple star jumps, and then we'll be ready to go.
It's a little wild to me how I don't know, the physicality of that team is pretty cool. Let's see what you guys at home think about this match, though. Endpoint versus Furia. Get your votes into the Verizon fan vote here. #END, #FUR, depending on which side you fall on here. And let's just go down the line. Let's start with you, Dazrin.
Okay, so this matchup is kind of similar of another matchup that we saw yesterday with G2 and EG. Though again, offensive team, defensive team. Went pretty far, but the offensive team won here. But I think Endpoint's on a different level, and I feel like they should come out on top of this group based on what we've seen from this group so far. I have to go Endpoint here, even though I think it's going to be close. I expect this one to go the distance.
They just want you just want them to get some revenge for your team, right?
Of course. Like I don't even know. Yeah, duh. I can't. I gotta have that be a one-off. That's the only way that works. Again, the slow start. It can't be consistent. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, you really are, because I'm not gonna let it go. Anyways, so
what you got?
I got Furia taking this series. I love them boys at Endpoint, but Furia, I think they're gonna come out to a fast start. And they're going to surprise people.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Gibbs.
So my group winners are not doing well. But I still have Endpoint left. So I am going to pick Endpoint. Please win a group so I get at least one right out of these four. So I'm going Endpoint.
Okay. I think I'm going Endpoint here as well. But I think that this is not representative of how close this match is going to be. The 3-1 here. What is going to be the key to victory here for Furia?
I'm telling you, they're going to get off to a fast start. That boy is mechanical. Yanks.
Okay.
He's mechanical. He's going to do him dirty. And I think Seiko, it's going to be Seiko versus Yanks with a supporting cast. I think Yanks going to come out on top this one.
I don't think so, because you know what's going to happen? Fury going to come up field. They're going to use all the boosts, and then Seiko's going to pop the ball up. Nobody's going to jump. No Fury's going to jump.
You know how fast them South American boys are?
I just saw Seiko do a double flip reset yesterday.
And Yanks, he do that in his dreams. I mean, like while he sleep, he wake up, do it again.
I mean, that's great, but he's not going to be. He's going to be wide awake with Seiko double flip reset, double tap. You saw Messi did a quadruple tap yesterday, bro.
We'll see. Furia versus Endpoint's going to be crazy. How do the fans feel about it? They're split right down the middle.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm
that one feels pretty accurate there.
about,
Let's get to the match. Furia versus Endpoint, and what we hope is going to be an instant classic here. Furia still on that path to really establish their name in front of the main audience here. They got the play against NRG. Can they do it against Endpoint here? Let's get to the Verizon Skybox.
The South American Darlings have had a wonderful start to the tournament, but a European team stands in their way. Endpoint looked good yesterday, want to continue that today, Stumpy.
Endpoint going up against Renegades as well. They managed to get that win, which is massive for them considering Renegades were their bogey team at the start of the previous major. But Furia taking down NRG, so far having the harder journey of the two. This is where they will be able to battle it out. Europe versus South America, who comes out on top?
And I was especially impressed with Kaio yesterday. He was seemingly winning every challenge against NRG. And of course, Yanks, he's just Yanks. I mean, his mechanics are unparalleled when you're talking about the South American region. But Relating Wave and company are certainly going to be a difficult out.
I mean, you talk about the mechanics as well. Yanks is the man on Fury who's going to be able to do that. But Seiko, Dazrin has a very good point where he was saying, we see him double flip reset. We see how he likes to play. And it's the supporting cast. Who has the strongest supporting cast, though? Who will get more stars on Broadway?
That's the big question. So far, it's been neutral. Relating Wave going to try to force the ball forward, but it's Furia who've had the last few midfield touches. Now, Seiko got the flip reset, but immediately up the challenge, it was Carden. That's going to be key to shutting down either Yanks or Seiko. It's getting to those challenges quickly.
Chance though on the back ball for Card to get the clear away. So far been shut down in their back half. Good clear over towards the side, but Metza lurking, waiting, but has to stare down Yanks. Tries to find Kaio, isn't able to. Wave doesn't get the touch, double touch from Card. The opening goal falls to Furia.
We haven't talked a lot about Card. He was quiet yesterday in their match against NRG, but he gets a nice double tap here on the wide angle. Relating Wave and Mets stunned in the net.
With two players in the net as well, you would expect for them to be able to cover different areas. Instead, sniping bottom right was the exact play they had to do. Advantage going to Furia, and if they can continue their trend from yesterday, Jorby, where they looked sublime, that is an amazing statement from South America on behalf of their region too.
Well, popped up by Seiko. Ends up missing the touch, gives it back to Furia. And they want another one! Kaio gives one himself in the same spot, but on the left side of the net.
One touch is never enough. Instead, let's double them up. Kaio onto the left wall with Metza whiffing, meaning that this is open entirely on the left-hand side of the net. Disappointing defense so far from Endpoint.
Yeah, just not able to defend that left side of the back wall. And Furia have been able to pick the gaps out. Seiko gonna try again here. Immediately challenged, but still Metzenaris behind. Slow air dribble here, tried to force the 50, and see Relating Wave unwilling to overcommit. And now Furia into the same spot again. Yanks wanted it too, why not?
Forming a dent in that back wall where they just keep pummeling the ball into it, see if we can get something from it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, just keep going for the double taps.
Endpoint need to get into the garage and fix what's not working here in the first 2 minutes. But they have stabilized, trying to get it back. Seiko does get the first 50. Metzenaris coming in quick. You see Seiko staying downfield, maybe looking to harass that defense, but Furia just marched down the field on the transition, taken back to the side.
Beautiful flip reset to get the pass off as well, where the defense don't know whether you're shooting, whether you're passing, and where to defend if so.
Again, Metzenaris trying to set up Relating Wave, but Furia on top of every single challenge card, racing for it. He's got the read on the bounce, but Seiko's there first. Furia back on the rotation, just taking away every challenge. Relating Wave comes in next, and he can't win against Yanks, who gets the ball back safely to the corner.
That speed is going to be such a big tool in the arsenal of Furia as well, where they can outpace a lot of teams. South America is such a quick region, and being able to get it past Metza and Wave repeatedly, that may well be a huge sign of things to come.
And to Furia's credit, they have relaxed the rotation just a little bit. They still have that aggressive posture, but they're not sending the house almost on every play when they do start winning challenges. Very aware of where Endpoint are on the field. And you see a lot of these touches when Endpoint get down the field, low boost, tough to make the plays happen. Seiko had that first play at the start of the game with the flip reset, no boost to push it. And that was Endpoint's best chance at the net so far.
The left wall though, Kaio tries to get it central again. Wave managing to win the 50 despite being beaten to the ball, and actually does dust the defender. The touchdown high, that leads it to Metza. The save coming out though, and so much boost on the side of Furia. Endpoint, they're struggling for scraps.
Kyle pushes it downfield again, goes for the boost steal, and Furia passed out to the middle, but it's all Relating Waves, gonna push it back to Furia's territory. And Furia just looking like the better team right now in game number 1. Endpoint struggling to get any offense going as we approach the final minute.
And that's with them having so much time in the orange half as well. Furia seem to go for the counter-attacks and manage to get a couple of good chances, and then they take them. Instead, Endpoint, they have these repeat chances, but just none of them are good enough to pierce that back line.
Yanks comes down again. A battle on the back wall for possession, but it's taken back to the opposite side. Endpoint starting to grab control of those canisters. Can they keep this push going? The 50s are tough to get. Seiko able to get 2 of them though. The ball just kicks back against the wall. Card in a tough spot, but he makes the touch. Kyle gets bumped into the boost, into the ball, off the ceiling, but he goes for the bubble and Relating Wave. This leaves the shot open to commit from Endpoint. Maybe another goal for Furia's on the table, but Endpoint get the back pass to Metz. Metz on the air dribble. This is met by Kyle, but he's beaten him. Wants the bump, Seiko continues it. Relating Wave up next. Yanks in the air off the crossbar, no shot, no good. Card back down the field.
Such a good chance for Wave to just get one back and then give them the advantage on 10 seconds. Instead, from one side of the pitch down to the other, Card has it fall in the back.
Card coming alive in game number 1. He didn't have any goals against NRG. This time he picks up 2 in game number 1. Who else other than Card, who has been a long-standing South American representative at the World Championship, or just in international play in general now. But Endpoint really starting out slow here, despite trying a couple different angles to get by Furia, Stumpy.
And these opportunities are so good for South American teams to be able to play, or any of the teams that aren't in Europe or North America. You then look at, unfortunately, Mina couldn't be here. You then look at OCE and you look at South America and also APAC, how much they can improve on these land settings. Furia proving that and coming out so unbelievably strong. Endpoint could not get a single goal on the board. And that is also despite them managing to rack up 4 shots as well. Really decent chances for them. The defense staying strong.
And that the left side of the back wall popping off, feeling good. The vibes really clicking for Furia. And then the transition game. Endpoint just didn't have the same midfield presence that you really expect from a team like this that are typically so fast to these challenges on the ball, but they were losing in the speed game in that department. Stumpy, excuse me.
Oh, nearly.
Close one. It's tall people, man. I don't know what it is about it. You know, I grew a couple inches for you this time around.
You're doing well, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
great.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's one of those opportunities where you look at how often we're seeing Fury go for mechanical goals as well, and I think that is really getting on the nerves of Endpoint, because Card, even for that final goal, he went for a flip reset over one defender and then just got it bottom corner. Like, they can be churned out over and over and over again. Will it be a shot? Will it be a pass? And they never know. It's up to Eclipse to tell his team, look, they are going to be quick, they are going to be mechanical, but we have Seiko, and he can do that in droves.
Well, on to Forbidden Temple. Endpoint. They're going to take a mark and really scuff those Furia cars a bit. Kaio going to push that ball back over to Card. How do Endpoint end up beating this really solid challenge game from Furia? As Relating Wave tries to pitch it out to the side. But again, Yanks up for that ball so quickly, beats Metanoris to the ball. No one really able to grab a consistent possession just yet in this first minute. Up again, Yanks just sends one screaming towards the net, and it's pinched out to the side by Mets.
Going for those shots in midfield, forcing Metzger to have to go back, just means that then they can't go for those 3-man attacks. If they're going to be able to get those long shots and be able to try and snipe the net from their half, it means that then Endpoint hanging back just means that their offense isn't going to be quite as strong as they may well like. Card going for one flip reset. Doesn't secure it though as Wave tumbles into Kaio. And a lot of offense, but still no results for Endpoint.
Still looking like Furia's play. Yanks just staying on the side wall, trying to get the bumper, at least freeze Relating Wave. It's not successful. But Furia have locked Endpoint again in this midfield battle. Kaio finding Card again. The shot's good! And they catch Endpoint out again, Stumpy. 1-0 Furia.
The pass coming over from Kaio. Just tapping it so nicely underneath Seiko, who had to go for the pre-jump because he knows exactly how quick they can be. And it takes him fully out of the game.
I mean, it's like you were saying, it's not anything too difficult. Maybe one flip reset, but these touches are simple and effective for Furia. Quick passes, easy, honestly, not a hard shot for Card at all to get down the field.
It's the fact that Seiko was taken out of the game so early on, and it meant that the shot comes in on a grounded Metanoris. Send it high, you get the goal, and the proof is in the pudding.
Furia, again, on offense. They spent a lot of time here in the blue half. These first 2 games. Yanks just locks and reloads here against the back wall. Does he have the double? Just missed it, and the shot denied before it could come, but another rebound is Furia's. Yanks gonna pull off midfield. Not a lot of boost, but he wins the 50. Is that going down just off the backboard? Card's next up, and they've locked Endpoint here in the blue half. Card underneath on the 50. Just let Endpoint come to that challenge with full control. Kaio doesn't have anywhere to go with this ball, and Seiko able to clear the distance. Not a lot of boost, but puts the ball up and denied by Furia.
Yet more issues though, as Seiko running out of boost, not being as efficient as we've seen him, or Furia taking everything. Look how often in the top left, those blue bars are entirely depleted, and orange is full to the max. It is so hard to try and do anything mechanical when you're being shut down for boost, and that is what we're seeing from Furia right now. Endpoint, they're running on fumes half the time.
Even when Seiko on that last attempt, he did have 40 in the tank, but then he was immediately challenged.
Yeah.
Mets, no boost here. All he can do is pitch it against the backboard. and the ball just away. A little awkward for Wave to handle, and he ends up just letting it drop. And now in a one-on-one the other way, here comes Kaio underneath on the challenge, but Seiko gets back in time. Furia don't get the touch, but they still press. Here's another bounce off the side wall, a demo on the backside. Card just missing the angle off the crossbar. Oh, a ripper again across the box, and a goal again! Kaio off from Yanks, Furia up 2-0.
Time and time again, we're seeing these passes go back behind that final line and the demolition, removing Metanoris from the play entirely. Furia, 5 unanswered goals so far. Endpoint are not doing well here on Forbidden Temple, and my God, do they need to change something.
Yeah, maybe some fans out there had a question or two.
There's
well, there
one.
it is. Metanoris is able to get the rebound, and Endpoint get there first.
The first is one that we have seen change the tide of series time and time again. You look back to yesterday, SSG get literally a single goal and then it changes. Furia here have let one in and they're going to want to shut down that waterfall as early as possible.
Maybe a good gut check for Furia as well. That you can't sleep on Endpoint at all when they're in the orange half. They will punish you for any kind of mistake, and they can press like any team. Here's again another 50 in front and off the post and in Metanoris. That's 2.
On the cams, Wave leaning left and right, giving them fist bumps, making sure that everybody's nice and happy with how this game is going and not being too bogged down. They get 2 goals, they realize now that's only brought them level. That's not ahead, that's not still one behind, they're now dead on level. And the fake kickoff coming out. One that Endpoint, we were warned, they have actually been practicing to counter and looks like they've done it fantastically well.
Yeah, they got possession of the ball, but that first shot, not able to get it done. Now it's just about holding the pressure, and they're doing it. Card dives forward, and again, Kaio wins the next 50. Yanks is in the air, hard angled, can't make the shot, excuse me. And it's pushed back in by Kaio. They've retained possession off that kickoff. They get any more shots, though, as things slow down here in the defensive half for Endpoint. Seiko looking for the clear. He's going to get one. Furia looking for another push. Yanks on the flip. Reset. That was nasty. 3-2.
The catapult from the other side of the world. Round relating Wave and higher than Seiko could have ever dreamed. Furia with Yanks. They thought they were terrifying enough with Card and Kaio turning it on. Yanks comes in and shows he is here to play.
That's the X factor of this Furia team is, Endpoint, they're able to lock things down, win those challenges. But when Furia, they end up going down, they got Yanks to be able to break the mold with his mechanics. Endpoint still have that with Seiko, but Seiko's been shut down for the most part. Sure, he's got a clear or two. He's had a chance to get flashy with those mechanics, but it has been a gritty game for Endpoint to try to score these goals.
It's been so hard just to work through and get a clear-cut opportunity. Chance again for a double tap from Kaio, and he secures.
Oh, the miss on the backboard. It's a tough read when you're coming back on the transition. Kaio knows it, and that's a beautiful placement for Laning Wave. Just misses that touch, and he's usually good for tough reads like that, Stumpy.
We've seen multiple times, though, in this series, game 1 especially, the double touches were going in, but why? It was because there was an error on the back wall or the side where there was a whiff where they never should have had the opportunity. Yanks about to prove why actually he can get it round. Instead, though, it does pinch into the corner. And Furia taking game number 2. Endpoint need to change their defense. They worked back so well. They got 2 in the space of, 45 seconds or so? And then Furia turn it back around. They double up their lead. Game 2 is won by Furia, 2-0.
It's starting to feel real for Furia. You got 1 game left until you're up 2-0 in this group. You would take down the hardest opponents that you've had with Endpoint and NRG, and they're in full control right now. Endpoint, they've been able to respond with a couple of blows, but they haven't really taken over the game yet.
And winning this series would put Furia in such a good position to go top in their group as well, because they've taken down what is the hardest team in their group, in the competition, NRG. They are the best team in the competition in that group. And then you have Endpoint to go through. Sure, they didn't win any of the regional events to get here, but unlike in the full major, but they're still that incredible team. The other one, sorry Renegades, they're Renegades. And when you're up against, but when you look at them compared to NRG and Endpoint, and then Endpoint still have NRG to go through, you'd rather go via the Renegades route.
I completely agree with you. The only caveat there for me is that Renegades beat Furia in the Fall Major in the Swiss stage to eliminate them from the tournament. So maybe that Renegades matchup isn't so clear-cut, but either way, beating Endpoint here will do wonders for Furia's chances to get out of this group at the top. This is a different team than we saw at the Fall Major completely.
Yep, so many opportunities to make South American history. Furia are here to do so, and they are well on their way.
Win the South American hearts and the hearts of fans throughout the world. A lot of people out there want to see Furia do well, and they've done so far in this tournament. But Endpoint, they got a lot of fans as well, and I'm sure a lot of people out there would like to see them step up. They haven't been able to find their rhythm just yet, but we've seen one reverse sweep so far this tournament. Who's to say it can't happen again?
I believe, what was it, the 5th reverse sweep on RLCS LAN?
I believe
I think
so.
it was, so is it going to be the 6th? We don't know. The Furia wanted to go down the other end. The delayed flick is actually lovely. But with Wave on low boost, it forces Seiko to clear. But with no plan, it just leaves it going back into the territory of Furia and going via that 100 boost. That movement was so beautifully timed.
And Yank's in the air for it. He got the flip reset, just can't get around Seiko, who makes the touch. Here comes Card again, off the side wall, back over to Kaio. Does he have it again?
No.
He's got the reset, he waits, but taken away by Seiko. No way he gives Kaio that much time.
Oh my word, I was really pulling for that to happen. Get that in the top lanes. Instead, though, it does manage to get saved away. And I'm waiting to see what the impact of Eclipse's words are. The Endpoint coach has done so well historically to work his team back into a winning mindset. Will it work here on LAN, though? Time will tell, but the time is only 3 minutes 20.
The thing that worked for NRG against Furia in those first couple of games were the physicality, the demos, and there hasn't really been that from Endpoint. There's one there from Relating Wave onto Yanks, but maybe getting those demos, the opportunistic chances in front of the box could be enough to trip them up, but something has to break this Furia line because Endpoint are having a lot of trouble even here. They keep getting flushed to the corners and can't get consistent shots on net. Another demo in front, and off the wall, into the net, Metsonoris pops off!
Metsonoris is able to tap that high and then dish it with the defender sitting pretty in the middle of the net and just admiring the masterpiece that Finn has painted in front of his eyes.
You just let go of your controller at that point. You ain't saving that ball. Metsonoris now the owner of all 3 Endpoint goals in the series, but that one flipped over the head, and Seiko has to buy some time, but Furia are racing towards the box. The shot doesn't even come, it gets denied, but Furia have control of midfield, and Endpoint have had to contend with that all series long, and still they're having to require all 3 players to jump in front of each other just to keep Furia on their back wheels so they don't challenge absolutely everything.
It's the first time Endpoint have had a lead so far in this series. They've at best drawn it level, and then Furia went ahead by 2 in the previous game. Can Endpoint hold on to it with Seiko? A flip reset, saved away by Kaio. Instead now Metza having to just scramble yet again for a bit more boost, continue the attack. Instead Yanked can rotate via 2 100 pads and shuts down the attack. Seiko trying to musty over the top. Card is able to. Wave, will he pass this? Yes, he does. Just skims the top corner.
Raced again, this time Endpoint have control of midfield, and another shot goes in. This time Relating Wave takes the pass, and 2 goals for Endpoint.
Endpoint turning it around and wanting to be a team the others fear. Endpoint taking a look at Furia and just going for the shots and taking their opportunities a lot more, forcing Furia into more awkward angles so then they can go for those long shots. That is what Wave did so well there, identifying an open net. Again, Wave just pressuring as much as he could, where I think earlier Furia would have had a nice opportunity just to wait with that and then no pressure. Instead he gets away from him, Wave able to shoot on the open.
Kaio trying to control that ball, even with Relating Wave breathing down his neck. Not exactly the way he wanted to catch it. You're right, Stumpy. Endpoint, whatever Eclipse said, it must have worked. And Yanks able to push that ball back downfield. There is a little time left for Furia to get some offense set up and maybe start the comeback clock, but here comes Endpoint again, cut off by Yanks, who has been effectively shut down in game number 3. Another pass out forces Yanks up for another save.
This is currently the biggest goal differential we've had so far as well. Endpoint going ahead by 3. Furia only historically managing 2 in this series, but Kaya wanting to shut that down to 2 at least. Final minute though is rapidly approaching. This relating wave is going to be challenging in that back half. Yanks in the skies. He is horrifying, and Metanoris diving goalward.
Yeah, the good failsafe there from Metanoris. Not quite over yet for Furia's push. Card by another. He's been effective so far in this game, excuse me, but Metanoris pushes that one out. Another clear, but that's just more time wasted on the clock. Seiko's up for this, and Endpoint aren't feeling nearly as much pressure from Furia. They're getting to these challenges a lot faster. Another pass. Not the touch maybe Card wants. It does allow Kaio to come in for the 50. See Furia, every touch from a blue car will waste more time on that clock. There's another save from a relating wave. Endpoint looking like we're headed to game number 4.
Brilliant game management as well from Endpoint. With a very awkward pinch managing to fall Metanoris' way. He sort of looks at the monitor like, oh, I've scored. Oh, that's sick. Awesome. I love that. That's brilliant.
Relating wave sharing a little giggle with Metanoris on that one. We all do. 20
Still
seconds.
good vibes. That's the thing. Still good vibes. Even though they were down by the 2 games, and I appreciate now they're 4-0 up, you're going to be feeling good about that regardless of where you're sitting. But Endpoint, they have got that mentality that a lot of teams will be looking up to. As the seconds tick down, it's just going to be any consolation goals in garbage time. Endpoint, game number 3, suddenly turning their fate around.
Really flipped it, and they just did what Furia did to them. They didn't let them break out. Furia weren't able to control midfield like we saw in the first 2 games, and it was just those quick shots, the leave from Metanoris over to relating wave to really trip up the Furia rotation, make them second guess themselves as to where exactly the ball is going, who's going for the ball exactly. Those little things will start to add up, and that's what helps Endpoint get over Furia in game 3.
Thing is, there are chances to use an opposition's speed against them, where they're going to be diving at balls. I mean, that goal from Metanoris is unbelievable.
That was good. That was so good.
That is just so wonderful to see. But you can use that speed against your opponent, where if you make them dive at you, then and you maintain control of the ball, it doesn't matter that they've challenged, because you have then still got the priority on that play. Endpoint did that very well. They managed to hold it nicely. And Furia, going down by 4, that's not a great position to be in, and it may well be the start of this reverse sweep that Endpoint needed.
It could be, and Endpoint, I was wondering if maybe the physical game would come into more play for them to break through the Furia defense. They didn't really need to go to that, and now Furia are forced to respond. There's something to be said about momentum. And losing 4-0, like you were saying, it could be the start of a reverse sweep. Momentum swings, it's very fickle, and Endpoint have control of it. They have control of the kickoff. Here's Seiko, you know he can be nuts, but it's taken out to the side wall. He's been challenged pretty effectively for most of the series, but sometimes he does sneak in and get a cheeky pass out with a flip reset, or even maybe off the ceiling, a pinch, he went for it, couldn't quite nail it.
Thing is, we've really not seen Seiko in this so far. We've seen Metza. I mean, Metza scoring, I believe still, no, Wave got 1 goal, did he?
Yeah, 2 goals, I think.
Wave got 2 of the goals, but still
That's
Seiko.
2, Wave 2, yeah.
Seiko scoring none. And he is their goal scorer. He is one of the best players in Europe, statistically speaking. He is at the top of, shots and goals and even, saves and stuff. He's up there.
But that's why Endpoint have been so consistent in Europe. When Seiko is not able to get it done, you have Metanoris and Relating Wave that can clean it up and pull the weight that they need to if Seiko ends up being shut down. You're not overly relying on Seiko to win these games for you. It's a team effort for Endpoint as they continue to pepper the net on Furia's side, leaving off where they started in game 3, and now they press. Metanoris forcing the next 50 up. We see Seiko ends up backflipping. That may have given Furia a chance, but he's back. Barely makes that save. Card gonna steal the boost out. Maybe Furia's got a chance, but Endpoint actually get the full field.
Good idea from Wave there to jump over that demo and trying to go for the edge roll bump instead. Good pass central from Seiko. Back from Wave. Shoots, but all 3 commit from Furia. Chance of Metza to keep this push going.
Weird for Furia. And you might have held your breath a little bit when you saw that triple commit. Getting the ball out to the corner safely. Endpoint couldn't really do anything to punish it. So Relating Wave will put this ball up high. Not too hard. Give Seiko a chance at it, but Yanks is in the air too quickly. Falls straight back down, and Endpoint clear back to Furia's half again. The corner. Endpoint fighting for control. Seiko might have 2 touches here. A bouncer makes it a tough read. Relating Wave up, but can't get to the touch, and a big clear for Furia.
Thing is, Wave's sitting in a position there where he could have gone for a decent shot, or at least forced it to fall awkwardly on the goal line, and just didn't really commit as much as maybe he should have done, considering Metanoris' position, sitting a lot further back. Wave, he can get into better positions than he has done so far. He's got a couple of goals, but I really think it could have been one there.
A miss by Yanks. He wasn't able to get there. Forces the rotation to tighten up on Furia. Kaio has to wait for Relating Wave, who makes a nasty pinch, forces 2 up for it. Metanoris going to put this one up high, force Yanks to use all of his boost to get to that touch. He makes it happen and falls back right down onto it. Here's Yanks, card to Yanks, launches it downfield. And while Furia have been able to get the clears, they've struggled to hold this ball in the blue half. This one pitched up to the side, and everybody gets whacked out of the box, and nothing happens. Everyone's end up missing the ball. It ends up being contagious.
Just complete confusion where nobody knew exactly who was going for the ball, and then the dominoes started to topple. Didn't actually end up in a goal, however, but just in the 2 minutes remaining, still 0-0. Seiko trying to challenge off against Kaio again. Metz with a shot on target, saved away from the top corner this time. And look at Endpoint, how much more they're committing in this game compared to earlier ones in the series. Yanks there, fantastic 50, just landed a touch too far away from the ball to continue onto the open net.
And to what you were just saying, Endpoint getting aggressive with the rotation. Relating Wave had to come back beyond the midfield line to get back to that in time. Endpoint definitely feeling maybe the struggles now of trying to get the ball in the back of the net. Fury have had a couple chances down the blue half. They haven't been as locked in the final half of this game. This one pushed to the side. That's a dangerous 50 in front of the box. Nobody's up for this, and it allowed Yanks to get that ball back to Kaio, but there's nobody ready to follow that up. They let Seiko come down. Relating Wave gets the...
Phenomenal positioning there. Looking midfield has Kaio waiting. Yanks just doinking it into the center. Metza, he has to go for the jump. He has to do something. If he shoots to the right-hand side, he has to get going. Awesome play from Furia to get the lead with under a minute left.
Could be the chance for Furia to close it out. Less than 60 seconds for Endpoint to tie it. A demo on the backside, but Yanks gets a solid clear. Kaio following it up, stinting that Endpoint rotation. Karn flips this up over 1 beyond midfield. Does he have a play here? He's hit a couple nasty ones. That one dangerously rolls across. Metanoris and Seiko get that clear. As we approach the final 30 seconds, how will Endpoint find this tying goal? Will they find that tying goal? Another clear for Furia.
Final 20 with Kaio going central again, but Wave able to intercept this time. Wanting to change their fates. Metz, a pinch off the ceiling. Seiko waiting. I like the idea, but the execution not quite there. The timing isn't right. Final 10, Furia lead.
Here they come again. One more goal will certainly seal it. Metanoris, last cry. Back over to Seiko. Seiko's got the air dribble. Underneath the flip reset. Denied. Ball touches the ground. Furia take the lead in the group stage. 2-0, 1 away from winning their group.
The final goal at the death of the game could have come in from Seiko. Instead, though, the boost miss from Yanks led him into an amazing position, but he just wasn't able to get it past. Devastation on the faces of Endpoint, and Eclipse now has to lift them up. He has to be the boost that they need when they face off against NRG.
I mean, this is crazy. Stumpy, Furia just took down NRG and Endpoint, who have been top in their regions for 2 straight splits. Furia in the fall split, they didn't look anything like this. I mean, look at them now. It's insane. Endpoint, they gotta feel gutted. This was a chance for them to maybe secure this group. They have a tough match coming up against NRG later on, and that might decide, depending on how Furia Renegades goes, where you go in the lower bracket. It's gonna be, it's a tough road for Endpoint, but Furia, what a story that's developing with this team. And wow, I can't wait to see where they end up.
This is why majors are magic. That's what we get from international competition, and when we are able to see the top teams play against each other, where suddenly they're able to bring their A game, where they have been practicing for weeks whilst they've been here in person with their teammates side by side, and then Furia are able to take down Endpoint, not even in 5. That is statement worthy.
Yeah, they didn't go to 5 against NRG either. It was 4 games. Are you kidding me, Furia? South American fans out there got to be popping off. Twitch chat obviously were popping off. 53% to 47%. I think the South American energy is felt right now in the fan base. Absolutely insane stuff.
Yeah.
But Stumpy, you know what's great? Is that day 1 was amazing. Day 2 continues to deliver, and day 2 just started. We got so much more Rocket League to go. A stream, B stream about to start. But before we do that, let's hear from Furia with the Chiefs.
Thank you very much, Jorby. I'm Chiefs, of course, standing here with Coach of Furia, STL, and you guys certainly making some big improvements from your previous major performance. And what were some of the changes you guys felt you had to make coming into this one?
I think the biggest one was the mental part. Like, we're playing good in Sweden, but in scrims, everyone knows that. But when it comes to the tournament, we kind of have like our uppers and downs, and like especially Renegades, you like kind of have a different mental in that match, and we fell off. So I think that was the biggest improve for us, the mental part.
Certainly some nice improvements, and of course, fairly easy for you guys to break down Endpoint's defense. Was there anything in particular you guys were noticing, or what did you guys feel was a very effective approach against Endpoint?
You mean easy?
Yeah.
Really easy? No.
It seemed easy.
No way, man. No way, man. But I think that to break Endpoint, I think that if you break Seiko, you kind of break the whole part of Endpoint. So we challenge him early. We break him like in his air dribbles, in defense, and then it kind of feel like we easy. Let's just say.
Well, of course, as you said, you only have Renegades left, and in a good spot. You've taken down a top team in NRG, now another top team in Europe, and it looks like if you guys take down Renegades, you'll be facing another top team in BDS or G2 in the top bracket on Saturday and Sunday. So how are you guys feeling about starting off against another top team going into the playoffs?
Well, first we need to beat the Renegades, and it's not easy, like season 8, fall major, they are like our kryptonite. So first we need to focus on them, trying to beat them 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, doesn't matter. We need to win. And then we think about BDS or G2 or even in the lower bracket, our opponents. We need to win first.
Well, either way, an excellently played series. Looking forward to your continued run of the major. STL, thank you very much. When we come back, we'll continue with the RLCS Winter Major.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver. This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore. No fear anymore. Why the smile on your face? Don't fake it. You don't have to pretend. Why the fear in your eyes? Will make it. Just take a chance. The thing that haunts you, leave it behind you. The ones that love you, let them guide you. Everything will be alright.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we float to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, shake the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work with nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call.
Day 2 of the Winter Major rolls on with some more upsets happening here. I'm Wavepunk with my full desk of experts in Rocket League here. Dazarin, Endpoint getting upset. Furia continues the run.
Yeah, they look really good right now. That just shows you that yesterday wasn't a fluke for them, right?
Yeah.
Furia are here with a fury, and they took it all the way to Endpoint. I was impressed to see them just come out and kind of dominate the series and push Endpoint to the brink.
It came down, though, to one of those, to game number 3, where suddenly Endpoint managed to get themselves 4 goals. And I thought, oh, this is the turn. Maybe this is where they change it around. No, Fury just held them till the last minute and scored a great little goal.
They are 1 win away from their first ever top 8. Furia is looking amazing.
Yeah.
They get to play Renegades, who are 0-2, not looking hot. So for them, it is their group. They must win next, and they're going to the upper bracket.
That 3-1 is in some ways a better scoreline to me than if Furia had 3-0, because it means Endpoint was playing well. It means that they were meeting Endpoint that was showing up. This wasn't Endpoint on a bad day here. And it's the format that I always see when you have just one team playing at their best and another team playing at their best and they're just outclassed. You'll win the first 2 games, and then game 3 you relax a little bit. The team that's like, we got to win, thumbs back and wins game 3, and you go, oh, wait, you're not dead yet? Okay, cool. And you finish them off in game 4. So, man, Furia showing up in style here in Group B. We got a lot left to decide, though, because things are not quite done here yet as we check out the groups for Group B here, Gibbs.
So on the other side, we saw NRG take care of business versus Renegades, so they look good. I saw all 3 of them smile. So, I'm a little
it's a great day.
I'm a
It's
little
over.
It's a great day today.
yeah, at that point. But now we got Energy and Endpoint. They are sitting at 1-1. So one of those teams will finish 2-1. One will finish 1-2. That might not mean any tiebreaks. It all comes down to Furia versus Renegades. If Renegades beats Furia, we'll have a lot of tiebreaks, and they can still play for first, the winner of this matchup. So that's what Energy and Endpoint are playing for. They're either playing for the 2 seed or maybe for a tiebreaker match. It is still crucial. Both games will go on right now, so no one knows what's going to happen yet.
How crazy is it that we're talking about that group and seeing, okay, Furia on top, and NRG and Endpoint are in the middle, trying to battle to then not fall to the bottom somehow. It's just, this is what majors are about. It's how these teams pop off.
On day one, we made predictions of who would win all the groups. In Group A and B, the favorite right now to win the group, nobody mentioned. V1 and Furia, both coming out of nowhere here. I feel like with V1, it's almost with both of them, it's a little disrespectful to say it came out of nowhere there. So we'll see who's able to get that one there, though. Endpoint, though, taken to the stage here again, going to be playing back-to-back matches. Going to have to find a way here to bounce back, Gibbs.
And that's the hard part, right? Because now you're coming off of a loss. You didn't move at all. You're still playing where you were, but you have to just kind of be sitting here for like 15 minutes just thinking about that loss, and now you're like, well, now we can't win the group. Very likely we're going through a lower bracket, and we have to play Energy. It's going to feel pretty bad for them.
I'm scared for them. Like, I'm really worried for Endpoint here because they don't often look defeated. Like honestly, they so frequently, there'll be an issue or whatever. Metsonos will stand up, people will meme it, whatever, but it helps. It does so much for them. They're slouching. They're sitting over their computers. They're not laughing and joking like how we've seen how NRG get around, how we've seen Endpoint get involved with these games.
No stretches.
I mean, genuinely, they haven't done any of their usual things, and just those alarm bells in my head are deafening with how much I'm just looking at like, that's not Endpoint. That's a bunch of imposters, and I hate them.
We don't know. We don't know what they did between matches 1 and 2 here. Maybe they got up into some jumping jacks. We'll see. That does seem to usually help them a lot. On the other side of the pitch, though, surprising. This is the first time we're seeing them on the main stage. It's the General NRG.
Feels really good to be at Majors in LA. It's my second time in LA. Last time was Beyond the Summit, and I actually ended up winning with my team.
Put your hands together for the champions of BTS Rocket League.
I think every team here is here for a reason. They're all super talented and very good. The last time we had an audience was Season 8 Worlds. Me, Garrett, and Turbo ended up winning that.
Garrett G clears left. Johnson!
So I'm really excited for an NA crowd. I'm hoping NA can, bring it this time, and hopefully they can be louder than EU crowd. So I'm really looking forward to it. Rocket League for me is like my entire life at this point. If it wasn't for Rocket League, I'll probably be in college right now, studying something I don't even enjoy. So I'm definitely happy that Rocket League is in my life. It gave me this opportunity to do what I do now, and for me to meet amazing people all the time. So I'm really happy for that.
Garrett wants to finish this championship with a hat trick. He's got the first shot. He's got the second touch. Scores Shave offense. Puts NRG on by 2.
Honestly, I don't know what you can expect because we don't even know what to expect either. So we're gonna just play this for fun, obviously, but still we're gonna try our hardest and try to win. I'm Justin, and I'm from Energy Esports.
Okay, I was ready for the end of the video, I thought, and then I was not. I think he just barked at us. That actually happened, yes. And
I'm scared.
This is, in many ways, Dazzern, I think, the most American team. It was like if
Squishy's on air,
he's Canadian.
Yeah, he's
sure,
Canadian.
He's super Canadian.
I'm so sorry about the timing there.
Listen,
We've adopted him.
So
but that's
unbelievably
Captain
Canadian.
America right there. My goodness, look at Garrett G. He's going to command the troop today. You know, I listened to the Justin VT that we showed, and all I saw was a whole lot of win, and winning again. He said, we went to Beyond the Summit, we won that. We went to Season 8. We were in EU. We won that. He just wants the crowd to be hyped. And guess what? They said they're coming out to having fun. It looks like the vibes are good today. I heard
Garrett
somebody
G,
say it. There's all smiles. And of course, when this guy's smiling, when this guy's having a good time, I don't know if there's anybody in the world that's better than him. That is Justin. This is a fully well-rounded squad, and when it's them on their day, they are one of the best teams in the world.
And they find a way. They'll find a way through these groups. We've seen it before where they wind up in random tiebreakers that they shouldn't be in, and then they win groups anyway. So it could happen here again. Garrett G, the last series, 3 games, 7 goals. He wants to win. He wants to play in front of that crowd. So watch out, because NRG's feeling it today.
I feel like NRG, the point I was going to make earlier was that they're the most American team in that if they don't know what they're doing, nobody can know what they're doing. The chaos that they embody on the field of like, let's just approach the match and see what happens here. I don't know what's going to go on. It is untouchable from the other teams. A 60% win rate in North America, just barely edging out Endpoint in Europe there. But otherwise, pretty similar stats there, a little bit heavier on the demo game. NRG, was it a fluke? Was there something wrong with them against Furia yesterday?
Yes, come on. We've been through this how many times?
I wasn't actually asking. I was saying we're about to get the answers, but yes.
Oh.
No, Dazarin, please continue.
Go ahead. I'm just saying, like, yes, NRG. We always say it. They always start slow, and yes, I know everyone comes with the excuses left and right, and it's like, well, they're having fun. Oh my God, they're laughing. This is terrible. But right now, NRG are feeling it. Garrett's here. He's performing today. And I think against an Endpoint team that doesn't really look like they're there.
Yep.
I think, we're going to see the General do what they got to do.
Chat, make sure you're getting your votes in with the Verizon fan vote in chat. Use hashtag END for Endpoint, hashtag NRG for the General NRG. We'll go down the line, make our predictions here. I predicted NRG to win the group, and I think that given the win they just got over Renegades, they're going to be feeling good. I think Endpoint's going to have to find a way to bounce back. I'm sticking by that prediction, and we might need some tiebreaker help to get there at this point, but I mean, if crazier things have happened, I've got NRG.
So it's an important game no matter what, because you still want that 2 seed in this group to try and make it to the crowd. And I cannot see a North America crowd without NRG playing in front of it. I'm going to NRG.
I'm surprised.
I'm changing.
I'm surprised because
I
you
didn't
had
like what I saw from Endpoint.
winning the group.
Exactly, but I didn't like what I saw at them through that whole last match in NRG.
Seiko's hand being up here.
I know Garrett G, 7 goals.
Yeah.
I'm going to NRG.
It's interesting. Now, listen, I think I have my favorite production person back there.
Oh,
you already know
here
what to
we
put
go.
up on the screen. You already know. It's not even a competition at this point. Everybody knows the Babs going with the General 100% of the time, and he's going to do it this time as well. I mean, let's be real here. Garrett scoring 7 goals. Garrett. Usually everyone is wondering how Garrett's going to fill in on this team. Obviously they call him, the leader. He sits in the middle all the time. But when he's putting up the numbers, when the General is here, he's leading the troops. I mean, this team just can't be stopped. It's amazing. Now, Stumpy, I'm not going to stand up to you this time.
Okay, you've learned your lesson.
I love you.
Okay.
But there's no way you cannot go with NRG here.
You're right.
You were going
right.
NRG?
You're genuinely right. You're genuinely right.
Come on. Give me Let's go, baby.
Because
let's go.
So
put me as NRG.
So that'll be 4-0 North America versus Europe through the first 2 days so far.
All right. Well, we have officially caster cursed NRG here on the desk. Let's see how that goes.
You're welcome, Endpoint.
Let's take a look at the fan vote. 85%.
Wow.
The General brings their army
fam
out.
is here.
Absolutely. They're
Let's
here.
go, baby.
One of the greater matches of this group. Excited to watch it go down. Endpoint versus NRG. A best of 5 for a chance to win the group, depending on how things go over on the B stream. Endpoint in the blue. NRG in the orange. The Verizon Skybox. It's got Johnny and James.
Johnny Boy, you said that the desk was going to be predictable. You said Wayne Punk's going NRG, Gibbs, Endpoint, Daz, NRG, of course. Stumpy's going to go Endpoint. But we see everyone going NRG, even Twitch chat at 85%. What's going on?
I was ready to disagree. I was ready to disagree with what I expected to be a split desk and tell them, no, actually, I think NRG are the favorites here, which I know, of course, is what you're going to say, James. But no, we're actually just 6 out of 6. Everybody thinks NRG is going to win this. No one impressed with what Endpoint did against Furia, despite the fact that Furia, they look really good. Was it just Furia making Endpoint look bad?
And that's really what we were talking about in the green room was, seeing Furia play Endpoint made that loss by NRG yesterday look much more respectable.
Yeah.
We're starting to get an idea of how good Furia is.
And, Furia with that earlier exit in the Fall Major than most of us were expecting, I kind of had everybody second-guessing them, and then they end up in a group that looks so difficult. We kind of forgot that actually they've got a chance not just to get out of this group, but to maybe even win it. Now they look like favorites to win it. NRG and Endpoint, the teams scrapping for second place. That could end up being huge, though, for NRG if Queso beat FaZe later on and NRG are able to win this. They're going to get that matchup that they've been thriving in all throughout the split.
Because looking at these matchups on paper prior to the games being played, you were thinking that this might be the matchup to determine that #1 spot. And now...
That's why we play it last.
And so like you said, NRG and Endpoint going to be fighting for that 2nd and 3rd seed. And this is all assuming Furia takes down Renegades with how well they've been playing. But so far, game 1, Endpoint in general, they are trading blows. And that was a nice pass across, but nobody there to finish that one off.
These two teams, of course, did play at the Fall Major in the Swiss stage. Endpoint were able to win it in 5, but it wasn't before NRG, I think, threw away some games and series winning opportunities late on in that series. So if they can get those same kind of chances against Endpoint, it's just up to NRG to take them this time. That's why they struggled against Endpoint the last time the two met. Seiko with a great opportunity. Actually goes for a slow play on this. They're still going to remain in attack. Oh, what a pass! Seiko slaps in a stunning pass from Metsunoris.
And you see Justin getting a small hit there. And I think Garrett confused by the fact that Meta and Relating were both on the ball in that situation and completely lost sight of where Seiko was.
Definitely. It's very hard to predict, and there's so many players facing the ball. Not only that, but they're facing different directions. So which way is the ball going to go? Which way is the play going to go? And then you've got to remember Seiko's also still in that corner. With that pass that good from Metsa, Seiko just has to hit the ball hard, and there's no way that a team can react to that. Endpoint actually starting off really well here in a match that everyone, Desk and ourselves, thought that they were going to be the second favorites in.
Twitch chat with 85% going with the general NRG. So a quick reminder that Endpoint still in this one. Strong start. Metza looking for a Relating Wave. A nice challenge from Metza. You see Justin trying to buy some time, losing it a bit, throwing Seiko off. Squishy will come in and support. Now Garrett slow to the ball. Metza aiming for the backboard. Staying in the play. Garrett trying to stop the shot, but he can't, and Relating Wave will bounce in a second goal for Endpoint.
Relentless pressure from Endpoint. NRG are just trying to get a 50-50 to bounce to a safe location. It goes the one worst possible way into the ceiling and into the middle, and a nice bounce shot from Relating Wave puts them up by 2.
And it all kind of started, I mean, you saw the play from Justin. He went airborne, was trying to get a flip reset on the ball, just trying to mess up the touch from Seiko. We're seeing that NRG has not really been able to get in their rhythm. Meanwhile, a quick start, and we're seeing more pressure come out. Garrett tipping that. Metza to his own back corner. Pass off the backboard. And Seiko will get to the sideline. Garrett lobbing it back in. Squishy blowing the play down. Justin, when you can see Seiko, that one bouncing off. Endpoint in a tough position. Finally, Metza will get some breathing room.
Still time for NRG. They're getting more of a close look at that blue goal, but how are they going to get that goal to get back into the game remains to be seen. Seiko now with a little bit of time on the ball. Forces a save from Justin into the crossbar. Endpoint have really done well in this sort of spot in this matchup so far. They're keeping NRG in this final third. They're not giving them good 50-50s. They're not giving them good clears. Lovely little delay on the challenge there by Relating Wave to bait the touch out from NRG. It's little things like that that have helped Endpoint keep NRG pinned back.
And keeping them pinned back through their vision as well, recognizing when NRG has no counterattacking power. You saw it on the play, Relating Wave and Metza both in the same spot, and Seiko was on the other side of the offensive third, so it didn't even feel the need to rotate back when you got this much pressure. Endpoint happy to melt this time off the clock. Less than a minute left to go. NRG still searching for their first goal, and then a pass in will get shut down by Relating Wave. And you can see Seiko harassing Garrett G, and a demo in the backfield. Nice shot from Seiko to top things off, and they are dominating in game 1.
The passes in the final third from Endpoint. They're making this happen. Wow, Seiko had some work to do there. That's a tough angle to squeeze between the post and the goalkeeper, who's coming at him quickly. He even moved towards the ball, making the shot even harder on himself. Seiko showing up against NRG.
Saw the car completely vertical, hitting it with the underside of the car. That was not an easy shot. Seiko, the delayed backflip, and it works! It works from Seiko!
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the goalkeeper from NRG here. Seiko just hangs onto that flip as long as possible. And Squishy waiting for that bump to go by before jumping into position, just had way too much to do, as do NRG, down by 4 with 35 seconds left. What a statement game from Endpoint, who just came off a tough loss.
And that's exactly what the desk was probably thinking, and most people watching were thinking, is that Endpoint is going to be coming off that last series against Furia on a low. Meanwhile, the General NRG had a sweep against Renegades. They're going to be coming in warmed up, riding the high, and that has not been the case. Endpoint has been taking it to NRG. It looks like it's going to be a shutout, and honestly, Johnny, that last play from Seiko, it looked like Endpoint was playing with their food.
They knew it was over. They know it's over now. Celebratory goal for Lightning Wave makes it 5. And what a performance from Endpoint in Game 1. We didn't really see a lot of NRG, and this is similar to NRG's games against BDS at the Fall Major. We didn't really get to see them play. They're just stuck in defense, or they're getting challenged before they can make any of their big plays. So they might actually be able to produce some offense later on in this series if they can just find a way to break out of that final third that Endpoint have got them stuck in at the moment.
And we've seen them a couple times, Johnny, when they're trying to break out of that final third. They just can't get that quality touch to kickstart the counterattack. We saw a few times Justin flailing around in the air, not able to get control of the ball and get a hard clear out to someone who's waiting on the wall or in the midfield. They've been stuck in their net. The General NRG has not been able to get anything going whatsoever.
Yeah, they've got to try and just get out of this final third. You know, their 50-50 game and the physical game and things that NRG are starting to improve at. They, realize that these are things that are so valuable these days. But I really think Endpoint have just faked them out so many times in this matchup with their challenges. They're keeping NRG guessing. But you've got to just give Endpoint praise, because to bounce back from a loss against Furia, they've just seen their first place shot in this group disappear. And now they're able to take down NRG 5-0 in Game 1. I mean, that is a rebound if I've ever seen one.
And coming into this matchup, Seiko and Justin up there on scoring didn't have that much in the books to really build up a stats base, but both of them the leading scorers on their team. And you're looking at how that dynamic has played out. Well, Seiko had a hat trick in this first game, and that shot where he came off the back wall from NRG and just managed to weave that one in. It seems like that might be...
Okay, there we go. They're back. Energy, they were only watched for one game. That's a pretty shocking kickoff for Endpoint. They've gone for a close cheat, and they do not have goal coverage. If you're going to cheat this close, if you're going to go for a dead ball kickoff, you have to cover your goal, or you're going to just concede every once in a while. I guess Endpoint have accepted that fact, and they will maybe live to suffer the consequences. Let's see what Energy could do with a 1-0 lead.
We saw Garrett able to bounce that over, setting up a shot. There's the demo, and Garrett will get the second goal. 2 quick ones, 12 seconds is all it took. And this time, NRG using a demo, and Justin the one making the play happen.
As NRG are doing things different. You know, back in the day, we might have just seen Justin peel away to the far post, become a passing option there, give Garrett the option between passing or shooting. But now he just thinks, well, actually, I'm just going to demo the goalkeeper, because that's every time that's going to work. You don't even give the other team a chance to intercept. So fantastic play by Justin. Garrett scoring the second goal, like you mentioned, extremely quickly in this game. Just as fast as we saw Endpoint bouncing back from defeat earlier. Now it's NRG.
Yeah, we have seen the scoring prowess from Endpoint in Game 1. And Seiko in Game 2 has a beautiful response. This one, upper 90, unblockable.
That was perfection from Seiko in the placement, and he didn't hold back with the power either. He's not just looking to put that on target quickly. Also accurately, NRG still leading, but are they going a bit too aggressively here? We saw the demo coming in for Squishy there. Justin was also pressing forward. This is, I think, new territory for NRG, trying to play more aggressively. They can do it well. But communication is key when you're doing this. If everybody goes for an aggressive play at the same point, you are going to concede open nets. That's why all of the historical aggressive teams have made a name for themselves as conceding random long shots every now and then. NRG don't want to go down that road.
Garrett poking that up. We saw Endpoint trap NRG in their own half most of Game 1, and it looks like they're gearing up to do the same. Corner pass. Seiko flip reset, trying to block the clear angle from Squishy. Relating wave with the touch. Seiko will get a hit to the corner and the boost steal. Seiko taking the space. Finally, somebody challenges, and Garrett is able to clear it wide, but Relating Wave's there and bounces it back up to Seiko. Seiko, backboard pass. Relating Wave hits it to the corner, an ambitious shot, and there was a window.
That's definitely a real chance for Endpoint to score. They're back in that final third again. NRG were stuck in this position for pretty much the entirety of game one. Got to find a way to get out of here, whether it's 50-50s, whether it's defensive passing, whether it's dribbling, or just getting that lineup for the big hard clear. None of those things coming through just yet, but Seiko will with a second goal for Endpoint. Mind game, and then the 1v3 play with a double dunk on the goal line. Seiko going next level against NRG.
Oh, it's so many things to love about that play. That one surely has to get broken down later. But you said it, the patience on the flip reset. But not only that, being able to get the hit into the 50. Seiko had that planned out, executed it lovely, or brilliantly, and it was such a lovely play to watch.
And that's why you've got to just make sure, if you're the first challenge coming in from NRG, you've got to hit the ball. You can't give Seiko the free mind game there, because he'll still have control. He's not going to need to really force himself. Oh, look at that for control from Seiko. Intercepting, and now offloading to Relating Wave. It's
Still
half of a
dangerous.
clear, not far enough. Seiko's there to score it. It was just not safe after the attempted save from Justin. Relating Wave just forcing that bad save gave Seiko the opener.
And like you said, forcing that bad save. If that ball is any lower, Justin's going to have an easy clear to the corner. But it all started again when Seiko had that control off his own backboard.
Well, that's 6th goal for Seiko in just 2 games after scoring none against Furia. He has absolutely found a way to turn this one around. Endpoint have brought the best out of him, and he has risen to the occasion. NRG led by 2 at the start of the game. Now they trail by 1. It's all going wrong for them in Group B.
Still time left, but Johnny, you're right. Things going wrong. And really what's been going wrong for him was having to play Seiko. Seiko has been out of this world.
It is a problem when Seiko's playing well. He's not defendable, but NRG have a chance here to counter. Garrett with 1 demo. He's going to look to run onto the play, gets it into the middle. Relating Wave has to send it to his own crossbar. But he does well enough. It wasn't safe by location, but it was safe because it was close enough to a teammate to follow up on.
It's better than what was going to happen originally, and he just had faith in his teammates that they would clean up whatever mess was created, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. And a mess starting to happen in front of NRG's net. Seiko, another 50. Justin also going. That's a double commit. Metza wasn't able to make contact on that pre-flip. The demo on Garrett going to open up some space. Seiko with boost. Worst nightmare for NRG. Another pass to the middle. It's still bouncing. Now a counterattack chance, but you saw NRG was so tensed up on defense from Seiko taking that ball airborne. They weren't able to start that counter.
You see the problem when you go against Seiko is that time there was an early challenge directly on the ball, so Seiko just moved the ball out of the way. Oh, what a pass though! Garrett scores it! NRG are back in the game after being stuck in defense for so long. All it took was one chance, squishy on the infield. Garrett with a finish.
Wow, and the speed of that pass was necessary. That was in front of the defense, close enough to try to bait the defenders out. They actually did do a good job of waiting, but Garrett was able to slot that one far post. That is a great response from NRG, and they're back in it. And this does feel like a must-win game, even though we're only in game 2. With a dominating performance from Endpoint in game 1, NRG need to stabilize. Under 30 seconds left, and we're tied.
That's a good pass, but Seiko's all over it. He's not going to get back to the ball again, though. Garrett just goes route 1, backboard. Defended well by Relating Wave.
Another good touch.
These little passes in defense for Endpoint helping them break free from NRG pressure. That's something NRG have struggled to implement themselves. They've got to do it all over again as we get to the final few seconds of the game.
Relating Wave looking for somebody in the middle, and this ball will stay airborne. Justin opting to just hit that into Metza and go into overtime. Golden goal. Endpoint has seemed like the better team so far, and now a chance to end it. Seiko happy to just hit that ball to the corner and get the boost steal. Demo Numbers advantage for NRG. A catch from Garrett. Low boost. Will flick it past Metza. Seiko controlling it, boosting into it, and getting it by Squishy.
At least Squishy got a touch on to Seiko though, so he can't get back to the ball, even though it would have taken a lot of boost to do so. Justin looking for Garrett, who pre-jumps the pass, which does not connect. Thought about going for a bump there, Endpoint. Side against it. NRG have to be careful here. Endpoint looking to set up counter-attacking passes. They're spreading out in defense. They're giving those options. NRG, of course, need to be here, though. They have to take those risks if they're going to get these goals. Now it's going to be a winner, surely. No, it's going to be a save from Garrett. Boost is not looking good for NRG, but another one spawns, and they're under control.
Wow, that was a scary moment for NRG. Endpoint almost ending it. Relating Wave running out of boost. Had a shot on target, and it was barely saved. We just passed that first minute of overtime. Endpoint still having some good looks. NRG, we saw that pre-jump pass attempt, and now numbers advantage. Seiko on the dribble. The bump from Metza. The shot is good! And Seiko continues to be a problem for NRG.
Yeah, communication breakdown from NRG. Squishy's trying to pass to Garrett there, but Garrett's all the way back in defense. He's nowhere near close enough to even challenge the 2v1 coming towards him. And Endpoint make it work. Seiko on the scoring sheet again. He is absolutely on fire at the worst possible time for NRG. You know, NRG got me wondering, well, where was this Endpoint against Furia? Why couldn't you beat Furia and give us a chance to first place?
Where was this Seiko against Furia? But really, all of Endpoint having some really key moments. We even saw defensively huge play from Relating Wave. He had a very difficult backboard read. It was just him. Got the backboard read, but not only got the backboard read, also beat Squishy to that follow-up ball. And that was... this was an incredibly tight game where plays like that can make all the difference.
And especially on LAN with the extra pressure, those things they can be missed. And I like the decision by Garrett to just go for the simple backboard clear because there was a challenge coming towards him. He doesn't want to air dribble straight into it, just hit it to the backboard. Maybe off chance, Relating Wave misses it. Probably not. You're not going to get a miss out there from anyone at this LAN. But anyone can miss it. No one should miss it, but anyone can. And that was, of course, a chance for NRG that didn't really risk much. Endpoint just proven to be the team who are fighting back on today after losing to Furia. They show up, beat NRG 5-0, then they're down 2 early. They come back from that as well. Mentality definitely back in a good spot for Endpoint.
No doubt about it. Quick recovery coming off that loss from Furia. And it has been an insane series for Seiko. Another shot will get a double commit. Rebound opportunity will get saved aside. But we've seen a few instances where Endpoint's well-placed shot has been blocked, but the rebound has been juicy and been able to be put in by Endpoint. Nice deflection.
Oh, wow.
Seiko, patient, does get the save. A demo. Squishy will turn on this ball as well.
Well, we're watching two teams play who have both lost to Furia and beaten Renegades. Renegades on the B stream are beating Furia. So there's even more drama in Group B. We thought it was going to be a simple play for second and third place between Endpoint and NRG, but Renegades trying to force a tiebreaker with whoever loses this match at the moment. And the winner of this, little do they know, they are actually in with a shot of winning the group because Furia have, at the moment, got a lot to do against Renegades.
And this is why you love LAN. Anything can happen.
Something about that matchup. CJ just has Card's number, despite calling him King instead of Card.
Now we've got to focus on Endpoint and NRG. The team's hoping to be in that situation for a tiebreaker to take the group. And so far, it seems like it's going to be Endpoint with how well they've been playing. NRG had a chance in overtime, but Seiko has been too good. We see more demos coming out from NRG. We saw it last game as well. Justin demoed on the goal line to open up that first goal for Garrett. Saw more aggression come out, but it hasn't quite paid off.
That was a lovely pass attempt infield. Seiko too far forward to receive it. Endpoint looked threatening there after a couple of misplays from NRG, but now NRG are back on attack. And it is a much more back and forth game than the two that we've seen before. Game 1, entirely Endpoint pressure. Game 2, Endpoint definitely found pressure for extended periods in that game. But gradually, as the series goes on, NRG are finding more consistent ways to get the ball out of defense. Here's a great one. And a demo comes through for Squishy. It's on target, surely. Justin there for the finish. 3 on an open net there for NRG.
Yeah, and we take another look at this one. So Garrett going for it. It looks like Garrett just didn't flip into it. Justin does get there to clean up. That was not the prettiest of plays.
Yeah.
But you're seeing more demos come out from NRG, and that was clearly something that they made a point to adjust. We didn't see much of it at all in Game 1, Game 2. We saw more of it now in Game 3. They're continuing it, and it has paid off again. See if they can hold on to the lead, but now you're seeing Seiko get a demo back on Garrett G.
NRG just need to try not give away any cheap goals. They've got their attack going, they've got their demo goal. Now, no need to make any more overextensions, because this is, like you said, something that they're just working into their play style, which is usually a lot more about the rotation, a lot more about the passing and the outplays. Well, now that they've got it to work, no point in risking that again. I think they're just going to play this one out in their more normal and usual style, giving each other space to play with. That's not to say that we're not going to see more goal attempts from NRG. They're just going to try and go for any kind of play that doesn't leave them out of the game.
That's a nice pre-flip pass from Justin. Backboard is open. Garrett will miss the shot. Rebound, a chance, and it's going to be cleared out, but that was a scoring chance for Garrett. Normally, he would hit those.
Really good challenge by Garrett G. And he's going to go all the way with no boost and score for NRG again. But this is all about the challenge in defense. He's realized that, Seiko's going for a lot of mind games here. It's about time we just flip into the ball, stop him from going for fakes all the time. And not only that, Garrett showing you how to shoot with no boost as well. 2-0 NRG.
It's a little nudge on that ball as well to set up that shot far post. And Johnny, if NRG hopes to have more success, they're going to have to continue to shut down Seiko and not give him space, because we've seen how creative he can be with even just a little bit of space.
And that's the name of the game for NRG. They give each other space so that they don't double commit for things, so they can easily pass to each other, make those team plays. But the difficult part is doing that without giving a player like Seiko all the space in the world as well. They've done an exceptional job with it in Game 3. This is maybe the start of that comeback for NRG. A comeback that has actually just gained equity again. Renegades now lead 2-0 in games against Furia. So this could be the winner of this in a tiebreak against Furia tomorrow to win the entire group. NRG thought that world was done. Apparently not. CJ and the gang have other ideas.
I wish we could watch that and cast at the same time, because I just need to know what's going on over there. Squishy. Nice infield fling. Seiko will shut it down, and the final seconds will tick away. The general NRG, they found the response. They get the first game, but it's a long road to reverse sweep.
Well, they really shut down Endpoint's tricks a lot more in this game. They've just gone for the ball more. They're not going for big dunks, big interceptions, big reads. They're just going for the ball because they've realized, well, Seiko's mind gaming us so consistently. What do you do against mind games? You ball chase. That's why mind games never work against low-rated players, because all they see is the ball. They don't see your mind games. But it works. It works at the very, very high level, because everybody's trying to read each other. Everybody's trying to predict the touches, and NRG not really relying too much on predictions, just going for the ball here, letting their mechanics do the talking.
Yeah, and it's been pretty high scoring in terms of what Endpoint's been able to put on the board. So a shutout here for the general NRG is going to be huge for their mentality, being able to get this win, avoid being swept, which would be, I mean, it's not an upset if Endpoint wins, but it's pretty shocking if Endpoint wins in a sweep with how well that they were playing. And it seemed like that might be the case, but we saw NRG cling to life. It wasn't the prettiest of NRG games that you've seen them play either, but they found the way to win. They are making the adjustments.
And it's good to see NRG fighting back like that. They're trying to have some fun with this event, just like they did at the end of the Fall Major. They realized that brought out the best play from them. And obviously, when you're losing like this, it's very hard to have fun. When you're losing to Furia, a team that nobody expected them to lose to, and now they're down against Endpoint, these are tough positions to be able to have fun. So NRG have to really have just a bulletproof mentality here. But they're doing things that other NRGs in the past wouldn't have done. They're accepting the fact that actually we need to diversify our attack a little bit. We're trying to play too cleanly. We need to just start going for direct challenges in Seiko. And if he gets the outplay, he gets the outplay. But whatever you do, don't let him fake you.
And it's that type of composure that experience can bring, being able to make those adjustments in series that have been very difficult. And we're seeing that in a long shot attempt. Metza will be able to get back in time. And we're seeing more demos. Garrett taking out Relating Wave. Down, nice drop pass to Seiko. Seiko will get a good bounce. And now a bounce shot goes in. That was a bit surprising that one was able to find the back of the net as we take another look at this replay.
My goodness. That has to just be either a miscommunication of epic proportions or a misread on a bounce, because why would you let the ball bounce like this? Garrett just leaves it. Squishy leaves it. Free shot. And it goes in. You've got to think that somebody was calling for someone else to go for that. And then that person's also calling for someone else to go for it. That just looked ridiculous. NRG completely dropped the ball, give Endpoint a freebie.
And that has to hurt. The series has been tight the last game. NRG had to fight for those goals, and they gave one away here. So we'll see if the general NRG can bounce back, or if this will finally be where Endpoint closes out the series.
And my goodness, is this going to be huge for Endpoint if they can just get this game won. NRG are not done yet. Justin snipes the bottom corner on an infield pass. Relating Wave looks to the ceiling, thinking, how have we let them score on another infield? It's happening again and again. They're just not covering it, preferring to cover the backboard and the goal. Endpoint, you got to start looking for that infield pass.
Yeah, it's certainly, you saw, like you said, Metza on the back wall, hoping that Seiko would not let that ball come into the middle. Metza didn't want to jump too early, but when you don't jump early, you give so much.
Oh,
rebound, and nobody makes contact, and that won't be a goal. NRG will retain possession.
What?
But I wish we had more angles on that one, Johnny.
I can't believe that was the outcome of this situation. There was such a well-worked demo, and then even a pass into the middle, but somehow Endpoint have escaped that situation without conceding. Now Relating Wave's missed in the back corner. Endpoint's starting to make mistakes that we didn't see from them earlier on in the match. I wonder if they found out that this is, in fact, for a chance to win the group, and now pressure's on. They're not just playing for seeding, because Renegades are beating Furia in Game 3 as well. It's going to be a sweep over in the B stream.
Somebody's whispering the info in their ears.
I don't know what it is about Renegades playing Furia, but they've got their number. 3-0 in the Fall Major, 3-0 today. No, 3-0 here, though, against NRG.
Did you get any confirmation on that series score?
Not over yet. Not over yet. It's still going in Game 3.
Oh,
wow.
The rebound will get knocked aside as well. The flip reset led to a rebound, but could not find that goal. Excellent defense from NRG. It was a great shot as well. And now another miss on the backboard from Seiko. You can see Relating Wave diving in. We're starting to see more mistakes out of Endpoint.
Yeah. That save, though, unbelievable from NRG, because not only was it on target, it also had a really, really strong hitbox coming behind it that you've got to muscle off the ball. NRG have done that. Like you mentioned, another miss coming through at the other end. Seiko missing a half volley on the back wall. He went for a very precise touch and he misses. So are they going to start going for more easy to execute mechanics? Probably not, because it's Seiko.
I mean, if you've learned anything from Furia as well, you just go for the best play possible, no matter what.
Yeah.
Justin with a miss there, perhaps leaving it for Garrett. That was bold if the case. Squishy, nice flip. Following it up, you can see Metza didn't make contact. It's a tip. Relating Wave will get a piece of that ball, but it has been tough. But Seiko will get the ball in the middle of the field. Bumped out of the play from Squishy, who says, I'm not even looking at the ball. I just got to take him out to make sure this play doesn't happen.
Well, brilliant by Squishy. He just goes as quickly as possible before Seiko can do too much damage. And he was going, I think, for the ball, but Seiko moves it. And of course, by moving the ball, he's put himself right where the ball was. Now here's Garrett with the double. It's defended by Relating Wave. Into the final 35 seconds of the game. NRG, every single game that has gone by, I've seen more of the blue end, more of the Endpoint goal. And this is by far the game where Endpoint have looked the least consistent.
We even saw Relating Wave getting hung up on the post on that ball, made him slow to the challenge. But now Seiko, airborne, will get shut down by Garrett G. The defense from NRG has been their saving grace.
What a first touch by Seiko to give himself a one-on-one with Garrett, who stood strong in the way of him. Seiko struggling to get those goals, which came so easy earlier in the series. Justin might have one, defended on the goal line. Nice try there by Justin to steal the game, send us to game 5. It's going to be overtime. Still, NRG clinging on to that chance of a comeback.
Garrett getting jostled off the ball from Seiko. And Seiko was able to still be in control and got that flick pass.
Crazy control by Seiko, even though we're seeing a couple of defensive missteps for Endpoint. His control in offense has been absolutely impeccable. I mean, how on earth do you defend this guy? You can't cover every option. Well, not with one player at least. We have confirmation. Renegades have swept Furia. Winner of this series. Winner of this series plays Furia tomorrow in a tiebreak for first place. Loser will play Renegades for a tiebreak break in third. Neither team, neither NRG or Endpoint are in the group yet. They could still finish last. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. Here's Squishy now, passing well to Garrett G. And we will decide who gets to play Furia tomorrow for that top spot in game 5.
Oh, this play, Squishy threatening the double. You saw the defense frozen in a nice finish from Garrett G. That was not a gimme. You saw the defenders in net, and NRG cling to life. And it's unbelievable the turn of events that we have seen in this group. I was thinking that this was Furia locking it down. This one's for second and third. Renegades is going home.
Renegades
or 3.
I have to see this. I mean, I'm being told that that's happened. I've got to watch it back later. Because how have Renegades managed this again? I don't understand how they're winning against Furia, especially this weekend. But what is going on against an Endpoint NRG as well? They found themselves in a similar situation. So we're 2 rematches in Group B. And we're on track for the exact same results in both. That's only, of course, if Endpoint do win Game 5. I'm sure NRG would like to change their destiny on that one.
Oh my, this is just fun to watch. Honestly, sometimes when it gets chaotic like this, all you can do is sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And it has been a show all around. Group B entertaining us nonstop. And now we've got a game 5 on the horizon. NRG, Endpoint, who came out so hot. Seiko looked unbelievable. It looked like he was going to be the difference. But NRG found a way to battle back.
Well, we're going to go down to game 5 momentarily. NRG were 2 down. Now they're tied. But let's get into it in just a moment. It's on Champions Field. I can't wait to get into it, James. Jumping the gun, we've actually got a pause, but we'll get more to that. We'll get onto that in just a second. I wonder what is going through Endpoint's minds in a moment like this. It was going right all the time. Here we go. Sponsored by Lamborghini. It is game 5 on Champions Field. NRG versus Endpoint. Winner plays Furia tomorrow to top the group, and the loser will have to go through Renegades just to not finish last.
Oh, man. You couldn't have asked for more. This is critically important. Johnny, we've seen it in so many regional events, how valuable winning the group is in this format. It is such a massive advantage. And so for that to be a possibility for whoever wins this game, that can't be understated how critical that is for their entire major tournament.
Oh, big chance early for Endpoint. Couple of them actually, but NRG will be glad to see the ball go wide. You know, full credit to NRG in turning the matchup around. Like you mentioned, Seiko was dominating in games 1 and 2, and NRG just started challenging him earlier. They started challenging him more directly, and that really limited what Seiko's been able to do. Even that is still a scary Seiko to go up against, as we saw at the end of the last game. Still able to produce chances, but they're coming less frequently because of NRG's defense.
Adjustments from NRG, we've seen that from them in the North American region. They've been in tight situations before, but they have a deep toolkit. They have a lot of different play styles that they can revert to if needed. We even saw that switch up after game 1, incorporating more demos, not looking for as many solo plays or infield passing play attempts. They have been relying quite heavily on the demos and their defense.
It's good speed by Metsonoris to get back to his own pass. There's a double commit from NRG. Pop into the middle by Seiko. It's going to be a contested ball. Squishy actually gets control of it. This is huge for NRG. Out of defense and straight into attack. Air dribble by Squishy. No flip to work with. Seiko knew that. Delayed the challenge. And still the boost steal comes through now. NRG, can they do anything with this pressure? Looking like the boost management for Endpoint is actually pretty good despite these steals.
And then that's so true, Johnny. We just saw Squishy steal multiple 100 boosts, and still Endpoint able to stay calm, conserve their own boost, and get this counterattack. But Squishy, oh man, almost a deflection in front of net.
It's interesting. I thought he was going to go for the bump. We saw Arsenal score, well, it was Rettel's goal, but Arsenal really the one who made it happen by bumping Appjack out of the sky against Dignitas. Looked like Seiko was going for something similar. He instead goes for the almost impossible redirect and nearly made it happen. Justin awkwardly clears, but does recover. Look at the recovery of Justin to somehow get back up to this ball.
And he's hovering behind it, shadowing it, daring somebody to come challenge. A regroup from NRG. And that 50 will send it to the corner. Nice touch from Squishy, but Relating Wave was there to cut off that shot on net. Metza tipping pass one. Seiko with the catch, couldn't dribble it past Squishy, and that second touch from Squishy, now a center ball. Excellent breakout there from Squishy.
And notice again, how do you challenge Seiko? Hit the ball. Don't fall for his tricks. He was going for another mind game there. Squishy not falling for it. Still tied, but if NRG could force this reverse sweep, it will be their first best of 5 reverse sweep of the season. Endpoint's first reverse sweep loss of the season, and the 6th all time for an RLCS LAN. Lots of stats being added to here. Such a similar story to when the last time these two teams met. Absolute nail-biter game 5. That one ended with NRG squandering a game-winning chance, and then Endpoint getting one at the other end immediately.
Will we see history repeat itself? We are closing in on the final minute of gameplay, still scoreless. Squishy staying behind the ball, pinch out to the middle. Relating Wave will hit it up the side. Garrett taking time, finally does hit it downfield. Relating Wave sending it back. Garrett got the mid boost, a shot. You could see it, surprise Squishy. The pace starting to pick up for Endpoint.
Seiko's been quiet, but Endpoint have looked more consistent across the board. Both teams producing the goods in game 5 with less than a minute to go now. Justin with a little bit of boost to work with, trying to get it over the top of Metza, unable to do so. Is still able to knock it on as he recovers back towards the ball. Just 45 seconds left, still scoreless.
Huge play here for Justin. He's got time, needs to buy some for his teammates as well. Seiko, the touch.
Oh my.
Does he recover? It's a rebound. Metza, the deflection from Seiko! How do you work that angle out?
Just when he thought Seiko's got the double, he leaves it for Metza, who passes it back to Seiko. Who goes for the pass in this position? That is absurd from Metzadoris.
And how do you hit that shot if you're Seiko? Wow.
Wow, indeed. Oh my goodness. A terrible kickoff for NRG will result in a second goal. That sort of revenge for earlier. NRG did the same thing. Both teams going for such a close streak. Both teams going for a dead ball kickoff. This time the kickoff is stronger for Endpoint. And the 1v1 play comes through. Only 29 seconds for NRG to come back from 2 goals down.
And the wheels falling off for NRG in the final moments. Still a chance, but the defense there from Metza. It answers the call.
Infield continues to be a good option, but that one's a bit too high. So Justin, despite being in position, couldn't get up for it. And that needed to be a goal for NRG. Time's ticking away with 2 goals to get. It looks like it's just not going to happen, James.
This was a crazy series. The group turning out to be more entertaining than you expected. Will we see one more goal? No, we won't. But Endpoint take NRG down in 5 and prevent the reverse sweep.
Do you think they know that they actually have a shot to win this? Tomorrow they'll play Furia to take that top spot. Can they get revenge? Furia just beat them today. If Endpoint can beat them tomorrow, they'll get #1 seed from this group. And that's the only way that you can guarantee top 6. It's the only way coming out of groups that you can guarantee that you're going to play in front of a crowd on the last 2 days of this competition. That's what everybody wants. And unfortunately for NRG, it's not what they're going to get. They've got to fight for 3rd place tomorrow against Renegades. Then they've got to get through that lower bracket round 1 before they have a chance to play before the crowd.
it leaves me speechless. I was so much expecting this to be a routine series for that second, third spot.
Yeah.
But now this is NRG could go home. They could be done tomorrow.
They have to beat Renegades, who just 3-0'd Furia. So Renegades not happy with their losses to Endpoint and to NRG, of course, tweeting out that they just couldn't get it together in the matchups that mattered most. And then when it really mattered most, when they're fighting for their lives, they produce their best performance. So I wouldn't write them off. NRG really have to take them seriously, because if a team can sweep Furia, they're definitely a threat. And that's a best of 5 for your life in the competition. Nobody thought NRG would have to do this again after they've already done it, twice in the fall major? Now they're back in the same position.
Johnny, just thinking about the pressure, for NRG, they've had rough starts before, even in the Swiss stage, in the international, or the last fall major. They had struggled so much.
Yeah.
They showed some grit in this series, but nothing is given. And with NRG having to fight for their very life against Renegades, even going into that series, it's all upside for Renegades. Coming into this, they were the underdog in this group. It's been a very tough group to play in.
Yeah.
And so they're going in tomorrow with nothing to lose.
Yeah, Renegades, they must have already thought, well, let's just give it a go. Fury have beaten Endpoint, they've beaten NRG, 2 teams we've lost to. Let's just try. Let's just give it a go and see what happens. And they sweep them. So they've really just gone from the valley to the mountaintop now, and they've been given an opportunity to play NRG for a shot. Well, to just get into lower bracket round 1. I mean, what they're fighting for here is not what anybody wants to really, where anybody wants to be, but Renegades are going to be much happier. They kind of expected to have to fight for a 3rd place coming into this group. It's not what NRG expected. But I wonder if Endpoint were expected to be able to play Furia tomorrow. Let's head over to Roll This and find out.
I'm here. Thank you, Johnny. With the boys. The boys in purple? Purple? Okay, purple. Endpoint. Seiko. Metza. How you guys feeling, man? That was a fantastic series. Seiko, let me know what you think, man.
I'm really happy because I don't play really good against Furia, but I play really good against Energy, so I'm happy. And Furia lost against Renegade, so we have to play tiebreaker, so that's cool.
If that ain't a fact, hey, Metza, let me know what you feeling.
Relief, I think. When it gets to those Game 5 situations, a lot of stress is around, but when it gets released, the stress at the end of the game, it's like no feeling.
Nah, I felt that completely. All right, man, back and forth series. I know I hear the hype now. I think you guys bounced back from your previous day. It was a rough loss, but Renegades defeated Furia. Are you ready for a rematch?
Of course. See you in the pitch, Furia.
Oh, yes, sir. That's what I like to hear. Ready for a rematch?
Yeah, obviously, when we get to play them again, I think it's such a relief that we actually lost the first one, because now we're the underdogs going up against them. So, exciting match for sure.
100%. Hey, Seiko, I got a question for you, bro. Is this game like free play to you, or because it's flip reset after flip reset, musty after musty? Nobody knows what you're going to do next. Is it free play?
Not really. I just try my best.
Just try your best. And that's all we ask. Continue to try your best, because it really is the best, all right? Metza, known for your leadership, your veterancy. Come on, man. When you guys are going down, what do you say to bring your team back?
I say some swear words, and then let's go. This is our game now, okay? Our game.
Yo, come on, man. That's exactly what you need to do. You feel me? All right, so listen, man. Whew. How crucial was this win for your confidence moving forward? You guys are going to play in SoFi Stadium, the YouTube theater. How crucial was this win for you guys?
I don't understand.
It was very crucial. I don't think we are confirmed at the YouTube theater, but whatever. But definitely very important. And if we went into the lower tiebreaker against Renegades, that would be so nerve-wracking for you to play for your tournament live. So I'm very happy for this, even though we didn't know exactly how the other game went. But yeah, this turns out perfectly for us for sure.
All right, man. Hey, listen. Hopefully you guys continue to build on this momentum. I love seeing you guys play. Exciting gameplay. And more exciting gameplay coming your way after this break.
phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
But if I'm I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, they dream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, shake the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
Four experts predicted NRG to beat Endpoint. Four experts were wrong.
Six. I did too.
Oh, wow. It's putting himself right under the bus there with us here. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Johnny, by Bates, by Mr. Stumpy down there on the end, and also by Mr. Eclipse, the coach of the now victorious Endpoint. How's it going, Eclipse?
It's going great. You know, being NRG, I lost my voice a little bit. Screamed a little bit too much maybe, but you know.
Your voice is so
Your voice is so gone.
gone.
I was screaming after the SSG match, and my voice did not go that bad.
Well, I didn't have much of a voice after yesterday either, so like screaming today again was probably not the best shout, but you got to keep the energy when you're
Have you learned sign language ahead of Sunday? Just in case your voice goes completely and you need to talk to the guys.
It's pretty simple. You just go.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll just whisper quietly into the mic.
Well, then we're going to watch some of the highlights here from your match against NRG. A craziness going all the way to Game 5. Walk me through it from your perspective. What was it like getting 2 games up and then having to go all the way to Game 5?
Well, we have a saying in our team, which we always bring up, which is we never like to make things easy. You look at us last bit, and we went 3-1 in every Swiss. We went, before we won, we would go to Game 7s against everyone. And we just continue in the tradition, you know. We can't just sweep NRG. That'd just be too nasty for the NA fans out there.
Too boring, yeah.
Yeah, they gotta think they've got a chance, you know.
But then the thing is, we all know they don't. That's the thing. That was also the first
We all knew that. Clearly, we knew that, predicting them unanimously to win.
That was the first European victory over North America at this major, and it was Endpoint over the kings of North America.
I don't know. I didn't see that. I mean, I just got on a plane, landed, and you're undefeated. So like
That's a good point, actually.
I don't know what happened while I was in the flight. The Wi-Fi was not good enough. So you're telling me something happened, but I don't know.
Eclipse, what's your kind of like judgment on the field of competition here? Who's standing out to you? Who are you surprised is not standing up to you?
The Dignitas having a bit of a rocky one. That's a bit surprising to me because they have just been playing really well in EU itself, but I guess there's something about LAN that they just don't like. And then I think it's probably EG. I think they did a lot better than I expected considering they were LAN rookies. Like, I was expecting them to do decent. I didn't expect them to do that well though. And like, I know they didn't win, and it obviously is like, well, they lost 2 matches, but
Well, do you think they win later today?
Yeah, they
Or Team
should. Yeah,
Secret?
they have a good play style to play Team Secret. I think so. They should get the win, but it won't be easy.
I will say your Group B has been full of surprises, given NRG losing to Furia, and then you also losing to Furia, and then Renegades now, in case you weren't watching them on the B stream, got sweeps Furia, leading us to many tiebreaker situations. So yeah, I think Stumpy brought. I don't know. This is fine. Yes.
Sweeps. Sweeps all round with the grossest broom we could have found, apparently.
Put it on the floor,
Ew,
man.
why you got it in my
nice
face?
broom. A nice...
Nah, get away from me, man. Get off.
I'm going to sweep the desk.
No, don't sweep the desk. Ew, you don't know where that's been. Put that on the floor. Put that on the floor.
Okay,
get off the desk
floor.
before you break something.
Yeah, I messed it up.
Yeah, there you go.
No more prop humor.
Nobody saw that.
Production is never handing you anything ever.
No more prop humor.
You could have at least.
He felt invincible because it was Corey who said, "Get who's got a broom."
We were told by the boss.
It was his idea.
He literally came in the room and said, "We need a broom immediately."
I like that you didn't take the dustpan off it. You just like left it on the broom.
I assumed that was stuck, but I get. Oh no, why would it be?
Wait, EU education. EU education here. This
No,
is just
the
my
dustpan's there because you never know if the reverse sweep's coming.
Oh, you're gonna have to dust
my
it
God.
just in
It was
case.
a total IQ play.
It was pretty close there, man. Folks, this has been crazy. Eclipse, I mean, you guys you do have to go up against Furia again, I believe, here, given the tiebreaker situations. Thoughts on the rematch?
I actually always like when we rematch people because I don't want to touch wood. Touch wood. But yeah, no, I like rematching people because it gives us a chance. Like I think today, you could see after game 2, in game 2 we started figuring them out and how they play, and then going into game 3 we had it figured out. But Furia is always one of those teams that's very good at just getting a goal and just getting a win, and so they're a team you don't ever want to be having to reverse sweep because you never know when they're gonna score that goal.
Sure.
So I think we started figuring them out. Hopefully tomorrow we can just come back in and straight play it that way again. But
well, T-Base will be hoping you don't, because if you do, then everybody's going to be touching his hair to break their curses.
Wow. Yeah.
You have to wear a hat tomorrow.
Yeah, that was unexpected. I didn't see that one coming. You know who also didn't see it coming? You're talking about how y'all play tight series. Daz was out there. We were working on something else, and he came back into the talent room and was like, "The prophecy's about to unfold. NRG's coming back." And the moment he walked into the talent room, it went all bad. Seiko scored that first goal in game 5, and then it went all downhill. You had NRG fans. And the NRG fandom was really trying. They were starting to pick up a little bit, but then you shut them down.
I mean, Seiko just knows when things like that are happening. We hear when he heard he saw something on Twitter about how Seiko is just not a LAN player because he'd scored no goals against Furia. He scored like 4 in the next game against NRG. So we were like,
yeah.
You do that?
I mean, he had such a turnaround as well. It was awesome.
He did. It was incredible. I'd love to keep talking to you about it, but we do got to get on to the next match here. Eclipse, thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the desk. Let's talk about the next group we're working into, Group A. We are going to kind of go around the circles here to give you the best matches last. We see V1 up on top. They have to play against Detonator. Barring disaster, V1 is winning the group. The question then becomes Team Queso versus FaZe Clan. That will be our next match here on the show. Queso and FaZe both dropping a match in day 1, looking to go 2-1. One of them is going to get there. One of them is going to be on the brink at the bottom there. Luckily, they would need Detonator. If Detonator wins, we get some crazy results here. But really, this is the battle for second.
It's one of those situations where you think that surely won't happen. We look at it, but then also look at the results today. Renegades just swept Furia. Endpoint managed to defend that reverse sweep versus NRG. Huge matches, but with Queso and FaZe, that is something that so many fans have looked forward to. We looked at these groups a little while ago, and we saw that matchup. We saw they're in a group together, and we were all thinking, that's the one. That really could be the one just to blow the doors open.
I know I expected it. I expected that to be the case, but then of course version 1, Mr. Lambo himself, calm and Torment, and then you got Torment, and then you got you just had B1 all ball now.
I agree. But don't forget Beast Mode.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting Beast Mode.
Beast Mode.
Yeah, that's why I tripped on my own words, because he was just that great.
Yeah. We're going to see more of Beast Mode a little bit later on, but right now it is FaZe versus Queso. It's the first time seeing him on the stage, and there's an argument. Queso wants this more than anybody.
To come to Los Angeles is mad. I've never been here before, and to meet everyone, it's crazy. To me, the major is like everything. This is what I've worked up to. This is what we've worked up to as a team. We've never qualified for a major. I've never played a LAN. Honestly, we weren't expecting to make this one.
He's up, he's unchallenged for the longest time. Over the top of one, go! Second, and rise!
As a team, I feel like we're just friends type thing. So we're just sort of gelling, talking, making jokes. It doesn't feel like a job. It just feels like we're on a trip as friends. Been putting in the hours. We boot camped here last week. Yeah, we're ready. Yeah, other teams should definitely look out for us, considering how good we can be. I mean, look what we've done this split, right? Like, we've taken over EU. We know how good we can be. It's just about delivering that every time. I'm looking forward to winning in the major. I'm confident in the boys to go far, so we'll see how it goes.
Here they are on the mainstream for the first time. Those Rise we were hearing from. Vatira has been quite active on Twitter coming into this event, wanting to make sure everybody knows they're going to win this whole thing. Even after their first series yesterday, Johnny, against Detonator, tweeting out 3-0, come on, 1-0 in groups, let's go. Like, just excited about every win they're getting here today.
They're just having the time of their lives. They're in LA living the dream. This is their first LAN. Nobody is even like thinking about them last split as a contender for the fall split. It's only when they started putting in performances and scrims, beating people in the fall split, that everybody realized, hold on, this might be a contender. And not only that, they've stepped up and dominated this split online for Europe. So I think they've got a reason to be confident, and I think that they've got plenty of an opportunity here to bounce back from the loss to V1. I'd say I'm more confident of that than the FaZe bounce back, but we can talk more about that in a bit.
Both teams have taken a loss we weren't expecting in these groups. I mean, one of them had to take a loss at some point, but we expected it to be to each other. They are coming into this match, Bates, with a loss.
Yeah, V1 really tried to surprise them yesterday how well they played. Queso were looking dominant against Detonator off rip. They were freestyling everything else in between. They looked really good. V1 caught them all surprised.
Well, let's head over to the other side of the pitch. FaZe here again, another team that we expected to be the defenders of North America coming into this event, and we've seen a shaky performance at best.
Yeah, I mean, but they continue their streak of saying, like, we don't lose to EU. I remember AJ saying that to us, like, well, at full, we didn't lose to EU, like, remember that. And they have managed to lose to V1 so far, and V1 just looked flat out better than them, and also Case earlier on, we keep talking about them. I think there's a lot for FaZe to prove here, and there's a lot for Case to prove here as well, because they are so very rightly confident in themselves that they are the team. We are the team that is going to win this event. We are going to do North America proud. We are going to play how we want to play. And there are holes in that team that I think are starting to be plugged, where we're seeing some errors come out from Typical. We've seen that every now and then they seem to just forget that they even have teammates and they all just commit for one ball. And it's frankly hilarious how often that happens. But now they're hilarious. They are now starting to really look at each other and think, okay, I'm not the one. We are the three.
Are they, though?
That is so important.
Are they? I don't know if they are. I feel like they still all want to be the guy on this team, but
maybe I'm being optimistic.
Yeah, I think that's the road to victory for sure. Definitely agree with you on that. But can they get Typical out of the rut that he's in, the way that SSG brought Daniel back from a couple of early misplays versus Dig? We've seen it with Seiko today, didn't score versus Furia. Then it's a team environment plus his own individual skill, able to blow energy away in 2 games. That is kind of where FaZe are. They need to do the same kind of thing, but with Typical. God, get his confidence.
Yeah, it is funny to me just how much I look forward to. I don't know if this is just like the years of seeing this rivalry back and forth, but how often like we have NA versus EU. Anytime we get NA versus EU here, Stumpy, I get more excited about the matchup.
Well, currently, it's funny you asked that way. Currently, we have played across the entirety of the RLCS 93 series between Europe and North America. That's how much they've faced off. That Endpoint victory over NRG actually hit a milestone. T-Bates will love this. Actually hit a milestone, which was amazing. The 50th victory for Europe over North America was that Endpoint victory. It's now 50 to Europe. It's 43. 43.
Why are you laughing? We're right behind y'all. 43. You acting like it's like 47. It's 50 to 43.
Tell him, Bates.
43.
It's about to be 44.
Very, very respectable wins for North America.
Okay, wow. That got so disrespectful so fast. Get your votes in chat of who you think is going to win this match in the Verizon fan vote, #TQ, #FaZe, depending on which way you are leaning here. And Stumpy, I'm going to start on the end with you, you superfluous monolith.
Wow, that is gorgeous wordplay. This is Queso. This is Queso, who are a 3-man unit who works so beautifully in sync together, where they almost look impossible to be defeated. You know, they are so strong, and I don't see, if they are playing as well as we know they can, as well as they have done online to come through as that #1 seed in Europe, Queso win this quite handily. FaZe, they are 3 guys who just happen to be wearing the same jersey, as far as I'm concerned. And it is Queso's time where they are going to be taking them down and delivering their first win.
Stop! Didn't you just say 2 minutes ago that you think that they're playing more as a cohesive unit?
Yeah, it's for the up, and then I hit you with the right hook.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
You're just all over the
them.
place. Listen, you were going to make my argument for me. Have FaZe ever lost EU this season?
No.
No, they sure haven't. It's 50-43 right now. It's going to be 50-44.
I like how you look at this card as if there's lots on there. It's just like one number.
FaZe are gonna, listen, FK had in his interview yesterday, he said they were lacking energy. First Killer played absolutely amazing yesterday.
He did.
Sip had a couple mistakes.
1 out of 3.
And then AJ wasn't his typical self. But FK, he said he's going to pick up the energy himself. He's going to put more on his shoulders. He's doing all the scoring, all the defending. Now he's going to add on top of that the hype that the team needs. And when he picks up AJ, when he picks up Typical, Queso ain't going to be able to match that. Come on now. And you know every single EU team.
Wait.
EU teams do not want to match with FaZe.
Okay. That can't be the way. I really don't see it. I mean, if First Killer's plan is to start carrying more, I don't think it's going to work. I back the Queso boys. Come back here. I've got to. I mean, I picked them to win the event. I'm not going to give up yet.
Both these teams came into this group as favorites to win it, and neither of them are walking home with that title. So at this point, I think it's who's going to be the worst, the better of the 2 teams who are not quite doing as good as we thought they were. So I'm going to go on the side of Team FaZe because that sounds like more fun.
That does sound like more fun.
Here. Let's see what chat thought at home there. We're 50-50 on the desk there. A little bit less one side, right down the middle there. Queso going to take it 64%. Let's get over to the match. NA versus EU for the 94th time, if I'm remembering my math correctly here, ever in the history of the RLCS. Can Queso make it win number 51? Can FaZe close the gap? We got James and Corelli in the Verizon Skybox.
Corelli, I think many people, ourselves included, were really interested to see this matchup. This is a FaZe team that has done well against Europe in their first fall major, but now they're going up against a Team Queso team who is seemingly taking over Europe. These are 2 teams that have that aspiration to be the best and have all of the pieces. Where you talk to anyone, you think, yeah, I can see FaZe being on top. I can see Queso being on top. And now they stand in each other's way.
Both teams have lost to version 1, and to your point, when you talk about what Queso's done domestically, the results haven't really added up here. And same thing for FaZe, honestly. Both teams being dismantled by version 1, and this is really the part where we get to set them apart from each other here. FaZe and Queso facing off in a Game 5.
Like you said, that the success that Team Queso has had, 2 regional victories, a runner-up, and the one they didn't win. A dominating winter split for them. But this is when it all matters at these majors. Huge prize pool, but more importantly, the points haul is significant.
And both these teams were beat in a similar way. A lot of balls being cleared over the last man. That was both problems here. Teams overcommitting. Not giving respect to the clear. Here's one coming off the crossbar for Typical. Typical's First Killer shot's too high. Another shot comes through. How about all 3 for FaZe, and they're on the board first?
Oh, you look at this. There's a double commit here. Both players miss. First Killer hits it off the crossbar. Somebody better send AJ some flowers for saving that play. That was not how you write it up, Corelli, but certainly FaZe is going to be happy with that, seeing some mistakes from Team Queso and also getting AJ involved early.
And you heard the desk talk about bringing up the energy, the passion in these games we've seen from teams like version 1 and many others. First Killer wanting to amplify that for FaZe Clan. And they're starting off on the right foot here, but Queso surely not going down without a fight. Here's a shot coming through. It's turned away by the Queso defense. As First Killer trying to make it tough for the transition. AJ got bopped out of the way. It was an open net for a second, but he recovers nicely. and clears it off his back wall.
FaZe, a nice start for them. Rise taking time. First touch, a bit heavy, and Sypical's able to clear that off to the side and get the corner boost. AJ kick starts the counter. Sypical, that first touch went behind him. Gave up the ball. Vatira over to Joyo. Rise on the challenge. You can see Vatira having to wait for that mid boost. It does come, but he'll have to retreat. First killer towards the backboard. That touch, light. Vatira will beat Sypical to the ball, who dives in. First killer with the demo. Seeing some good pressure come out from FaZe Clan. Team Queso just trying to find that counterattack.
It certainly is scary if FaZe keep up this type of pressure. Here's AJ. Flip reset, gets one to go over, but Rise shutting him down. Another thing we talked about with FaZe, they're just lacking the creativity, which is weird to say because FaZe has been so smart on the ball individually and with the passing. But here at the Winter Major, you haven't seen it. Here's a pass across, and there it comes for FaZe, 2 up.
And a great first touch here. You see Vatira gets demoed, and then AJ taking that hit gave him the shot option and the pass option. You saw Joyo recognizing that, had to stay and wait to see what AJ did, and the pass was perfect. FaZe Clan, very strong start now, up 2-0 as we approach this halfway point of game one.
Highly anticipated matchup here. Both these teams, I think for Queso has gained a lot of fans. For FaZe, certainly earned them over the season that we've seen them. And they come and match up here in the Winter Major inside their own group, and right now FaZe looking the better team.
Start from FaZe, but these 2-goal leads can vanish in an instant. We've seen it happen so many times. Furia getting demoed again. First killer. We'll leave that. Rise comes in, but AJ able to clear it out. Vatira popping it off to the left. First killer had the backboard option covered.
That physical game, so important for FaZe. First killer averaging over 1.5 demos per game. That was 5th in North America. He's bringing that out here in the Winter Major, and Queso getting torn apart here on a couple of these attacks. Here comes Joyo, though. He's so dangerous from this position. Rise trying to place it.
Wow.
First killer able to make the save.
Great save there from First Killer. Now the counterattack's on. First Killer flipping to it. Rise hits it off to the side. Chipping it around the defense. Solo play. What? Rebound will go in. And that effort that you saw, look at the patience from Rise. And you saw First Killer wanted to block the shot option, but Rise was able to get it across net.
And that was so smart from Rise, positioning himself on the far side of the ball, making the defender go into the challenge, a challenge he knew he could at worst just stop it in front of the net. And he took it all the way to the wall. Queso getting smart and creative there behind the ball. Now Vatira, he's got an open net, he'll pitch it through, and Queso just like that, able to tie it up.
And no one from FaZe was anywhere to be seen, and AJ tried to be cued off the wall, Corelli. And that first touch is absolutely necessary. That first touch that he made gave it away, and Vatira was able to ground pitch it in because everyone on FaZe thought that AJ was going to take that downfield.
And you said it, these 2-goal leads, they can vanish very quickly. Queso roaring back here off some kickoffs and some great play individually. Now threatening again as the defense has to scramble back. Vatira will stop the transition from FaZe.
Joyo. You see Vatira trying to get a bump on AJ, who does make the play. Now Rise sees Joyo across. Oh. Rise couldn't hit Joyo, but did still have that threatening ball. Sypical up against Rise. No one makes contact. Joyo calling Vatira off. Will take it airborne. Pinched out wide by AJ. Now First Killer will center this ball. Joyo leaves it for Rise. Nice misdirection play there. Gave Rise some space, and now Vatira will have the ball. The 50 up the wall. First Killer will tip it. Does power through. Will stay on the play. Gets the demo. Sypical double tap.
What?
Goes for net. I was expecting the shot. Or the pass, Corelli, and he goes for the shot.
No, sir. He's going for gold. And with 12 seconds left, look at the angle from Sypical. Joyo didn't even give him the space. He didn't even give him the credit. He didn't think Sypical could hit that 3-direct. But what a double tap from him. And FaZe Clan on top with 12 seconds left.
Miraculous shot from Sypical. Now, last second chance for Team Queso. The double tap denied. Vatira will need to keep that ball up. He can't. And FaZe Clan will take a contentious game 1.
Wow. And, you know, I think that score was a little bit closer here than I think what's given over to FaZe Clan, because I do feel like they owned most of that game, and give credit over to Queso. They did a great job of getting those 2 goals back when FaZe Clan gave them the opportunity. But realistically, FaZe, Typical, especially there right at the end, really doing the dirty work, and a second touch off that back wall sends FaZe into the lead here in this series. You can see the fist bumps all around coming out from First Killer. The Des talked about him. We talked about him. The energy needs to be brought up for FaZe, and they brought it here in game 1.
In talking about energy levels, you know, you could feel, or you can just imagine how much energy is going to get sucked out if you lose this game. FaZe up by 2, and there was a mistake by AJ on the wall that gave that second goal away to Vatira. That really could have this might be the game that you look back to and be, you know, say this was the swing game. And really the player and the play that stood out to me, Corelli, was that Typical shot. The defense didn't even, I think it was Joyo in net, didn't even think he was going to take a shot. He was ready to whip around and block the pass.
And that's how I asked for creativity out of FaZe, and you're seeing it here, and just stellar play coming out of a shot from Typical. It wasn't the worst game in the world for Queso, but they've got to pick up the pace. FaZe looking a little bit more in form here on day 2 at the Winter Major, as they're up 1-0 here in the first series.
First Killer, not the best touch, will have some support. The ball gets away from FaZe. Quick counter. First Killer doesn't make the backboard read, and Joyo will put it in.
How did he get that second touch? A huge mistouch on the back wall from First Killer, didn't even make it, and Joyo just follows it up. Surely he saw First Killer, but a gift off the back wall for Queso, and they're up 1-0.
And this game also started with a bit of a misplay from First Killer. Wasn't the most egregious, but then missing that touch. Tough break for FaZe. First Killer, I think he's recovered quite well.
Hello, First, and AJ, you know he's going to set him up with a great touch here. Gets a piece of Rise just off the hood and allows First Killer to come through. You know he's going to put away the double tap every single time when he's given the space. We're tied up.
FaZe showing what they're made of. Vatira getting shut down by AJ. Hard hit to the corner from Typical. Joyo off the wall, will clear it out. Can't get the block on First Killer. Now Vatira awkward. First Killer in the corner, pass to AJ. AJ will let it through to Typical, and AJ gets the boost steal.
See if Queso can break out here, as they have moved onto the FaZe Clan side, but First Killer trying to get away. Now Joyo trying to get a flip reset here, didn't get it. And AJ had a free clear. Rise not going to let him out that easy, as Queso trying to mount the attack.
Rise trying to keep that ball in his possession, hopefully to get a pass out to the corner, and it does push FaZe back. Rise now, flip reset. See the defense being pressured. FaZe trying to get their feet under him.
A little slow on defense there from FaZe. First Killer pulling a lot of the weight from the midfield all the way back to the goal line to make those saves. FaZe not wanting to overcommit and send too many players, and it's paying off here as AJ is able to make it onto the Queso side.
Rise taking it into an air dribble, playing the pinch, but First Killer collects nicely and delays the flick. This rebounds out to AJ. Joyo will get a piece of that backboard bounce. AJ had the read.
Great touch there from Joyo. AJ wanted a clean double tap over the top. It's got to be quicker than that if he's going to beat Joyo to his own backboard. As things have leveled out here, that's a dangerous one across the box of Queso. FaZe trying to turn back around. Typical has options to his left, but can't hold on to it. A good cut here from Rise. As FaZe, they're trying to turn it back around. Vatira with the control. He's past 2, and he'll take a challenge into AJ, who wants one off the ceiling. Little wave dash to get that touch, but he didn't get it, and Joyo to clear it away.
Yeah, you saw the mechanics there from FaZe Clan, but you also saw Vatira able to dodge 2 demo attempts. The demo's a factor in game 1. Vatira starting to sniff him out. AJ, big boom downfield, Rise. That's a center ball, and AJ will score it off the mistouch from Rise.
And that's probably the biggest head scratcher so far here in this series. Rise, he had no help, and I guess he just assumed his teammates would be back, and it was a little bit late for Joyo and Vatira, but still not the best touch coming out from Rise. A lateral ball coming off the sidewall, straight back into your box. You know FaZe is going to crash the net.
And I'm with you, Curly. That must have been a communication lapse where Rise thought that somebody was next in rotation, like you said, because if somebody's there, they would have been able to get a nice clear, but you saw both of them streaking back. You wonder if there was a bump off the ball, because both players were late getting back.
And it's rare to see Queso, be out of rotation, so you're right. Something must have happened. The Des was talking about, they really are a three-man unit, and we've seen that so many times in Europe. But so far, when they've come up against FaZe, it's been very shaky from Queso.
Queso trying to fight from behind yet again. Typical with a challenge. First killer pre-flip doesn't even make contact. 18 boost. We'll see what he does with it. Lobs it up to Sipical. A nice pass, double tap ball. No, he goes for the pass. Sipical!
He's a genius.
He'll take the shot when you don't expect it, and just like that, he'll also take the pass.
What a pass from Sipical. That is insane coming off the bottom of his car. FaZe Clan up 3-1, and Sipical having a fantastic series here so far.
And there were a few question marks around Sipical. You saw him make a few defensive mistakes. You even saw it in the Fall Major, but this series against Queso, he has been spectacular.
I mean, he was even shaky yesterday as well. There were some fair criticisms over him, and now a good demo here as First Killer gets Vatira, but Vatira's going to still bounce it in, and Queso, 56 seconds to make the difference.
You see Rise taking out AJ. I don't know if AJ would have been able to even stop that ball, looking at his trajectory on the jump. But Team Queso, regardless, will get the goal. Under a minute left. Team Queso, can they tie things up? Bounce pass to the middle. Rise.
Wow.
Up against First Killer. Vatira, happy to let that one float across net. Rise passes to himself. The shot!
There they are.
It's good! Where was FaZe? Rise recognizing a window.
Oh my.
And they left. AJ and First both left at the same time.
And where are they going? They got to protect the net. And Queso's going to take advantage. It was wide open for them at a point where FaZe just 2 seconds ago had all 3 players on the goal line.
That was a head scratcher. It was AJ and First Killer both thought that they were the second man there, so they both left. Somebody needed to at least stay in the play. Or at least stay in net. And now you see Team Queso bounce back, maybe even taking the lead here. The shot will be saved. FaZe struggling to keep their head above water. Typical, clearing it out. Vatira over to Joyo. Rise is waiting.
Full boost. Oh my.
The Mustang double. Oh,
he got
it. He puts it upper 90 off the Mustang pass from Joyo.
What a touch from Joyo, and FaZe Clan deserved that. They gave him too much space, too much time, and in game 2, Queso makes the comeback.
What an ending. Unbelievable from Team Queso. And you said it, Corelli. FaZe brought this upon themselves this game with some of the mistakes that they had made, some of the decisions, a little bit head-scratching from FaZe. But Team Queso, they didn't, they had to make things work. You saw Rise self-pass, putting that shot in right away, and then that last play, Joyo, that was a crazy pass.
Yeah, and Queso, it really speaks to their perseverance here, the determination to come back into a series or a game like this. And FaZe, you really look to them and you can see they are jumping up and down on the Queso side, looking straight into the eyes of FaZe. They know how much this series means. There's a lot of pride on the line as well, not just the group score, but of course, just the NA versus EU. And again, a lot of fans looking at this matchup, no matter where it happens in this tournament, as, I think a pinpoint for the gauge of a region.
And also, Corelli, just looking at what Queso's been able to accomplish over this split, many people had them as the favorites to win it all coming into this event.
Yeah,
so
for good reason.
And they're showing it there. However, FaZe, they had some control over that game. Just a few mistakes that gave it away, and now Joyo. I thought someone was going to stop him. Apparently, that's impossible.
Look at this man fly. A little flip reset off the ceiling, and a monster flip reset at that. A second touch off the crossbar. Too easy for Joyo in the first 16 seconds.
The amount of power he got on that flip reset flick, I didn't even think he would be able to get it to the crossbar. Another flip reset from Joyo, going for the double, but Typical says, I've seen enough. I got to break this play up.
And now Queso's offense really ramping up, and this is where it gets scary for the FaZe side. Their defense has been their biggest point of contention. It's been the biggest criticism from casters, fans alike, and it has crumbled in game 2. Now FaZe have to find the offense. That one's turned away by Vatira as FaZe looking to ramp up.
Rise, controlling the ball off the wall. Nice challenge from AJ. Joyo dodges the bump attempt. Rise, getting the mid boost. Vatira can't stop Sypical. Sypical, nice 50, wow. But a powerful win. Vatira, all he could do is stay on trajectory and use air roll out of boost. No adjustments.
Some good stuff here from Queso. Look at the challenge game now. That one goes in favor of Joyo. FaZe struggling to hold on to it. First killer did his best. Sypical sitting on the inside of his post. Here comes the shot. Joyo. Now Vatira will take one. Still in the hands of Queso. Another near post shot. Rise will slot it. And Queso up by 2.
Look at this pinpoint placement from Rise. It's a rebound. Joyo called off. That is the sign of good comms as well. Very easily could have been hit across field if that ball was not called. And then that shot from Rise, exactly where it needed to be. Team Queso is woken up.
And again, you kind of look towards FaZe to make the adjustment here. Queso, they figured their side out. Couple of misplays coming out from them, but since game 2, it's oh my. Well, that's a whiff from Vatira. Sypical is going to get the credit for it, but I guess another mistake coming out from Queso as Vatira doesn't get the read.
And that is a little bit embarrassing.
I was just complimenting them.
Just let that be a lesson to all you gold players, diamond players, plat, whatever you are. Maybe you're even grand champ or SSL. Even the pros miss sometimes.
Yep, it's true.
Don't beat yourself up.
And luckily for Queso, they do have a bit of a cushion here. Vatira trying to get one back, and he might. A good demo, first killer. Again, racing back to make the save. It just seems like FaZe, no matter how slow Queso is to move down the field, they're still a step behind defensively.
Oh, and Joyo leaning back, recognized that ball was too high. Awkward defensive positioning here, an opportunity for FaZe. Sypical, not sure what he wanted to do with that ball. Let it get away. Rise with the fake, but it's called by AJ. On 2 go. Rise needed more boost to make that play, still making things difficult for the defense. Vatira,
what?
Self-pass,
my.
dribble 50.
What?
And it will go off to the corner.
Look at him work inside the boxing, and all FaZe looking out. Now Rise with a big fake. He got AJ, but first killer not fooled. But Queso making the defense look silly at the moment, but they need that last touch to break through.
It is a dire situation. The panic button getting pressed by FaZe Clan. But they hold up. Typical. Still getting a piece of the ball. AJ downfield, out of boost. Sypical! Sypical picking this ball up off of AJ, making the play.
I mean, watching that one from AJ's POV, who didn't even see Sypical pop out of nowhere right under the ball. And for Joyo, it's so tough to know who's going to get the touch. FaZe Clan able to tie it up here in game 3.
And it's so interesting to see Sypical continue to evolve on FaZe. He has been a huge part of the Vanguard assault for FaZe Clan, where we saw so much of him on Space Station Corelli, was as that third man, that shooter that's going to come in, take solo plays if the ball bounces out, or take the shot. But so far in this series, Sypical has been leading the charge.
Oh yeah, put away quite a few goals here against Queso, and so far both the goals in game 3. And maybe looking for his third as he gets a dunk over Vatira. Now he's going to chase the last man. AJ got tripped up and he's got no boost. Will have to take the challenge. It pinches out to Rise. Vatira also chasing players on the FaZe side. AJ able to poke it away. Here comes Typical as he bumps Joyo. FaZe trying to make something of this quick transition, the counterattack on, but the defense gets back. First killer stopped in the corner as Rise able to get a hold of the ball.
Nice block, double commit. But Joyo is able to stay right behind the ball, even getting another touch. Staying on it and the 50. Joyo heavy lifting even to the final play, trying to get that bump on AJ. First down to Sip. Sip. Looked like he was thinking about going for the 50 there. Vatira, nice 50. Rebound out. First killer gets blocked. And the boost steal from Vatira. Chance now for Team Queso. But that is a big flick that relieves a lot of pressure for FaZe.
This one comes across the box as well. FaZe finding more and more opportunity, even with the Queso attack. First killer bumps one out of the way, and AJ gets some help from the post. FaZe Clan in the lead here with 15 seconds left.
And you can see the smiles from FaZe on this one. AJ going with the ground pitch. First killer able to harass the goalie, and that one so close. That one rolling off the post and in. Close call, but FaZe Clan make it work. Right back out to Vatira with boost. AJ's up. Backboard. Shut down by first killer. Rise trying to get to this ball. And it doesn't happen. FaZe hold on. They took the lead in those final moments with that bump play, the ground pinch. You know, again, that is not the FaZe Clan that you expect, but it's enough to win.
A little shaky from FaZe there. Actually, very shaky from FaZe there. Again, defensively, the biggest criticism of this team, and you saw early on here in this game, it was a disaster for them, plain and simple. Queso were all over them. It started off with the Joyo double tap, but you could just see double commits coming out in a lot of these shots, and again, it's that triple threat from Queso. FaZe had a hard time keeping up with it, but Sipical was the big man to get the job done here for FaZe once again, revitalized the offense, and they really got going. You could see the vibes on this team going up and up when things are going right for them, and right here, sitting at a 2-1 against Queso in the right spot.
And I've been impressed with FaZe's composure. They've had some really big moments that they needed to step up, and to me, the person who has been stepping up was Sipical. That shot with almost no angle to work with, to put that in and to help FaZe get that win was massive. And then even this game, or even in that pass into the middle when you expect him to take the shot, Sipical has been playing his heart out. And now FaZe Clan are one game away from taking this series up against Team Queso.
Interesting kickoff there as that one pinched into the FaZe Clan corner. You don't see that too often. As we get things kicked off, game 4, FaZe trying to get through this series, and it's open for AJ. They'll start off the scoring again, 16 seconds in, and FaZe Clan on top.
It's just typical. It's like he's just a bully. He's a bully, Corelli. Gets the demo, gets the bump, and then instead of rotating out, what does he do? Looks for another bump. He is never satisfied. Just a man of violence today.
He certainly has been quite the nuisance for Queso. Offensively, defensively, physically. He's been in the face of Queso, and they have not had an answer for him. Queso now trying to regain as we're less than a minute in to game 4. Typical. Still playing with this one as he's trying to find a way out to get this one to first killer. He might have gotten a bump on Vatira, but he still gets the clear out. As Typical all the way back on his goal line. That'll cost him the challenge, and first killer will get the demo on Rise. FaZe Clan able to get out.
And not only offensively are FaZe Clan utilizing these demos wonderfully, they're also doing it defensively. You saw that demo from first killer on the retreat, slowing down that attack, but now we're seeing some aggression come out. Rise bumping AJ out of the play, making space for Joyo. The flip reset pass, but that's going to be shut down, and AJ will poke it downfield. Now first killer to Sipical, but Sipical's demoed. First killer goes tit for tat. And it is a bloodbath out there, Corelli.
Tough angle there for Sib. Everyone committing here from FaZe as they're not coming up with a good shot. Rise slowly getting this one out. A good dunk will guarantee Queso breaks out. And they're trying to hold on to the ball. This one lobbed towards the net. Joyo wants the bump and instead runs into the back wall and clears it out.
Also low on boost. Rise, a touch, buys tons of time. Vatira slowing it down. It's bumped from Sipical. And now Joyo trying to control it down to the ground. Gets a good 50, but 0 boost. Vatira, nice boom downfield. First killer, first touch control. Did he get the flip reset? It did. Did he get the double?
Wow.
No. But you saw the creativity, you saw the idea.
One of the couple. Now AJ's caught out with no boost. First killer there to save the day, but this one comes out to Joyo. It's wide open, and it's a tie game just before halftime here in game 4.
And looking at this again, Curly, you'll see after the challenge came in from First Killer, AJ, instead of covering net, was so confident that First Killer was going to win that 50 out to the corner that he decided to go get boost. And we've seen that a few times now from FaZe Clan where they leave the net wide open.
That has been, again, the criticisms of FaZe. And that one really started with AJ creeping up a bit too far with no boost. He couldn't make the challenge in the midfield, and so the ball trickled all the way to their side. FaZe just kind of trying to recoup as Queso put on the attack. Here they come again. Joyo's going to beat the last man in AJ. Second touch for Joyo looming. Top shelf for Joyo. Queso into the lead.
This was sweet. High altitude, bar down. Joyo, you can't do it much better than that.
That's twice now in game 4. Rise linking up with Joyo. But that was all Joyo there on that last shot. And here he comes again, trying to throw off the defense. Rise tried to put a shot on. FaZe trying to find their way out, but it's not going to happen here. It does pinch towards the Queso side, and Rise is backflipped. That one could have been on target. A second touch doesn't come. Shot near post is saved away by Vatira.
First killer threatening that double tap. The pressure, too much. Sipical finishing this one off. It started out with first threatening the double. The shot from AJ first, instead of rotating out, recognizes that Sipical's waiting in the middle of the field. And FaZe, they go for the jugular, and they find it.
And one of the reasons why Sipical was brought onto this team to round out that triple threat, and Sipical really pressing up here against Queso. It's paying off. Lateral balls, 45-degree balls coming out from the Queso box, back out to oncoming attackers for FaZe has really paid off with this one. Vatira's just gonna barely miss the touch. That one would have beat the defense. Here comes FaZe back the other way as Sipical throws it towards the net. Joyo has to play it off his back wall and does nicely here to get back to the midfield.
And not only did Joyo get that stop, recover on the backboard, but was also able to transition that into an air dribble and Rise making the most of the breakout. We saw him pass to himself before.
Wow.
And he's done it again.
That's something special. Close to what Sipical did early on. And what an angle there from Rise to put that one away and keep Queso in the lead.
And Joyo even poking that ball out to Rise so that Rise could make that play. And Corelli, the genesis of that play was from the defense from Joyo. The defense getting the backboard read, taking it into an air dribble, and then getting the follow-up, giving the breathing room to Queso. And now
He's
the
hit it
50,
again.
Joyo!
Barreling his way through the FaZe Clan defense. And he's just picked up this ball so many times, and he beats the first man so easily. FaZe has to make the save. The first touch is on the goal line, and Joyo is able to dunk it through. 1 minute left on the clock, and Queso up by 2.
And buckle up, Corelli. I think we might see another game 5. Team Queso have been ferocious. Under a minute left. Joyo trying to pad the lead. Typical stopped by Rise. Rise. The tap down, and Vatira gonna be diving in, and you can't really blame them. They're seeing FaZe Clan start to stumble a little bit, and that's when you want to let a haymaker go.
When it rains, it pours. And for Queso, that's 3 in a row in very quick succession here. About 30 seconds, they've put 3 away. 40 seconds remain on the clock in game 4, and FaZe stunned on how this one's turned out.
Queso, they're finding their footing. Corelli, we saw in this game offensively hitting a different level. Rise was so good. The self-pass, and now we see a 6th goal come in. Vatira able to extend that lead even more. And I think every goal at this point is it's icing on top of the cake, but at the same time, you do want to try to tilt FaZe Clan as much as possible.
And you know you can. You know you can, and Queso certainly running up the score here in Game 4, and why not? When FaZe has given you so many opportunities, they might get another one. As it's just, this ball has been locked on the FaZe side for the last minute and 30 seconds. FaZe have not been able to break out, as they might here in the final waning seconds. Game 4, we talked about it. FaZe looked great off at the start, but Queso came back into it, and they looked a whole lot better. 6-2 here, and we're going to a Game 5.
Team Queso, FaZe Clan, we were expecting this one to be a big battle, and it turns out that was true. Going to Game 5 here, Team Queso, FaZe Clan, we've seen ups and downs from both teams. We've seen defensive mistakes from both teams. We've seen lots of bumps and demos from FaZe Clan. And, looking at the outstanding plays, though, I think you have to give it to Queso. They have been able to do some incredible things, especially Joyo has been wild.
Yes, it has been Joyo. That was the difference maker here in Queso. We saw it later on in this winter split. Joyo really came online for Queso, and he is a special player. You saw so many times he would pick that ball up into the air and force defenders to come after him. The flip reset always beat the first man. He's just so dangerous behind the ball, and if he's not scoring, he's setting up his teammates on the attack. And Queso, you saw what happened. When they put up 6 goals like that, FaZe just couldn't keep up.
And also, Joyo phenomenal, but Rise, the self-passes that he's been making has been throwing FaZe for a loop. You see that FaZe, their defense, sometimes they tend to double commit. Sometimes they tend to panic a little bit on defense, and sometimes that extra self-pass off the corner, off the wall can really, really make it difficult for FaZe Clan, and that has been the case. FaZe now will have to stop this surging Team Queso offensively, who has been so deadly.
And again, there's been shining moments here for FaZe. It's not the offense that's failing them, it's the defense. That's what's really come back to bite them.
And now, Corelli, we have Game 5 brought to you by Lamborghini. FaZe and Team Queso have been back and forth, but it's going to be decided here and now.
An unbelievable series so far. It's been back and forth, James. Queso's had FaZe's number, FaZe back the other way. But one more game to decide this group.
All eyes are on Joyo to see if he can pull off more miraculous plays. Will Sipical be able to deliver now what he was able to do earlier?
The numbers not in FaZe Clan's favor. 3-3 in Game 5s and 7s. This split, Queso 10-2.
That seems like Queso has the ice. This is when it really counts, Corelli, at the Major on LAN. Can Queso still do it? First killer. High lob. Joyo flip reset. But AJ able to shut that down. But you saw Joyo still able to get back to that ball and make it difficult for the defense. Typical, the miss on the backboard, rebound out.
Here comes Vatira.
Still in front of net. AJ, a panic jump off the back wall, won't make contact. Rise, backboard pass, and gets the corner boost steal. But somehow FaZe Clan are able to escape with their lives. And you see a team bump from Rise. It's starting to get hectic out there on Champions Field, and Joyo will strike true, getting the first goal of Game 5.
It's dicey on both sides, but Rise with 2 demos opens up the space, and Joyo just sneaks it by AJ. Queso opening up the scoring here first in Game 5.
And you see how devastating that must be for AJ. You even saw the boost trail of the ball turn to orange. AJ flipping right around it, so close to getting the touch.
Man, he's running away.
Joyo will do it quickly off kickoff, chips it around AJ, and then Sipical. What do you do? I thought, why not stop the backboard bounce Sipical going into the net? You'll wonder if nerves were playing a factor on that decision from Sypical on how to defend it. It is a tough situation to be in after AJ gets beat on the chip.
Really confused at some of these defensive fronts from it. FaZe. Is it their doing? Is Queso that good on offense? The answer is certainly yes on that one. The FaZe have stubbed their toe multiple times defensively. And now Queso just working it from their own side. FaZe very conservatively on attack. His first killer wants to try and get a hold of this one up the wall. Queso players chasing after him. This one dangerously comes out the first. He'll put it on target, but Joyo with a huge save.
Joyo like a spider monkey all over that upper 90. I didn't even see him till he got the save. Joyo, huge play defensively for Team Queso. Has both goals, denied the one scoring chance for FaZe so far. And now we see Vitira dodging the bump. Rise with the breakaway. Open that goal, and Queso are up by 3.
And FaZe really pushing it here on offense. You talked about Queso getting inside the heads of FaZe. You wonder if that's coming into this game 5, because FaZe looking extra jumpy to get that offense going past halftime. Queso running away with it.
This looks to be insurmountable for FaZe Clan. Less than half the game left to go. Team Queso, they might not be done scoring yet. They've got a 3-goal lead. Vitira trying to bump AJ off the ball. Something has to give for FaZe Clan to get back in it.
I don't know if they're going to get that. Queso stopping them every step of the way. In the midfield, they've been denying, and FaZe, they've been able to scoop the ball into the box a few times. But you see Joyo denying the big clear from AJ. Here comes Vitira. He'll put it through. It's 4-0 Queso.
And you can see the fierceness from Vitira on the cams. Getting loud. And that shot, something to be proud of. Upside down, banging it in. And Team Queso have run away with Game 5.
Dire here for FaZe. Time not on their side. The offense not working. Defensively crumbling against Queso late in this series. That one's poked towards the net. And a pre-flip with no boost. AJ will get there. And FaZe trying to break out, but met by Queso every step of the way.
And Rise, you saw the wave dash on the side. Almost able to get to that ball. Now the control from Vitira. Pops it over first killer. Rebound out to Joyo, now hits off the backboard, Sypical up. It's all FaZe Clan can do to just clear the ball, and they need to score 4.
A minute left on the clock here. FaZe haven't even scored 1. They've got to get down the field. Space spot for Sypical, trying to pass it over to first killer. A weak one here from AJ. Sypical not able to get the touch. First killer tries to keep it in play for FaZe. And Vitira will run out the clock here, taking his sweet time. As FaZe, they need something now.
FaZe still getting denied on the goal line, and AJ will punch one in. Still hope. There is still hope. It is a big mountain to climb. 36 seconds, 3 goals. Corelli, I think we will need to see a kickoff strat here if FaZe has any shot.
I think you're going to need divine intervention, James. Is really what FaZe are going to need. Because right now, it's all Queso. And one given back is not enough to take them down. Queso have battled back in this series, and in Game 5 have taken over.
And it was this player here, Joyo. Joyo, so good. Starting out with 2 goals and then getting that massive save to prevent FaZe Clan from getting back within striking distance of Team Queso. Joyo, play after play after play. Man of the match for me, Corelli.
Oh, yeah.
And Team Queso has made a statement, going the distance against FaZe Clan and getting the win commandingly here in Game 5.
One back for FaZe, but that's all they're going to get. Queso coming out on top here in Game 5. What a match we just saw. FaZe, they were shaky on defense. Queso didn't have the best start, but once they got into this series after that first game, they looked a lot better.
They certainly did. And we saw the defensive mistakes from both sides that was a bit uncharacteristic, that we were wondering how that was going to play out. Will Team Queso start to pop off? How will FaZe react? Early on, impressed with FaZe's composure. We saw especially Sipical in some games step up, make plays, get wins for FaZe, but then again in Game 5, when it's all on the line, not able to come through.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about some of the criticisms that people had about Sipical yesterday, and I think today he played a great series here for FaZe. Just defensively as a collective, it just didn't come out for them. Offensively, still FaZe very, very lethal here, but again, you're going to see some of these replays where you just see FaZe leaving the net open, and of course Queso's going to come through and just walk right in.
These, I mean, just looking at these shots, I would not want to be a defense trying to keep Team Queso at bay. They really started to hit their stride, and, you know, particularly Joyo, defensively, offensively, pick whatever part of the game you want. He was so impressive. One of the plays that really stuck out to me was he was last man back, third man had to make the play. It was going to the backboard. When I'm playing, I'm happy if I can just deny the backboard bounce. But when Joyo able to deny the backboard bounce, take it into an air dribble, and beat the next defender, and be able to get his teammate a scoring opportunity.
Yeah.
So it was remarkable.
He certainly has been a special player here for Queso, and in fact, I believe we got Johnny Boy sitting next to him. Talk about this match.
Yeah, thank you. I am indeed joined by man of the match, Joyo. But I've got to ask, how did you suddenly level up like this? Was it the preset change? Was it the vibes? You got to explain, because when I start off slow, I stay at that level. But you just went from, you know, for you, not that great, and now suddenly the best in the world. How do you do that?
All in my team, they give me such confidence. They're just great, honestly. They help me in game. They help me get my confidence up. They always tell me you're the best player in the world, and it helps so much when I'm playing. Honestly, when we scream and just like get hyped, it just makes me feel so good, and I play better when I do that.
Yeah, it looks like the getting hyped and getting loud is a big thing for all the teams here. You know, FaZe were doing that a little bit. Were you guys hearing that and thinking we've got to do something to stop that?
We weren't really listening to them, to be honest. We just focus on ourselves, but we scream when we score, but we don't notice the screams when we get scored on. We just focus up and get ready for the next game.
So that locks in second place. V1 have taken top spot. They beat Detonator. So you're waiting for third place in Group B. Or sorry, no, you're not. I'm getting that mixed up. But you're now on the right track. How are you hoping for the lower bracket round 1 tomorrow? Are you just going to bring back the same energy you had today?
Sure, yeah, why not? I mean, we've done it in a regional before. There's no reason why we can't do it here.
And yeah, have you got anything you want to say to your friends back home? Anyone you want to shout out now that you're here, you're in LA, and you're living the dream?
Shout out my mum and dad. They've always supported me, and they always helped me on this journey here. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations, Joyo. Congratulations, Team Queso, on second place in the group. Join us after the break for the final match of the day.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing this like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my ain't moving small.
One game more before we are done with day 2 of the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major, coming to you live from Los Angeles. I'm Wavepunk. I got rolled as T-Bates and Johnny Boy. And then also Nick, the coach of Team Queso here. How's it going, man? Wonderful, wonderful. Let's bring the microphone up here so we can hear you there. Yeah, pointing at your, you can do like full rapper style. That's great stuff. Well, talk to me about that match, man, because that one went the full distance all the way to Game 5.
Kind of trolled at the start, to be honest. Like, we are a much better team than FaZe, 100%, mechanically and as a team, and we just didn't show it at the start. We got better as the series went on, which is the most critical thing. We have to be ready for tomorrow. Yesterday wasn't great at all, but we got better.
Yeah.
Obviously into day 2, and now we have our first big win against an NA team, and hopefully it goes well.
What's it been like for your boys coming here and playing in a LAN environment after getting so comfortable online, having to make that switch? What's that been like?
I think the first day we were super, super nervous. Specifically Joyo, he even tweeted about it. So we put him in the middle so we could all hype him up, be behind him, start to elevate him. And it showed today. He was crazy. He was insane. Better Joe. But
that's facts. That's facts. The better Joe.
And we showed up today. Today was a lot better, and we're still getting cleaner as it goes on. I think Game 5 we really felt comfortable, and we saw the final scoreline.
Good stuff there. Well, how have you felt about the competition overall here? There's a lot of teams here playing for the first time.
It's a fun LAN. Anyone can upset. Like, I feel everyone is so good at this LAN. Even Detonator took a game, and I don't think anyone really expected that coming in. KCPs look super competitive. OCE's beating Sam. Sam's beating NA. Everyone's beating everyone. It's fun. It's exciting. You can't just pick.
I gotta pause you on that Better Joe thing. I'm not convinced yet.
What do you mean? How are you not convinced? Did you watch him?
Have you been watching Jorius?
Did you just watch what I watched?
Jorius has been popping off as well. I mean, Jorius is way more consistent, usually speaking. Now, Jorio has that mechanical ability to really rise up to the occasion like he just did, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's the better Joe. Anyways, though, Nick, congratulations on the W.
Thank you.
Listen, I didn't even pick y'all, but it's okay. You know why? Because then the great Gibbs told me the scenarios, and now I believe you're playing the winner of Energy Renegades tomorrow.
Yeah,
How's that feel?
It's fine. Like, we can beat either one. They're the #1 seed for both regions.
Who do you think it'll be? Who will take that?
Okay. Renegades.
Of course.
How so? How's Renegades winning that? How's Renegades
They
winning
just
that?
have the ice. OCE teams do not die. For whatever reason, they always will look awful coming into it. Everyone expects them to go 0-3, and they're always in the playoff bracket somehow. Somehow.
Okay, all right. Well, I just want to point out the snap call on Renegades as well. It did not even a question in his mind about how that was going to go. How do you think, okay, we talked about like the going from online to being on LAN. There's still the shift of going from being on LAN to being in front of a crowd. Assuming you guys make it to that, assuming you guys make it to the YouTube theater, do you feel like that's going to be another shift for your team?
I don't think so. I think getting used to LAN at the start is the first big shift. Unless you have Calm yelling loud enough to be a crowd on his own. So at this point, we're just used to it, you know?
Gotcha.
I heard some pretty loud yelling from Rise in that last game. I heard somewhere, I think he yelled there, "You're choking," if I heard that correctly.
Did he say
the
that?
stage. Yeah, he looked across the stage and yelled, "You're choking." And
Oh,
that was on 2-0.
I mean, it's what FaZe are known
That
for.
was loud.
Oh,
my goodness.
He said it out loud.
Well, they're no longer the EU killers, so we can get rid of that theory that they would have won the grand final of the fall major. The ridiculous theory that's been going around.
Another piece of copium just put into the fire. Can't use that one anymore. Oh well. Well, hey Nick, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Any final shout outs or thoughts you want to make before I let you go?
See us at YouTube.
Wait, hold on. I can ask you one question. One question. BDS G2, who you got?
BDS, easily.
Okay.
Easily. He says. This is going to be a wild one.
Slump down in your chair, baby.
Nick from Team Queso, everybody. Thanks so much for being here, man. Let's take a look at the groups. We are getting close to being done with them here, so we got one more match for today before we are set up for tiebreakers for tomorrow. Group C, the one team or the one group we know will not have tiebreakers tomorrow. BDS is playing G2 here on the main broadcast, and on the B stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports. We'll see EG taking on Team Secret. The winner of BDS G2 is in the #1 spot. The loser of EG Team Secret is out of the tournament. So much on the line here at the end of day 2. So let's start talking about that main broadcast. The winner moving forward. BDS versus G2. Look, you see how cool this hype chamber is? You could do this now, by the way, Rollers. You could download this and make it for your own tournaments.
It's beautiful. It looks fantastic. I hope to see it in every single tournament we see coming up. Let's talk about BDS G2. I cannot believe you got G2 in this matchup. BDS, EU, proving that today is their day, the bounce back day, Bates.
Wait, what?
He's calling your prediction.
I'm calling the prediction.
You called my prediction so early. I just want to break down the two rosters here. You got JNAP's Atomic in Chicago against them boys from Europe. They're probably the best team in Europe, in my opinion, still.
Yeah.
With the best player
Well,
in the
based
world.
on this weekend so far, the only team who haven't lost, so
What?
that would follow.
G2?
BDS.
G2 haven't lost?
Oh, no, I mean in Europe.
Oh, yes.
The only
that would
European
follow.
team hasn't lost. That's facts.
Yeah, in Europe.
That's fair there. But the new machine, I feel like you were starting to call them yesterday here.
Who, BDS?
BDS, yeah.
No, I'm saying no. They're not the new machine. They're just BDS because I can't give Europe that much credit.
Oh,
but I will say that I should have called. They should have been called the machine from the get-go.
They should have been called the machine. Okay, I'm getting this is that Jekyll and Hyde thing's coming back out here.
It's deep. I'm not sure I follow, but I'll let you have that one.
We in the trenches there, folks. Yeah. So let's talk about Team BDS. Let's take a look at these players again. I mean, they're the only European team here undefeated. They are also just one of the top 2 most consistent teams across the last 2 years of competitive Rocket League here, Johnny.
Yeah, and look at that. Monkey Moon, even when he's sitting back in his chair, the monitor is still in his face. He's dragged that monitor so close to the edge of his desk. I don't know how the keyboard is fitting on there as well. But yeah, Monkey Moon, without a question, since the start of this new RLCS season, he is the player. He's the best, and that is yet to be proven by anyone else that they're in the conversation with him. We have to see after this weekend if that'll still remain the same. But yeah, BDS, the team to beat. They've won 4 majors out of 4 that they've played. Obviously, 3 of those were against only European competition, but they're 100% against international as well.
Right, and Monkey Moon had a relatively quiet day yesterday. That man right there sitting in the middle, the team leader, in my estimation, extra, really balled out, had some incredible shots, some incredible plays, and then he came onto the desk after that and just very mellow, saying, yeah, just another day in the offense. Yeah, we're still not the best team in the world, and yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow against G2, and that's all he said.
I mean, what else do you expect? They're the most consistent team in the league, right? So that's exactly what you should expect.
Sound like a true BDS lover all of a sudden. When this happened?
What are you talking about?
He picked BDS to win the event before we started
Exactly,
this weekend.
yeah.
Oh, you did? Oh, so it makes sense why you're riding them so hard. Go ahead.
I'm surprised you just. I mean, I gotta wait, I guess, a couple minutes before you on G2.
Can we sponsor the other side?
BDS, they're definitely. I mean, I was impressed by seeing Monkey Moon yesterday after the matches, just sitting around talking with him. We heard Stumpy talking about it during the pre-show, being like, oh, you're the best team in the world, and be like, oh, what are you talking about? It's like, how do you have this level of humility after this crazy of a run? We'll see if that run continues here against G2. Seeing G2 here now for the first time on the main broadcast.
Honestly, it feels really good to be back in LA. It's my hometown. I grew up here for 18 years before I moved to New York to play Rocket League full time. We came to LA a couple days early. We took a quick little boot camp just to get situated. We have a new teammate, Atomic. So we just wanted to get friendly with each other and just start playing, practicing. It was really nice, it was refreshing. I think it's gonna help us a lot. Sweden was honestly just a little bit of a rough time.
G2 are under pressure. They've got 2 players gone. They just have to turn it on net. Players are now starting to return for G2, but it wasn't enough. And Sandrock Gaming tie us up.
One thing I really learned was that you need to try and keep the air lighthearted, which then correlates with results. So
G2 will quite happily take it. Sandrock, they don't want to go there. Ahmad! I've been hyping these guys up for years, but even I thought G2 would be too much for them.
hopefully this major we bring a better G2, a better Chicago, a better everything. But keeping the good team environment is definitely the main thing that I think we've changed from Sweden. Working to get to the LA major has been very tough because North America is very competitive. It's been a lot of work, a lot of hours with the team, by myself, to make sure that we can qualify for the major. And I'm super happy and super proud of us that we did. We're just trying to show improvements from Sweden and just build a bigger foundation, a bigger base for ourselves going forward into future majors and worlds. So we're definitely here to try and win some games for sure. We didn't see the real G2 over in Sweden, but rather in LA, we're going to see the real G2. Let's get this.
One of the pillars of North American Rocket League here did not have the performance they wanted at the Winter Major. And Rollies, I do wonder, given how much that video he talks about the Winter Major, is Chicago looking back too much instead of looking ahead?
I think he might be looking back a little bit too much, but obviously the performance that they've been having in this major so far, they're looking ahead with their gameplay. I think they're looking fantastic. G2, this is going to be a fantastic matchup against BDS. You got Chicago in the middle. I think he brings the energy that they need, and he's the leadership. Like, a lot of people don't point out the leadership that Chicago has been bringing. I think I've seen this kid grow up so much since the beginning.
Listen. I'm so glad you got that off your chest. All I heard was they need this energy. Now they're going to have this energy. And they're going to have this energy. Cause let me tell you, them boys from G2, you saw Atomic in that media day. He was throwing the punches. If you had Reed pointing, I need you, Raul, to come back to NA and actually root for G2. Because I'm going to dominate this series in a couple of seconds. Let me tell you right now. Look at that boy Atomic. You took him from the machine. I dubbed Envy the machine. And you added him. You took out Dreej. You took out the Ultima and you put in the Lamborghini. And all of a sudden, it's about to be special. Jaden now is one of the most underrated players ever in this game. It's about to ball out and then Reed wilding in the middle. He had a bad fall major, Johnny. He really did.
Did you say JNAP's the most underrated player in this game?
I believe so, because they never have him in like the, not necessarily GOAT conversation, but anything around it.
I remember a time when this was considered undisputably the best player in the world.
Yeah, in like season 3, but ever since then they act like he's Devo or something. He's irrelevant.
Okay.
Now JNAP's is most definitely still there. He's still there, and he's still prominent in the scene right now.
He's definitely in free play as well. I can see the shots that JNAP's face there. He's free playing for sure. You know, the focus is on. But these guys are, you know, they're showing up good so far. My thing that I'm really curious to find out about G2 is whether they can keep up that level of form. Because we all know what G2 look like on their best day, but we also know what G2 look like on their worst day. And the same could be said about BDS sometimes. They've not had the most consistency this season compared to RLCS Season X, where they just didn't lose at all. But I think BDS consistency is a little bit higher than G2, so I'm very curious what G2 we're going to get.
I feel like BDS's consistency is a event-by-event basis. Either they are having a strong event or they are lose straight out of the tournament here. And Bates, we've already seen them winning. I'm worried for G2.
Worried for G2?
Yes.
Why are you worried about G2?
Because BDS looks very good.
Because they're playing BDS.
Let me break it down. BDS,
Okay.
Of course, always look exceptional. You heard me on here earlier saying BDS, I believe they're the best team in the world, and I do. I stepped on FT about 2 months ago. They solidified that. But that doesn't, just because you're the best team in the world doesn't mean that you can't lose, and they will be losing by the
Davis,
end of the day.
you're demolishing some stirring device with your nervous energy. He's just absolutely, look at this. I don't know if we can see it on the camera. He's got one of the little stirring devices, and he's broken it into like 5 or 6 pieces because that's how nervous you are. You can't behave with your hands.
Hey.
I hear all you're saying, but I don't know. Body language speaks volumes.
All I hope is that Lamborghini you talking about don't break down like the old machine. You know? Don't let it happen.
Man, I'm starting to believe I'm just on the desk all by myself representing NA. Listen, I'm trying to be as impartial as possible. BDS played a really tight series against Evil Genius yesterday, who I think are an okay major team, but now they're going up against G2. G2 improved. Can we all agree on that?
Improvement for sure. From the Winter Major, absolutely.
That's not saying much, though.
Oh.
That was a low bar there. they were pretty far down there here. But I mean, look, let's talk about Atomic though a little bit,
Okay.
right? I mean, we were considered the worst move in the history of roster moves when it first happened. From a few people, I feel like.
Definitely not for me. I think that made sense, really, because I think Dries did really well for this team, but they weren't getting the consistent results they want. They want to win, and they want to win consistently. They've got very, very high ambitions, and Atomic is a steal. Not only are they taking him off, or not only are they adding one of the best players in North America to their own team, but they're also making one of their main rivals much weaker. So even though it was a player swap, the fact that G2 are the one that initiated it, they're the one who wanted that, definitely, I think, makes it a win for them. And Atomic has looked good this weekend so far. He's I think, been the main guy for G2 from what I've seen. And I think he needs to continue being that guy, because if he doesn't, I don't know in a matchup against BDS if JNEPS or Chicago can do what Atomic does. If he's off, are they going to have a chance today?
No, most definitely not. If he's off, they're not going to be able to win. There's a reason I went on your stream and had Atomic, second in the top 25, because he's got to outplay Monkey Moon this series. In order for G2 to be able to come on top against BDS at the Winter Major, Atomic has to outplay Monkey Moon, and I believe that's going to be the case. Raul, man.
What happened?
You picked BDS, but I haven't seen you been talking about BDS. All you're saying is BDS is the best team, they're going to win, but you haven't stated why they're going to win.
Well, you know how Extra came on here and didn't say too much? He don't need to. The gameplay does the talking, and that's exactly what you're going to see here in a couple minutes, Base. The gameplay does the talking.
The gameplay does Rolda's talking as well. He
Apparently
doesn't need to defend anything.
I do want to highlight just the consistency of BDS as something that makes it really hard to at least pick against them. Can they lose? Absolutely. But the way that this team shows up time and time again, and the only thing, this is a weird take maybe, but I think the only thing that really is in G2's core for me here is that this is best of 5, not best of 7. The shorter the series, the better chance they can come out swinging out of the gate, get that first win, possibly surprise BDS with the aggression. If Atomic is able to keep Monkey Moon in the corner for a few games, they have a chance to squeeze this out. Best of 7 though, too long. The adaptation would happen, and BDS would get the win.
I'm with you on like all those points outside of the best of 7 point, because I still believe the outcome doesn't change. But given that it's a best of 5 set, we saw BDS at the Fall Major when Complexity hit him in the mouth with nothing but pure offense. It took everything BDS had on the defensive end to survive Complexity and after that, have that great run and inevitably start winning. So I do believe that just game 1, even maybe in game 2, really matters in this set more so than anything else, because it's just the tone setter. It's how G2 is going to come out against one of the best teams in the world, probably the best team in the world, and how BDS responds to G2, who made an upgrade in order to perform in this Winter Major.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. I think the game 1 and 2, they're the most important games for G2, but for BDS, I'd be less concerned. I could see them coming back from behind. I think that they know themselves, even if they're down, they're still BDS. They're confident. They've done it so many times before. Whereas G2, if they do start slow here, can they pick up the vibes? Can they do what SSG did against Dignitas, which was unbelievable, by the way, to lift themselves out of that hole that they were in? Can they get that energy? Because even FaZe, you know, they looked great. They were having a great time. They're making a lot of noise when they're winning, and as soon as it starts going bad, they're not able to they're not able to climb back out of that. That's, I think, the difference between teams who are trying to now incorporate this new loud and very energetic approach to celebrating goals, whereas teams who've just done it all the time, like SSG.
I'm curious about this, the situation we actually have unfolding between the teams right now. Obviously, we're not just talking because we want to. There's just a technical delay here, and it seems to be an issue with Chicago's setup. He looked sincerely frustrated just a moment ago, and you could tell JNaps is not in free play. He's paying attention to what's happening with Chicago. Roldays, I mean, if in these situations where you are expected to play this video game and then the virtual realm that you compete in just stops existing for you, like how jarring is that to your flow of trying to get set up and ready to compete?
It definitely stops your flow, but Chicago's not the one I'm worried about in this statement. If it was Atomic and he wasn't able to warm up like he needs to in free play before the matchup, I think that's a bigger problem if it's Atomic. But Chicago, I'm not worried about it. He's their leader. He's going to be fine when it comes to the gameplay. Give him a game or two to warm up. Atomic is that player that definitely needs to start off on the right foot here. So I think they're going to be cool, especially with Sathu in the background. Sathu's going to keep him calm, cool, collected. Chicago, even though he's frustrated, he's going to bounce back, man. It's not a big deal for him.
This is fine. That's just pre-copium. It's
Pre-copium.
Pre-match copium, which we're not gonna acknowledge at all. I think they're gonna be fine. Chicago, especially, like Rolda said, he's been here before. He's done this before. This is normal. It just comes to the job. You're not playing at home in your setup. You've played hundreds of times, thousands of times. You're on a new setup, and these guys they're very professional with it. They know exactly where they want the monitor. They know exactly where they want the chair, and to make it feel as much like home as they can. But then also try and make it as difficult for the team across from them. I'm really interested to see if G2 are going to do what we've seen from Queso, we've seen from SSG, we've seen from V1, you know, getting really loud, not only to hype themselves up, but also directing it at the other team across from them. I wouldn't expect it in this matchup. I don't expect anything like that, but what about you guys?
You know, I actually asked Rise after the match because they were getting loud like FaZe did, and then Rise said that they had to stop doing that, because it was messing with their psyche. They were so focused on being riled up and
well, did he say that after he yelled that they're choking at 2-0 in Game 5? I can't remember. I didn't really hear them calm down.
No, at that point, but they were even louder initially. They were freaking out. They said Rise said they were doing like kind of like a V1 aftermath. They were trying to copy V1 and didn't work out for them. So that's gonna be an interesting point to see whether these two teams implement that. But something that hasn't been touched on enough is Sathu's here. Sathu was not with G2 at the Fall Major, correct?
I don't know, actually. Off the top of my head, I
don't believe so.
I don't believe he was, and I believe Sathu is one of the most underrated coaches in the game. I think he's up there with Chrome in terms of the way to break down
100%.
And break down the play, understand your players, connect with your players, and then implement on the fly strategy that can then work out in the series. And he's right behind them with probably one of the smartest teams in the game. That's a big factor that I don't think enough people have been commenting on, Raul.
And I've been talking to Sathu after in the hotel. We've been linking up, and
look at the man.
And Sathu, he's so confident in this roster that is put together for G2. He's like, yeah, all the players. As soon as we got Atomic, they knew where they were gonna be. You know, they knew they were gonna be right here in these chairs, ready to compete, to be in SoFi.
Just to keep it hydrated. Sorry for many an excellent world champion coach in Rocket League promoting the benefits of staying hydrated.
That's
mid-match.
much slower hydration than we saw from Jarius on the Twitter, though. Actually, teammates saw it in person. Jarius just inhaled an entire water bottle in 2 seconds.
Yeah, you just want to see an alpha male, aka Jarius, absolutely engulf water in the span of 2 seconds. Then he did that.
I think it sounds like the players are ready to sell the fist bumps from G2. So let's we have talked about this match about as much as you can talk about it before it actually happens. Get your votes in chat in the Verizon fan vote #BDS #G2. It's time to put the money or put the labels where our mouths are. I guess at this point. Johnny,
wait, you first?
I go first a lot. I'm gonna start with Johnny.
Sure, but yeah, BDS. It's pretty simple. I think that it's going to be close, though. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from G2 this weekend, but BDS are also looking very impressive. So if both teams are looking good, and before the event I thought BDS would win, then why would I change that opinion? I'm going to keep it BDS for the win.
Yeah, we already listen. I found this on the desk, but
it says hi, Johnny.
It does say hi, Johnny.
Yeah, Gibbs left that for me, thinking I would sit there.
It says BDS if you can't see it.
He tried to predict my prediction.
BDS,
he got it right.
BDS. Oh, right there. There we go. BDS. I got BDS as well.
I also have a card that says BDS. I actually predicted BDS to win the entire group, so to stand by my own word, I have to predict BDS.
You're all wrong!
I know.
G2, baby! Put that camera on me! Where's the camera? G2, and let me tell you why you took Atomic off the machine. You added him to Reed Wildland and Jacob Knappman. Jay Knapp's in Chicago, one of the greatest dudes of all time. They're going to absolutely perform. You got one of the best coaches in the game right behind him. I want the whole entire world to go with BDS. You're all going with the soft pick, the favorite pick, but I'm telling you, G2, they're underrated. I went in this confident, calling the best team in North America, and I'm about to prove they're the best team in North America right after this.
We'll see what happens. I'm excited. I'm amped up. How do you feel about it, chat? We got a
G2!
split down the middle.
Talk to him, chat!
G2, the fan favorites, going into the final match of day 2. The Winter Major continues here. One team going into the upper bracket, getting to skip tomorrow. One team going home on the B stream. You go check it out over there. BDS on one side, G2 on the other, and we got a special Verizon Skybox here with Stumpy and Spaceman.
The battle for the top begins and ends here. I am Stumpy, joined by Spaceman, and we are about to witness whether BDS will be going 3-0 or whether G2 can pull it up and win instead.
If the question was going to be if G2 have what it takes, absolutely this group of 3 does, but the moment the teammates decided to pick them, I can't go that same direction. You can't tell me that BDS are going to be surprised by any stretch, but going into this best of 5, Stumpy, it's going to come down to the physicality. Atomic has been unrelenting as of late, jumping from a 1.09 to nearly 3 demos per game. That physicality has to come out in full force in this series.
I mean, that's something that's going to be shutting down BDS as well, where they rely so heavily on having players that can rotate around and around. I've compared them previously to a conveyor belt of shark's teeth. A Monkey Moon is the incisor at the front.
I mean, the scoring gets going early, and it's no surprise. Monkey Moon, 84% goal participation for BDS. He is one of the key factors, the catalyst, the facilitator everywhere on the field. And already, the boys from Europe get themselves on the board.
A poor save attempt as well from Chicago, where he was sideways and awkward, but he really should have had a better opportunity to save that goal. Great bump attempt by Mark, leaves it again to the double save having to come in, and G2 immediately under that press, within the squeeze of the BDS vice.
And the litmus test for G2 early on does come from the defensive end. How many attempts will it take before they're able to read the shots from Mark by 8? It looks like it's not just happening yet.
We've noticed throughout this in the last couple of days, and especially during that KSO phase match and also SSG earlier, when you score, you shout, you get loud, you scream, you intimidate your opponent, and you just go crazy. BDS may well be the most opposite to that we have ever seen. They were just like, nice, good goal. And that's it. That works. That's exactly what they need. It's why they're such a unique team, where they just don't believe that they are, the best team in the world, despite the fact right now they are. J-Naps, though, actually securing a top corner shot with the goal as well. Extra whipping on the back.
That's a great play by Chicago. Immediately gets downfield to meet the rebound, gets the corner boost instead, and just gets in a position to continue the challenge from G2. That's the type of goal they're going to need in this series, to constantly apply pressure on that offensive third. So far, G2 doing what works.
I mean, you speak about pressure, and BDS are the best team in the world at that, where they can continue pushing despite having 0 boost sometimes. The rotations we've seen from every player on that team, where they have nothing in the tank, and yet their movement is so efficient that they're able to work their way round the defense and just score, or at least make it hard for the defense to stay nice and steady. So G2, they're going to have to deal with the pressure on their end, as well as applying it down the other side.
Been a couple of quality challenges through those corners, but a long clear will send it towards the adjacent side, where Mark by 8 is ready to meet it back down to the ground we go. For BDS, it's been that midfield pressure early on in game 1 that's catapulted them to a 2-1 lead. But in general, G2 are very good at dictating the pace through the sidewall. Atomic, one of the best players in North America at it in Chicago, getting a little bit cheeky off the ceiling early on. We're looking for G2 to continue this pressure, Stumpy, and with that demo, you give yourself a good chance.
Decent chance for Atomic there as well, but just about saved away from the BDS defender. Good demo again. J-Nuts moving from the pitch, and with his shot, he gets the second goal.
We'll give credit to teammates. He talked about J-Naps and pulling up from behind the midfield line, so the demo does connect, but hey, the shot's off downfield already. we got ourselves a tie game. And going into the series, this was a matchup that a lot of people expected could be a preliminary favorite for the grand finals. And already, we find both these teams firing on all cylinders.
I mean, G2 in North America through this entire season has just been so fun to watch. I doubted the Drees move. I've been proved so unbelievably wrong with that because Atomic is a player that just makes G2 better, and Chicago are better for 3 goals.
Base camp start to light up, and it's G2 yet again. Atomic circling through that back line, but Chicago doing what JNABs did prior, just 1 goal ago. Team BDS caught off guard on some of their rotations, and you can see the hesitancy starting to set in some of their facials.
I'm really enjoying that G2 are just going for these random shots as well and taking opportunities to shoot when, you know, realistically it may not always go in, but you get 1 in 10 shots you take, you lose nothing.
BDS don't just score once, they get multiples, and that's a danger for G2. But we talk about one of the best offenses in North America, shots per game as well. Big bump, JNAP's looking for the center, just wasn't quite there. And a booming clear towards the backboard, but BDS in position yet again to play off the ball before Atomic squeals it away and plays it into the corner. Slowed down once more. Not a lot of boost here for BDS, but instead, their counterattack starts from the back wall.
Good chance extra to go high, gets 1 flip reset onto the backboard. Atomic can save it to the corner. Good clear away as well, but intercepted by Mark by 8. Can he find somebody central? No, instead, Chicago's the man to keep the ball away from him. Monkey Moon with the receive, and Chicago trying to get on the demo board.
If you've been watching VOD of BDS, you know their counterattacks start right on the offensive third, but more importantly, they're able to scoop the ball off the backboard, clear it downfield. Monkey Moon, Mark by 8 extra in a position to extend. Early here, another shot towards the net, saved away by JNAPS. No one else from G2 around. It's another attempt for BDS. A big bump misses, and G2 get out yet again.
Monkey Moon going for the in and out save, but instead of saving the ball, he wants to save his teammates' attempt, trying to get that the defender out of the way, clear them down the pitch, make them feel a little bit silly. JNAPS though over the top of 1. Mark Bayer has to reach backwards, connect his nose to that. 1 minute 20, G2 leading 3-2.
They pull back a little bit on the aggressiveness. It's that midfield line that G2 have done so well at controlling for the last minute 30. Atomic very far pushed up with that extra 50. When could JNAP sneak ahead and fill in the lane? Sure, but BDS will escape with a moment. 39 boost in the tank will grab the corner, so extra physicality coming through on the other side. Orange have been all of BDS, but they haven't been able to convert it for a goal.
Extra in Chicago, trying to get a little bit of a midfield play going as Mark Bay does get the flip reset, can't quite get the ball, instead aims for the man with Atomic on the left-hand wall. It's extra to intercept it, but with nobody from BDS, it just falls nicely for G2. A demo in the midfield, extra removed for 3 seconds as JNAPS gets nothing. Monkey Moon round 1, he gets the 3rd.
Oh, that chip save through the corner did nothing for G2. It's a weird clear here from JNAPS, but he kind of ran into the sidewall and clips the edge. Monkey Moon takes advantage of the misread and just bullies his way towards the net. Tie game, 38 seconds to go. This game 1 is going to be a long one for this best of 5, but Stumpy, sometimes it does come down to one single crucial goal. Who's going to get it first?
BDS are going to be the favourites for it, but we were discussing before the series started that you thought that G2, if they're going to win a game, it's going to be game 1 and then BDS will figure them out. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. I think that BDS are such an AI of themselves where they're able to figure out what exactly a team is going to do, how they've been winning, and they'll just download them and figure out what the problem is. Atomic, though, with the long shot. 4 goals for G2. They start to get loud and the face cams get elevated.
I think it's clear that the change to Atomic has certainly worked off. I mean, the amount of goals he finds, cherry picking from the sidewall, a great pass from his teammate, but in general, G2 taking advantage of the space they're given. Where there's gaps, there's opportunity, and BDS yet again give up a goal that probably shouldn't have landed.
Final 10 in G2's possession. Great play for G2 fans with Atomic on the left-hand wall. More possession just being grabbed and held, wrestled away though. BDS, Monkey Moon to send it high. Mark by 8, right wall. So it drops low though. Monkey Moon has to get a touch to it. He does. Intercepted by Atomic. Can Extra get anything from this? Not quite enough. G2, game number 1, and against all odds, they make the gods bleed.
It's not the surprise of G2 taking game 1. It's the surprise that BDS had lackluster defense in the backline. So many shots went over their head. And just looking at the stats that broke down themselves, you look at JNAP's 678 points early on, but all around the board, it was G2 who controlled the pace of play, and they dictated that constant pressure at midfield.
It was also 2-0 for BDS to start off this game, and I was thinking, this is how they mean to go on. This is how it's going to finish up. G2, though, they got a couple of goals. Yeah. So quickly after that, Spaceman. It's so nice seeing you.
great.
It's so nice seeing you in person. We can
So
actually
handsome.
hang out. I've wanted this
like a
moment
treat.
for so long. You guys can't see. He's actually on
Why
a
would-
box.
don't tell them
He's
that.
on
Why
a
would you tell
box.
them that?
You're on a box. He's on a box, and that's okay. We love our short kings.
Flew halfway around the continent to get put on a box. It's amazing. But look, if we take a look at Game 1 and how G2 were able to establish some of their rhythm, a lot of the times you break up that monotonous and homogeneous BDS style with those long touches off the sidewall, something Atomic is very good at, usually a specialist in North America. So far, that's how the majority of their goals were scored. If that's the case for this series, G2 should be favorites going into Game 2.
And that's what we mentioned so frequently, is when you take those long shots and you force the defender to stay back just a couple of car lengths further, all of a sudden BDS, they're attacking with 2 instead of 3. That can save a team, and that is what G2, I'm sure, have been practicing. Those long shots just shut down that offense just enough so that G2 are able to get away with it. Chicago up for the double, Monkey Moon to save it away, and immediately G2 on the press.
Plenty of time going into Game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome into the final match here on Mainstream. It's G2 versus BDS. Both these teams fighting for the respective #1 seed in the group, but JNAPS with a ridiculous pinch through the crossbar will get that out back to midfield, and Chicago escapes down to try to meet the ball, but one demo leads way to a man advantage. Still no goal just yet.
Mark Bayet did just get bumped, and then he wave dashed into the wall, then gets demoed. Chicago having to have a couple of nibbles at him to remove him from the pitch. Now Monkey Moon on the right-hand side with 50 boost. He's Mark Bayet central, but also sees the goal and glory and his name up in lights. Isn't able to score it this time, though, as Extra to the ceiling. We've seen how deadly he can be during the Fall Major, really making those ceiling passes something to be feared.
I mean, the shots from Monkey Moon don't scare me. It's these dunks and the extensions off the offensive rebound from Extra, Monkey Moon, and Mark by 8. Those are the ones that get in your craw if you're G2. You have to have a better chance at getting back out to midfield, clearing the ball away, and taking possessions out of BDS's hands.
Minute 15 has elapsed, and Chicago intercepted by Monkey Moon. Not quite early opening goals that BDS have been accustomed to getting, but we also do say that they do start off slow in series. Atomic, though, starts to continue that push from G2. Great read off that backboard. So much speed.
Atomic is somewhere on the sidewall. 99 times out of 99, he's going to pull up for a shot. I promise you, he will take a look. Team BDS yet again. A relatively routine look from G2. They were unable to answer with, but hold on a moment.
Oh! How do you keep that out? That save from JNAPS on a shot that I thought, that's it. Brilliant shot, well done, move on, 1-all.
I mean, that's the way that BDS gets back into the game. A huge counterattack down the field with some creativity, but Monkey Moon with possession, trying to extend it through the corner. G2 doing a very nice job of cutting down BDS on the first touch.
Chicago goes long, finds his new Wonder Man Atomic. Isn't able to get the shot off, however, and Monkey Moon just has to get a rushed touch, immediately giving possession back to G2 there. Not something that BDS is going to be wanting to do too frequently, as Extra to the sidewall, again relinquishing that control. BDS looking less like they want tight control of this ball and happy to give it away if needs be.
BDS looking like day one BDS. This is a team that beat NRG in an international major to essentially win it all, and how well they have played from Sweden on. This is arguably the best team in Europe for 2 straight years. They've had some competition as of late, but it's clear that G2 have learned from their mistakes in Sweden. They have brought forth the pen and the paper, and so far they are taking notes of what BDS does wrong. Great extension from Chicago. No one else there to score.
I mean, in Europe, they're not even #1 when they come to these majors, and yet they have won 100% of the majors they've taken part in. All 3 from Fall, and then the Fall Major. So all 3 from Season X, rather, and then the one for Fall during this season. And it's something that you look at, and you see that kind of dynasty really start to build. G2, though, want to be a team that will deliver them their first international loss. That just hasn't happened. They've never been beaten by a team outside of Europe. That is mind-blowing.
They have a real good chance to do it right now. I'm watching the boost control at midfield and through the corners. Atomic and JNAPS are starving BDS. It's a miracle they've gotten back out to midfield on a breakaway for Extra, trying to find the dunk. Second touch not there, and cleared away yet again. BDS looking for another attempt, but Chicago in a one-on-one just clears the ball away.
Mark Bayet not quite on the same wavelength as Monkey Moon there, as he does receive a back pass, but Mark is on the rotation back himself. 125, and with BDS trailing by 1 goal, G2 looking to go 2 up. Amazing pass from Atomic. manages to get it around that corner wall. Instead, though, it falls to Jameis in the midfield. Extra now really starting to speed things up.
In the last minute or two, BDS has gotten one midfield pad, and that's it. They are starved. They have no way to get upfield, but luckily Monkey Moon has a better angle on that shot. Extra trying to follow up with the extension. Regardless, it's taken away by G2 yet again. The dunk from Chicago burns time off the clock. If you're BDS, you need to pull up field, you need a counterattack, and you need it now.
Monkey Moon really is going to look back at that shot and think he should have scored it, and I would agree with him in the future. It's a shot where he has no opposition. He just had to send it somewhere there is not a defender, and he couldn't manage it. 35 seconds left. Chicago for one. JNAPS off the crossbar. Still 1-0 for G2.
This cutoff by Atomic is huge. The interception with the infield pass on the 1-2. Great save from Chicago to flip it high, but Monkey Moon is there off the backboard. Team BDS now applying the pressure. 2 men up, 1 circling through the backline. It's a 2-1 split with Mark by 8 looking for boost. 54 in the tank for Chicago. A long clear downfield towards the backboard. Cleared away yet again. 12 seconds to go. BDS, they get 1 push and they get it now.
Monkey Moon chance to go up for 1. Does bump Atomic out of the way. Extra on target, but the bump doesn't find its way in instead. G2 stay solid, they stay strong, and they secure game number 2.
That is composure of the gods from G2. Take note, BDS now on series point.
I don't understand how that last shot didn't go in. JNAPS over 600 points in that game. He is looking phenomenal. He is taking everything to BDS and he is making it terrifying. G2 on series point are in a position that no other team has been in ever. They are looking to take down BDS as an international team.
We thought the demos might be the factor of this game, what facilitates a lot of the offense from both sides. You're even just looking at how G2 is being able to create a lot of their shots through the elbows because of those demos from Atomic, how he has stepped up in that category. Folks, what you're seeing on your screen is not a fluke. G2 are up 2-0 for a reason. They have mitigated the disasters at midfield that BDS can create. They've locked down Monkey Moon and Mark by 8, and they're taking rebounds away from Extra. All of this game plan has gone into the VOD reviews, the studies they had from Sweden, and G2 are in a position to clean sweep BDS.
G2 are outplaying them on every front. They are quicker, they are more accurate, they are more deadly than BDS have looked in this series, and they are looking to go 3-0. Chicago with a nice early shot after Atomic gets the demolition on Extra, removing him from the pitch. G2's just opposition they are putting forward to BDS is something that I don't think in their wildest dreams, realistically, they would have seen happening at their first major with Atomic.
I mean, the keys to victory for G2 have been take the ball away off the opposite backboard when BDS get into position to steal it. Not only that, score early and continue that pressure. BDS looking for something on the defensive end, but JNAPS will play it through the corner, taking away yet again possession here for the boys in blue, and full tank for Extra. What can he find out towards midfield? Atomic with the, looks like a weird 50, but regardless, it's right back out to the other side.
We've really not seen BDS being able to flex their mechanics either, where they just don't have time on the ball. Monkey Moon there, going for the shot instead of the pass. I don't know why. Extra's in a great position for it. JNAP's flicking over 1 as well. I think Monkey Moon, he just doesn't want any of that control, the close control that he's normally so famed for and that he's a specialist for in Europe as well. Not being able to keep it close to his chest and then go for something beautiful is very out of character.
I mean, it's as simple as being able to use your mechanics when you have boost to do so, which BDS have not had much in this series. And the ball possession, they just have been lacking in that department. It's been all of G2 and this constant 3-headed Hydra offense that G2 are known for. Atomic just spreads it a little bit wider towards the side wall, so you're getting all of G2's purity, and you're getting all of JNAPS' commitment to the play.
The bumps on the backboard are just beautiful. Atomic parking in front of Monkey Moon, saying, you're not getting to that ball. There is no way I let you through. Holding him back by the collar and yanking him to the ground. G2, the first goal in game number 3.
Ask and you shall receive. You wanted physicality, you got it. You got yourself an opening goal, G2, well done. Atomic trying to get a little bit fancy with the juggle, looking for the dunk, but here comes Chicago, playing it through the corner, and this ball jets itself back to midfield.
3 minutes remaining with Extra needing to get something going for his team. We look to him in times of woe in Europe, and this is certainly one of those times. To top this group, G2 look favourites by a mile right now.
BDS need to wake up. They need it now. There's a big shot blocked again. Atomic in position to always find the extra touch. Atomic, full boost, the hesitation, and the slow from Chicago. JNAPS will not push too far. Extra off target, indicative of BDS's struggles in this series.
He was also on such low boost. He started his dribble with about 15, and he just couldn't get around. If he had boost there, he catches it, goes to the flick, gets a bump, something different. All he had was go for a hook shot and try and hope it squeezes into the opposite corner. Didn't come out in the end. Half the game gone, and G2 well on their way.
Oh my God! Bow down to Monkey Moon!
That man making magic moments out of nowhere at this major does one again. That may well be a saving grace for Team BDS. They draw level.
They needed something to wake up this team. The best player on that roster just did it. And with 2:16 to play, you have to feel that life has been injected back into BDS.
Good chance there. Marked by A, unable though to squeeze that ball in as it bounces awkwardly in front of the net. Monkey Moon on the right hand side. Very little boost though, and so does get beaten by Atomic. Extra up to beat 2. It's now a 1v1. Mark passing to Extra, back to Mark, jumps to the top corner, BDS lead.
The infield passing that was so crucial for BDS's success early on once they made it to the RLCS is now back for the Winter Major. Great touch there. Everyone getting involved. And they get the lead right back.
Under 2 minutes and BDS looking much, much better, getting that cohesion working together. G2, they must have eyes on shutting that down. Keep them demotivated, keep them in the ground. Bury BDS while you can, because Monkey Moon is rising to the stars.
Maybe it didn't take just one game. Maybe we have to find a reverse sweep for this to happen, but all of a sudden, BDS wake up. They find the challenges, they're making the reads, and they're getting their pre-jumps off in time. G2 can't escape on the defensive end.
That pre-jump is nasty. That is cruel, that is mean, that is unwarranted, and it is tacky for Monkey Moon to go for that, and yet he does. That's what he's feeling now, and G2, this series ain't over yet.
Start to feel the hair on your arm rise a little bit. All of a sudden, BDS in position, but JNAP's doing everything necessary for G2, keeping them in this game.
Extra giving that ball away, does go for the bump, but the demo from Chicago opening up the net entirely. JNAPs then can dish it round from the backboard. Only 1 goal separating these two teams. 1 minute 30 till the end of the game, and G2, 2 goals, wins in the series and the group.
They got the possession off the kickoff, and G2 do it yet again from the ceiling. Chicago, so much boost burn on this extension. The center to JNAPs. The shot from JNAPs. Tie game G2.
How does he sneak it past double defenders? Chicago with the ceiling pass gets it out from the backboard, and JNAPs into the corner, marked by 8, a hair's width away from sending it to the post. G2 all of a sudden are drawn.
That's an orchestrated call by Atomic to get that bump and be in position, ready just in case for the rebound. Here comes Atomic and G2 yet again. Extra will be there for the corral, but into the corner we go.
That boost steal from Atomic as well, just so perfectly positioned, able to take it away. And although BDS do continue this play on so little, that's what they do. They bought that goal from the charity shot.
That is a back-breaking attempt. Atomic just misses, and JNAPs realizes the commit, has to circle back, but at that point, little too late. BDS capitalizing on a mistake from G2 in crucial moments.
If anybody just looked at Extra's camera during that goal, he just really casually scratched his face and just went, let's go. Just so calmly and so gently that you would have barely heard it. Monkey Moon with the double save is able to keep it away. 50 seconds and BDS with the lead.
Chicago getting very cheeky up in the air, using the stealing as the extra man, as JNAPs wanted more out of that touch. Atomic will meet it on the sidewall. You have to feel the G2 are gearing up for a shot here. Instead, cut off, extended downfield, Extra, now going to try to fly out for boost. One to the corner we go, numbers colliding into a traffic jam, but G2 maintain possession.
It's such an interesting time right now in this game where G2, they just scored 2 goals to bring it back to 3-all, and then suddenly now BDS have the momentum. Both these teams are riding with so much momentum, but in completely different ways, and I don't know who comes out on top. The final 10 seconds, though, that will decide it.
It feels like we're poised to at least go, potentially, to Champions Field. But in this moment in time, it will be BDS with 1 extra touch, 1 extra kill, who send it to a Game 4.
That was BDS looking so much better, where they weren't being shut down nearly as much and they had a little bit more freedom to flex their mechanics. And they were able to actually link up with each other.
BDS taking the lead. G2, though, the mental to bring that back and the ability that they just showed to get back to that 3-all scoreline, immediately taken away from them by BDS. Outstanding play from them. This is everything people wanted. Everybody wanted this to be the explosive, incredible, beautiful matchup where we see Rocket League at its peak, and BDS G2 are showing it.
I mean, what did we talk about? We talked about boost control and being able to get upfield with possession. Once BDS started to jump those reads, all of a sudden we're watching BDS again. And it's amazing what can happen once that confidence is reinstilled. G2 still do have the advantage going into Utopia, but Stumpy, I got to tell you, the pendulum starts to swing in the other way, and G2's hopes for this series might have been a little bit too far.
G2's grip on that pendulum just slipping out their fingers slightly. They almost had it to the top, and now it starts to begin the descent down, and BDS are ready to receive it. Monkey Moon to start off the scoring instead, saved away by Atomic. Immediately explosive on Utopia.
That's how you want to start off on kickoff if you're BDS. Keep the pressure going like you did in the end of game number 3. Welcome in to Utopia. So far, it's been all of the boys in blue, continuing the pressure into the offensive third. A bit of a stall up into the corner for G2. Not a lot of clean touches, but finally we can breathe back out at midfield.
Extra to receive that awkward ball from Chicago. Marked by 8 onto the left-hand wing. And instead 50s with Atomic. He tries to go for the pinch as well, and the doink over the top. Great demo save. Monkey Moon up for the double, down for the kill.
You're going to have to watch out for the bumps, and you're going to have to challenge Monkey Moon once he gets towards the backboard. He's immediately up for the read, but G2 nowhere to be found. Atomic a little bit too late, and JNaps can only look up and watch the moon fly right over.
You have to just sit in there at that point and just pray. I hope I'm in the right spot. I hope 5 seconds ago I made the right decision. Monkey Moon with a quick snapshot. JNaps to save it away and continue with the clear as well. Marked by 8, sending it high and awkward. And before, we were saying that those shots, those touches from BDS were annoying. They were giving the ball away. Now, they're putting that ball in an awkward position for G2, forcing them to move and burn boost, something that was not happening earlier, despite what may look like the exact same thing happening. This time, those clears have a game plan.
The face cams, the gameplay. Cool, calm, collected from BDS. Consistent across the board, offensively, defensively, counterattacks, transitions down the sideline, getting boost. It's all been there. And they're putting all the pieces together. Extra somehow maintaining possession off the backboard, cleared away by Atomic, but how far will this one get out towards midfield? Well, luckily, JNaps does get the extra touch. JNaps for a dunk, JNaps for the tie goal.
That is such awkward defense from BDS, where JNaps getting that shot immediately is so good, but Mark, he's only got that forward momentum on the 2D plane, the very side swipe goal, where it comes down towards him, he can only send it back towards where JNaps is lurking, and JNaps was very much lurking.
We can't overstate how important that equalizer was for G2 to stop the bleeding. Coming in from game 3, they desperately needed something to go their way. Finally, they have a goal.
3:15, and with the ball finding JNaps, and the net is the target with Monkey Moon now. 30 boost and a wave dash, but no goal to be defended just yet. Atomic tries to go around the top, and just kind of awkward goals again, harkening back to the game 1, game 2. Taking shots at net, see what happens, see if it goes in. If not, we're committed 1 man and 30 boost. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not a lot of resources here for G2 past midfield, but you certainly have some room to work with through the corners. Chicago going to try to play it off the back wall, and here comes BDS. 2 man up at a time, now a breakaway chance. It's a foot race back to the ball. Atomic can't get there. JNaps cutting it down to the other side. And in this position for BDS, they're just trying to keep this chippy and choppy up in the air, so there's no clean touches for G2.
Halftime in this game, and nothing to separate the teams. G2, all they've got to say is they have 2 games as opposed to just the paltry 1 that BDS has got themselves. Chance for BDS to go for this big push. Marked by 8. Just actually about getting a touch on that ball. I thought he missed it from the ceiling. Extra, shooting. JNaps, though, with the diving across save.
And you have to be prepared for that if you're G2. You have to be prepared for that shot. BDS not leaving anything on the table, sparing no expense going into game 4. Push back on the defensive end. G2 now counting their chances, waiting for their opportunity to strike. They will not get the corner grab. You do have Atomic pushed up. This is dangerous now. It's a breakaway from Mark by 8. Can he get it around to Monkey Moon? Extra still there for the rebound. Extra somewhat on target, saved away.
Yeah, somewhat on target, but very much too slow. Just not able to do it. And Mark by 8 with little boost. Those times starting again where you see a really good play develop. You look top left,
and they just have nothing. That blue bar is depleted. They're rocking with 20, and that's just clearly not enough to get anything going. 1 minute 30, a dangerous shot coming in just above the crossbar for G2. 10 seconds gone from that point. G2 and BDS still utterly even.
I mean, it's very much been a tug of war from both sides, neither getting the cleanest of looks, but whose hand's going to slip first? That one mistake could cost you the go-ahead goal with about minute 7 to go. Looking for the center, the takeaway from Atomic. G2 not allowing the backboard touch.
This tiny, awkward little touch that Extra was going for will completely mess up your defense. They will not know where to go. That's a brilliant chance. Extra swiping across that ball, gets it above both defenders.
You got 55 seconds, and you can only tell the BDS are going to step up to the call. Upside down, Extra says, hey, I got all the room I need. 2-1 for BDS. Under a minute to play here in Game 4.
There was also a bump coming in from Mark, where he just cleared away that final defender. And that was so integral to that goal going in. Monkey Moon getting a lovely awkward touch away from the attacking player. JNaps though with boost, challenged by Mark by 8 though. Atomic sends it high, Extra from the ceiling out of nowhere. And BDS may well be answering this wish of a champion's field.
A lot of infield passing for G2, very much stagnated, one at a time, individual hits. BDS have been reading it. A flip towards the backboard, Extra touch right back down. Anyone else for BDS there? Yes, Monkey Moon finding the third goal.
Monkey Moon just attacking on that shot as it comes in from Extra. So well choreographed by everybody on BDS. Mark catching so low on boost again, but actually doing something about it. 2 goals separating these teams, and soon to be none as we progress onto Game 5.
Wake up and smell the Game 5. You can feel it coming. But G2 have other plans, potentially off the kickoff. Could they find themselves a second goal? The wind sucked out of their sails early on in game number 3, and BDS waste no time reestablishing their dominance in this one. Stumpy, it's only fair by the final match today. BDS and G2 will go to Champions Field.
Major is magic, and these guys are wizards. Game number 5 heading towards Champions Field, where G2 were 2 games up in the series, and BDS managed to bring it back. It has been such a turnaround, and the mentality on G2's side, you have to do so much as the coach mentally, as Sathu, to say, guys, don't worry, we've won 2, we just need to do it again. We need to push forward.
Beautiful duality of Rocket League is what team does well in the early start of a series, the other team starts to struggle with. G2 had the pressure, had the looks, had the boost. In the last 2 games, it's been all of BDS, and G2 have looked essentially what BDS looked like in the first 2.
Yeah. BDS looking like a different team in these most recent 2 games. Teammates on the desk must be sweating, because earlier on, Dazarin came into backstage so confidently during NRG versus Endpoint and said, the prophecy is coming true. We win these. And I don't imagine that Teammates was quiet, because I don't think he's been quiet since he literally couldn't talk as a baby. This is where so much is going to go down. BDS versus G2 on Champions Field, where all of these competitors are doing their best to, for G2 side, defend it. Okay, guys, we had this. Don't push it. Don't go too far. Let's not overextend. Let's take it away. And BDS on Game 5 brought to you by Lamborghini. It's all gonna be decided here and now.
This is all for the number 1 seed in the group. Neither team will go home, don't worry, but hey, there's a lot of bragging rights going into Game 5. Stumpy, we knew it had to come to this. The way that G2's played early on in this series, the way that BDS have rallied and found the cavalry late, it all comes down to 1 5-minute match. Early on, G2 do win the kickoff. Atomic trying to find it on the opposite side wall. No one else pushed up. Finally, JNaps will get the call, but Chicago lingering back with Atomic. It's BDS who should get possession.
G2 have only been reverse swept once this season, back with Shopify Rebellion. And BDS haven't yet reverse swept anybody this season, so I imagine they don't go down by 2 or 3 very often whatsoever. Through the smoke, Monkey Moon progresses towards the goal, but saved away by Atomic.
Where does the possession come through for G2? Do they keep it on the ground in this Game 5? Well, that breakaway chance could lead to the opening goal here. Instead, we sit at 0-0. 17 in the tank, Extra. Looking for a teammate in circulation, but instead, we send 2 numbers back to midfield, and we'll try yet again.
Monkey Moon wants to continue this push down with 0 boost, manages to bounce it off the floor. Chicago challenging versus Extra, it falls in a very similar position. And Dignitas against Mark by 8, that back left corner getting a hell of a lot of love. Nice touch from Extra. Central again with 30 boost, he can go for the shot. Saves away from Chicago.
That's what scares me now. Extra starting to feel comfortable up midfield, getting those rebounds and extending for Team BDS. We've seen him do it before. The facilitator, yet again, making plays when needed to. The boost there for G2, the follow-ups there from G2 as well. They need to continue that pressure, Stumpy.
That pressure has been something that we've not seen for a couple of games now, and they're going to desperately need that to come back as BDS, they're going to be forming pressure of their own, and Diamonds have very much started to fall.
Oh, what a great touch. Chicago just can't get around the bend. That was impressive from G2. But no one else there. Secure the shot. Through the corner we go. G2 yet again looking for some extra boost, and Chicago will get it to meet it in the air. Oh, wow. What a touch.
What?
He has to force a save on Extra, but G2 now clamping down.
I don't know how Chicago managed to get that shot out. He just shot it over the top of, I think it was Monkey Moon. I can barely process how fast he was just then, and yet it still didn't find its way in. That's the caliber of shot that either of these teams has to expect to actually be able to score. Chicago uncontested in the air until Mark with his pre-jump is just sitting pretty, waiting, ready to meet him.
Every time G2 start to orchestrate their offense, BDS take the ball away, immediately down the field for a counterattack. You have to keep that in mind if you get too far pushed up. Monkey Moon will take it away. BDS certainly holding their possessions for as long as possible in the defensive end. Atomic, oh my, what a dunk that could have been. JNAP's in a position, no center, the fake to Chicago. Scorched Earth protocol. Chicago opens up game 5.
JNAP's acting as a flare in the skies, distracts everybody as Chicago then can go in for the kill. The secondary sniper is the man who hits the target.
Don't let BDS get the ball on the backboard. Take it away, and you'll find yourself something nice. G2 yet again in a position to put one more on the board. Chicago right off the kickoff, forcing these challenges from BDS. And now you're looking at a transition down the field.
Final 2 minutes, just over halfway in this game. G2 with that lead, that's got to be huge for them mentally. You wonder if BDS get that first goal, maybe then the attack just continues and more goals fly in. G2 stopping that bleeding, the wound being cured. It's going to be huge for them.
But what could be from the elbow is Extra pulling up for a cheeky shot. If Mark by 8 gets in position to play towards the backboard, get a little physical with Monkey Moon, the mechanics start to blossom more for BDS, but in this spot, you desperately need a sustained drive downfield. It could start from here, the cutoff there. Chicago trying to meet it in the air yet again. BDS do find the save.
These interceptions from G2 for any clear that BDS put forward, they burn so much boost and it's working every time. Extra on 0 again for a challenge. Monkey Moon to chip it high, but Atomic to keep it away. Monkey Moon yet again going for 1, but Atomic is everywhere.
It's only a 1-goal game. G2 trying their best on defense, but the pressure from BDS beginning them out, and not a lot of boost on that swing. Here comes a full tank for Chicago. They need a booming clear, and they need it now with 60 to play.
Awkward touch though from JNAPS does leave Atomic scrambling to clear that ball away with Mark and 30 boost. A shot on target, which I don't hate, but G2, they're sitting back. They are letting BDS attack them as hard as they want, and they are resisting. That net will not be pierced if they've got anything to say about it. Monkey Moon, thankfully, does have a lot to say about it, and he shouts it from the rooftop.
That's just great extension from Mark by 8 and leaves off Atomic again, falling a little bit too far off on the outside of the ball, misses his read, but in the end, it's BDS who take advantage of the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, with 38 seconds to play, tie game.
Mark by 8 from the back, tries to go high over the top of Atomic, isn't able to though. Does get one awkward touch, however, and Chicago has to get one challenge to it. The JNAPs and Extra facing off in the corner. They see the whites of each other's eyes, and Monkey Moon comes in to strike. Another one from Mark through the smoke screen though. We're all baffled. It doesn't find its way in.
13 seconds, BDS are pressing. Mark by 8 for the touch. Mark by 8 off the top bar. It's still out. G2, a breakaway chance. It's Atomic downfield. 3 seconds to go. You have plenty of boost. You have to keep it up. BDS on the counterattack. Monkey Moon looking for 1. Monkey Moon with 0 boost. He has Mark by 8 there. Blocked. Overtime. Game 5. Here we go.
BDS
BDS nearly killing it at the death of the game, and this one will decide who is number 1 in the group and goes through. It's open as Extra can clear it away into the corner. Mark up high, sends it towards that net. Atomic has to get a good clear here and does so. Sends it low to Chicago, with Monkey passing it off to Mark Baguette. This cohesion from everybody on the pitch is beautiful to see. It's like a choreographed dance.
It's golden goal opportunity, and BDS circling on that extra cut. Monkey Moon trying to get a little bit more aggressive. I like the play, but you have to worry about the back line. Mark Baguette is certainly there. An extra might come up for the extension. Instead, we sit back with 2 now for BDS. Very defense heavy. They don't want to give up a long clear.
Yeah. With BDS having 2 back, it becomes near impossible to score on. However, it also means that their offense is so undermanned, and then it looks like then they won't be able to go in and do any scoring of their own. Atomic 1 demo on Mark Baguette, goes for the second. Extra has to come in to clear that ball away. Atomic onto the backboard. Monkey Moon, though, to make first contact. JNAP's up for the second. Hasn't got the boost to do so, but my God, did he have the ambition.
That's a long touch. That's Extra up, and Extra has boost on target. Saved. Atomic there. BDS right back. Extra into the corner. It's madness right now in midfield. Monkey Moon and BDS will slow it down. 1 more touch is all they need, but G2 breathing heavily now to get right back out in midfield.
Oh, that's nearly in, and it's saved away twice from that right post. BDS keep themselves alive, Extra central, but the only man there is JNaps, and that man is deadly when he has just a little bit of space. Instead, though, shut down this time. Atomic for the double. Instead, though, doesn't manage to get a touch. High from JNaps. Mark, the first man to that ball, but with nobody following up, it will be a free clear for G2.
G2 aren't finding the touches. Mark Baguette with the touch onto Chicago, and still there. The demo might open up a play now. You have opportunities here through the gaps, but it all comes down to 1 extra swing. Monkey Moon looking for Mark Baguette, taken away by Atomic yet again. 33 boost, G2 now on the advance.
This next goal decides everything in the group. As Chicago with not a great touch. Monkey can shoot. He can't score though. Mark has to retreat with 0. He picks up the corner 100. Atomic to shoot top corner, but instead Extra is able to clear it away.
That's the type of plays you want if you're G2. Get mechanical. Atomic on the sidewall again, trying to put the series on match death if he can. G2 take first seed, but BDS, the defense, has not faltered yet.
Oh my, just these interceptions. The Chicago goes for 1. The double miss as both players thought they were going to be able to clear that ball away respectively. 0 boost from Mark, but he continues. The ambition is there. Atomic up for 1 touch, beats out Monkey Moon, assists Chicago onto JNaps. The 3-man play, but Extra's the one to clear it from the blue line.
He was looking for Atomic, and Atomic circled off to get boost, so no one else was there for G2. But already, it's a counterattack now for BDS, but yet the possession falls right back to G2. Back to BDS. Extra extending. No one on the back pass still. We have Mark Baguette at midfield. Monkey Moon getting the connection. Through the corner we go. Monkey Moon looking for another off the backboard. JNaps trying his best to stall out. G2 need to find some defense here. Whoa. It's another triple touch off the backboard. BDS have nothing, and they can't get past G2.
Monkey Moon going time and time again for so many touches to try and get rid of any of that defense. Mark up for 1. Tries to go down for the touch. Isn't able to clear it away. Instead of forcing Chicago to do exactly that. Extra to the backboard, but Atomic, he's already lurking and waiting. Monkey, who can he see central? Chicago removes Extra from the pitch. A shot from Mark, saved away by Chicago this time. Doing so much, approaching 4 minutes in the overtime, and G2 aggress.
Extra was pushed up, he was trying to get boost, and he actually gets caught on the rotation, so G2 have numbers upfield now. They can play these one-on-ones and pull the safety off the play. Mark hit from the ceiling. No way BDS are able to find this one. JNaps yet again from the back wall will get it out for G2. Chicago with a backflip, but Atomic yet again saved G2 on their own goal line. The skin is there. Atomic downfield won't find anything.
Time and time again these shots come in, and they've been working throughout the series, so why change it up now when you're on match point? JNaps, top corner, is able to deliver BDS their first ever international loss on the biggest stage in the world.
How do you even block this read from G2? The pass is immaculate, the read is improbable, and G2 in Game 5 overtime are able to stun BDS in an international event.
one of the best series we have ever seen G2 play, to withstand that deadly attack that BDS are putting on them time and time again. Smiles abound in the G2 camp, and they have earned the ecstasy they are feeling. It is something that G2 fans have waited an incredibly long time to feel, where they sit beautifully at the top of their group. BDS, they aren't number one for once.
The heartbreak on BDS's faces, you can feel they were so close to the reverse sweep, but this was the biggest test. This is the reason Atomic was brought into this team, to help facilitate moments like this in overtime on Champions Field, Stumpy. They picked him up for this reason.
Yeah.
They finally have a win to show for it.
So many question marks around Atomic, and they all need to change to exclamation marks. They were something. It was one of those decisions that you can't see why they would have made it at the time, and that emotion is the exact reason why they made that change. It's something where it's unquantifiable a lot of the time. I've unbuttoned and everything. I'm so warm right now because of how incredibly exciting that ended up being. Spaceman, we don't see that G2 every day.
We don't. And there was a big reason why the conversation started to blossom around G2 potentially being favorites in North America for this event. You just saw why. When they needed to clutch up, folks, what did they do? They won in Game 5 OT. Doesn't get more clutch than that, brother.
Versus BDS, a team that we have
literally
said,
BDS, by the way.
They didn't manage to be number one in Europe. They haven't come through as number one in Europe, but they came through as the best team in the world. But right now, we need to talk to the Giant Killers. Dazarin standing by.
First of all, guys, thank you so much for the toss. Chicago, congratulations on that series. That was an intense Game 5. I was shaking in my boots, but how was it for you?
I don't know. It's kind of indescribable. It's honestly probably the most intense Game 5 I've been a part of on LAN. And the fact that we won, which puts us top 6, 2 chances to play in front of the crowd. I mean, I couldn't be any happier, more proud of us. And, you know, it was looking scary, but I think we showed a really good part of our mentality, and that's a big part of Rocket League, and I'm super happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good win. And, you know, I'm like in that booth over there just listening to the comms on the series. It was crazy. And I definitely want to talk about that because, you know, JNAPS and Atomic, they're very vocal. And, of course, you know, they have you do all the interviews. But, I mean, they definitely have a presence on the field. Talk to me about, like, your teammates and the communication you guys have.
Yeah, honestly, we talk every game. On what's working well, what's not. So I think BDS did a really good job after games 1 and 2 to try and change stuff as well as we were doing stuff because I think we turtled up a little bit because we just wanted to win. And I think the entire time, us talking just brought up different ideas on what we were doing differently or what we could be doing better. And I honestly think that it's a whole team effort, including Sathu. I think that we started off Game 5 exactly where we wanted. And I think because of that, it gave us a lot of momentum for the rest of the game. We were feeling a lot more confident than Games 3 and 4.
Yeah, you know, I could tell that you guys are kind of like waiting to pounce on certain moments over the course of that series, especially in the Game 5, right? You guys go into it, you know, you guys are talking about going back to the basics, so to speak. But then when you get into it, especially in the overtime, you know, I think it was JNAPS who was calling out, Mark Bay, he's low on boost, he's low on boost. And then you guys like attack based off that. Are you guys have like clear indicators on when you guys had BDS on the ropes, so to speak?
Yeah, we know how good BDS is, and I really think they're the best probably counter-attacking team in the world. So there's times where you have to be extra careful and be like, okay, we know this offensive possession is not going to turn into anything. So when we say they're low or we know they're low, then it's like, okay, maybe we can be a little bit more aggressive, push us up, you know, go for a little bit more demos, more passes, more solos. And it's just picking and choosing. Sometimes you choose wrong, but sometimes you pick right.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, it was super nerve-wracking, but you guys ended up pulling it through at the end. And you talked about it. You're going to be seeing the crowd there. You got to tell me how that feels.
Oh, my God. I don't even, like I said, I don't even know what a crowd's like anymore. It's going to be absolutely absurd. And it's going to be nice because I'm going to have some family. I do it in my hometown, I guess you could say. And I honestly I don't even know what it's going to be like, but it's going to be absolutely insane.
Well, I'm excited for you because that's going to be like a crazy moment. Of course, you know, we want to give you a chance to throw any shout-outs you got out before, you know, we send you on your way.
Shout out to everyone supporting, family, friends, whatever. G2 Army, honestly, I hope to see you guys strong when it comes to the crowd. I better hear some loud cheers for the boys, and let's have a good time on Saturday. Catch some dubs.
That's right, let's catch some dubs. We're going to send it back to the desk, including the G2 Army leader T-Bates. We'll let the desk take it away.
Wow.
Read your shout out to #G2 Army. Let me tell you, #G2 Army is loud and proud right now. They call me a madman every single time I'm on this desk, and every single time I have to prove y'all wrong. Roll the highlight show, huh? Let's see how G2 beat up BDS. They got close. G2 started off strong quick. Mark Bader wasn't enough. That's a decent shot. You start off 2-0, everybody. But then you have that madman Atomic. I told you he has to play as good as Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon had a great series. A really great one. Look at this right here. He's a great player. When the going got rough, when the going got tough, it was J-Naps. It was Atomic every single time, always making a play. Johnny.
What's up?
You picked BDS, man.
Yeah, I was pretty close. Give it to me. I was pretty close, though, to be fair. Overtime
Look
game
at
5.
Atomic off the ceiling, baby. Denied. Come on.
Oh. Yeah, Atomic showed up huge. He was huge.
I was going to try and make the it was close. It was 4 minutes to get overtime in game 5. Come on, but I knew it does not matter. All that matters
we were pretty close to getting it right.
It's going to be close. I'll tell y'all, BDS is probably the best team in the world, but in order to beat the best team in the world, you have to match them. Monkey Moon probably did have the best series out of everybody, but Atomic was this close to him, and when you have Atomic playing that great, J-Naps in Chicago are one of the best duos this game's ever seen. They're probably going to overcome any team that they play, and they came out victorious. Woo! NA! Let's go, baby.
Are you confident, though? Rematch. If they played again tomorrow or in front of a crowd, I don't know. Looking at this,
Johnny, what? Johnny,
I think this was not the BDS that.
Johnny, I'm
won
going to be
the
honest
fall
with you.
major.
I got to turn this around here. That's some copium right there.
That's
man,
some hopium and a
Like,
copium.
if they were to do it again right away,
No,
what
I
do you
just
think
asked
in front of a crowd?
I didn't give any copium. I'm asking teammates a question. You're assuming. Don't assume that I'm coping. I'm asking, are you confident? Because all I saw was BDS hitting the bar in an uncontested shot with like 9 seconds left. I forget what it was. At the end of the game, I was like, how are they missing that? But I honestly feel bad bringing it up because it looked like, I think it was Mark, and he looked pretty devastated after the series, and I imagined that would be why, because that should have gone in the net.
Okay, are we going to talk about how they even tied it up, though? Did you see J-Naps and Atomic?
I did. I saw this guy. You keep talking about Atomic choking big time. I don't know. I'm very impressed with G2 because they bounced back from that happening and won. That's probably the most impressive thing about G2 from this series.
Yes.
That they did
Yes.
this
Yes.
and then they actually won.
Yes.
Because if they made this big mistake and then they lose, everybody would have been like, yeah, that's
classic G2.
That's
That's
the moment,
right.
the big throw. But they didn't. They actually won. So that's very impressive to me.
And I think, listen, I'll even give BDS a little bit of copium. I think that both these teams play pretty dang well to the point where they look like two teams that can win this major. In my estimation, there was two titans going back and forth with one another, but G2 came on top this time. It felt like a finals match, at least when I was watching from here. I don't know about y'all.
Well, actually, you weren't watching from here. You're watching a lot closer to the monitor. Teammates were running laps around this desk waiting for this to be over, but it
check
took a while.
Woldiz's Twitter for some wonderful behind the scenes.
I will have that out. No, it's crazy to me to see Atomic's consistency. I said this was going to be the play of this G2 roster. He is as consistent as I ever hoped, because now, when Bates always brings up the argument about G2, this go-to roster, I could be like, okay, Bates, you were speaking a little facts, speaking a little bit of correct. You know what I'm saying?
The moment for me was in game 3 when we saw BDS kind of rally, and they were up by like 2 or 3. And anytime you have the one team goes up by 2, they have a pretty dominant first 2 game wins. The other team wins the third game. Them winning the third game doesn't really matter to me. What was interesting to me was G2 managed to rally in game 3. It didn't have to go to game 4 to kind of even back out. They, at the back end of game 3, forced the overtime. Obviously, BDS able to get the win there. They didn't force overtime. They scored at the very last few moments in regulation there. But the series evened up in game 3, and at that point, we had 2 teams playing at the top level. It really did come down to game 5 overtime base. That was crazy.
Right, man. Listen, it's incredible Rocket League. It only shows that it's only day 2. This is only day 2. We haven't even got to the YouTube theater in front of everybody, and these teams are already performing to this level. And when you add the fans into that, a championship weekend into that, my goodness. But before we say anything else, I gotta say one thing. Ro, if you want to join me. #Bates never wrong. Let's go, baby.
Except the other predictions. Huh? You got that one, but
this is the last one we're gonna know about, so that's all people know.
It's only day 2. You just said that.
Never wrong when he's right. That one's facts there, folks. All right, let's take a look at the groups after the conclusion of day 2. We are almost decided. We got 2 or 3 of the groups here locked up. We got a few of the tiebreakers. That's the word I'm looking for to play there for Group B tomorrow. Version 1, G2, and Space Station clinching their groups there for A, C, and D. Group B will be the next thing we'll talk about tomorrow. But let's take a look at the contenders here. These are the teams, all the teams who showed up to play over the course of this 5-day event. We've sent 3 home here, Roldiz, with the faded logos.
Oh my goodness, and they're all from the minor regions. That only proves one thing: NA versus EU will never go away.
Wait a second though. Wait a second though. Furia, they can win Group B, and if they do, then they're against G2. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that G2 are waiting for, yeah, I'm definitely sure that they're waiting for the winner of Furia versus Endpoint.
Correct.
And Furia actually beat G2 at the Fall Major. And I think they've stepped up and look even better this event. So that would be a crazy matchup. Endpoint, the other potential match for G2, also a rematch in the Fall Major that G2 lost. So they've got some revenge to do no matter who comes through to face them in that upper semifinal.
Right, and just to give APAC and Sam the respect, that didn't play well. They played really well for a team that probably nobody. I don't think they won APAC's first ever game at a LAN, at an RLCS LAN. They played FaZe tight. They played D1 tight a couple games.
They took version 1 to overtime.
That's right. So
game.
like it was really tough games by them. Team Secrets, no slouches in and of themselves. Obviously we didn't get to see SRG, but all these regions.
Team Secret took G2 to Game 5. So you know,
that's right.
What more do you need to know? Like these are real teams. Anyone can get these upsets. And Pioneers are making it. They're already in the bracket. Renegades could get there if they beat NRG, and the winner of that will be in the lower bracket against Queso.
That's the crazy part. As we take a look at the schedule, we're not done with Group B action. The tiebreaker's going down tomorrow morning. Endpoint taking on Furia. That one's going to be a banger to start the day. And then NRG beating Renegades once wasn't enough. They've got to do it twice here to stay alive in the tournament. How crazy is that? And then we will have the second place team from that. The one who wins that match there in Group B, or who loses the first match, will play against FaZe Clan. The winner of the second match will play against Queso. BDS will take on the Pioneers, and Evil Geniuses taking on Dignitas. That's what's in store for us tomorrow. You're going to want to keep it locked right here, 9:30 a.m. Pacific. We'll have the pre-show going live with the matches starting at 10 a.m. It's going to be crazy here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, on the Rocket League YouTube channel, and as well in Rocket League Live on Champions Field there. Hope you guys will join us. It's been a crazy show, though. Guys, going to go down the line. Final thoughts here. Raul, we'll start with you.
Fantastic Rocket League. Can't wait to see the rest of how this plays out, and wait to see Bates is wrong one day. But today he got it. So you got to give him the prop.
Right day 1, right day 2, and it's going to keep on rolling on. Hey, I'm just proud of all these teams really balling out so far. It's been incredible Rocket League, and I'm excited to see what's left.
I'm going to do a countback. See how many predictions I go right, how many you go right. We'll let you know tomorrow. But hey, that's not what really matters. What really matters is that we've got some tie breaks. That's what we all wanted. So we've got Furia, Endpoint. We've got NRG in a tie break for third somehow. I don't know how that happened. No doubt they're going to come back and still be the best performing team in North America at the end of all this somehow. But
the Hopian for Dazarin and James Bond.
NRG could possibly be out of the tournament. Chat, you're going to want to watch tomorrow to see how it goes down. It's going to be wild. I'm Wave Pong. This is Roldiz, T-Bates, and Johnny Boy. Thank you so much for watching. For everyone in the back, we'll appreciate you showing up. See you guys tomorrow.
any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.